There are memories that remain crystal clear even after a dozen or so years. It was when Damien was just 25 years old, setting foot on the battlefield for the very first time. That very first moment, he had to take a human life. The second when blood fell onto the tiled floor in dark red drops. And then the time he wiped out over 2,000 enemy troops. And then his breath gradually grew weak, until finally his body collapsed to the ground. After that, the screen shifted to a morning scene at the city hall. The red-haired boy with a cold expression stared at the contract. Opposite him was a middle-aged man and another man who kept talking incessantly, essentially summing up that all of his parents' life insurance money after their passing would be managed by this uncle. If you've checked the paperwork thoroughly, I hope you'll sign here. Fern pretended to be kind as he hurried his nephew. That's right. Damien, papers are meant to be looked at, but why bother looking at them so much? Just put your pen to paper now, and everything will be settled. He propped his chin up smugly to coax him. Don't worry. Just leave everything to your uncle to handle. When the day you come of age arrives, I'll return every single coin without missing a single one. Damien's fingers gently tightened around the paper. He suddenly remembered that very day which had completely turned his life upside down. Damien decisively tore the contract to pieces and coldly declared, I will only receive the insurance money through the Imperial Bank, and it must be under my name alone. Fern looked in astonishment at the scattered pieces of paper flying around. What is this? Damien indifferently added, and remember to add a special clause. Without my proof, signature, or paperwork, absolutely no one else is allowed to withdraw it. His gaze was firm and steady, allowing no room for refusal. Fern was so angry that his hand was shaking violently. He flew into a rage, grabbed Damien by the collar, and yelled, What the hell are you doing? You brat, just sign your name. Why are you making such a big fuss? Expecting him to apologize, they never imagined Damien would smirk and remark to himself, I was actually worried he might pretend to be nice and let it slide. Before Fern could even finish scolding, a punch flew out, sending him rolling across the floor. Damien looked down with cold satisfaction. Thanks a lot, Uncle, for keeping that exact same bastard face just like in my memories. As soon as he turned around, the man shrank back in fear, hastily swaying as he rummaged through his bag. The supplementary clause documents can be added right now. The current situation involuntarily plunged Damien into deep thought. If it were back then, when he was only 13 years old, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But he smiled with relish. Everything was fine now, because he had been reincarnated and traveled back to the past. Damien dragged his exhausted body all alone across a battlefield littered with corpses. He breathed heavily with fatigue and cursed under his breath. Damn it! I told you from the very beginning that this was a crazy campaign. Damien, who was then the captain of the Baroque Kingdom's penal squad, could only grind his teeth with bitterness. How could a mere 100 soldiers possibly wipe out an army of over 2,000 kids? He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out blood, his vision also beginning to blur. Damien weakly reached out toward a fallen soldier, helping him close his eyelids so he could pass away in peace. A feeling of deep regret flooded into his mind. Even though the campaign ultimately succeeded, Damien desperately collapsed to his knees before his comrade's body and muttered, I'm sorry, if I had been just a little stronger back then, I could have protected all of you. Unable to accept it, he swung his arm and punched hard against the ground. Damn it, Damien staggeringly clutched his waist, as if his body couldn't hold on much longer. His figure swayed unsteadily in midair. He guessed to himself that he was probably about to kick the bucket as well. His dirty iron helmet was tossed into a corner. Damien helplessly lay outstretched, surrendering his life to fate. He raised his hand to cover his eyes that were about to tear up from emotion. Or was it just because he was dying that his brain was coming up with every imaginable thought in the world? If he had enlisted earlier back then, instead of waiting until he was 25, perhaps things would have turned out differently. A stream of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Damien bit his lip with emotion. Just this once. If only the heavens would give me one more chance. I would conquer the battlefield together with all these brothers of mine. But it's too late now. The Damien in his past life memories breathed his last breath. He had thought for sure that he had lost his life at that moment. But fortunately, a miracle had occurred. Damien had unexpectedly returned to the past. And to make matters better, it was 17 years ago. He looked at his smooth hands that had never experienced life and death, and then pulled down his clothes to check his lower abdomen. The mana core located in the lower abdomen was the most important thing for military commanders practicing magic. Completely different from his past life, Damien's current mana core was still intact. In this life, he could entirely learn how to master mana on his own. Yet, deep down, Damien was still hesitant. In his past life, after being swindled out of all his insurance money by his old uncle and kicked out of the house, he had to live in hiding and do all sorts of odd jobs in the underworld. An orphan abandoned by his guardian, like him, had even had to go to prison in place of a street gang official's crimes. He had thought his life was over when he was forced to enlist and pushed onto the battlefield. Yet someone like him actually got to see a day like this. Damien blankly let himself drop onto the soft bed. Who would have thought there would come a day when he could rise above a captain? He boredly concluded that he would just bite the dust in the end anyway. While Damien was still lost in a tangled web of thoughts, quiet footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. After all, the time spent in the military was still. He cautiously bolted up from the bed. "Do we have an uninvited guest?" Damien vigilantly grabbed the dagger from under his pillow. The other person slowly pushed down the door handle. The moment the door cracked open, Damien lunged out like a wild beast. The group of assassins all started in shock. He powerfully drove his weapon into the thigh of the nearest guy. As the guy screamed in agony, he immediately pulled the knife out. Damn it only went in halfway. The remaining assassin reacted quickly and roared like a madman as he lunged forward. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Damien agilely dodged the first knife thrust. The out-of-mind assassin intended to follow up with another blow. He ducked and successfully evaded it, then treated the opponent to a slash right in the flesh of his leg. Damien's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and sharp glint. "Who sent you here?" The two unfamiliar figures lay sprawled on the ground, wailing miserably because each had been stabbed in the thigh. Damien grabbed the remaining guy by the neck and raised his knife to threaten him with questions. "Was it Furker who sent you?" Seeing that he had no intention of answering, he gave him another hit. "I'm asking if Furker sent you." While in the middle of action, Damien suddenly heard someone speaking ill of him from afar. "This brat is really terrifying." Turning around, he saw someone walking over. Mookman walked up as if it were his own house and said to himself, "Have I introduced myself yet?" Damien thought to himself that Mookman showing up here meant he was dealing with these strangers, but seeing a better catch, he was going to make him check out right away. Damien suddenly smirked and started telling a story. So, 17 years ago, at that very moment in the alley of a small street, Damien was grabbed by a group of strangers. He continuously screamed and struggled violently. "Let me go. It hurts. Even if I hid away in this slum and still got caught immediately, that really is strange." They kicked him hard, cuffed him, and dragged him away. Damien still harbored Furker's greedy face in his heart. He realized that his capture, all of this turned out to be part of Furker's plan. The more he spoke, the harder Damien slammed his dagger down onto the guy. He slowly stood up, pointed his dagger straight at Mookman, and said, "That bastard! How dare he betray me?" Mookman's eyes looked back at him filled with an unspeakable hatred. Without saying another word, he immediately lunged forward. Damien reacted quickly and managed to dodge his blow. His speed also shocked Mookman a little bit. His calm demeanor gave him even more goosebumps. Damien thought in disgust. Was Mookman always this weak? No matter how fast Mookman was, he couldn't touch a single hair of Damien's. He felt smug. "I have a very special ability. Missing over and over again just gets annoying." Mookman yelled, "You little brat." Damien was busy thinking to himself. Having gone through thousands of beatings and dying and coming back to life 100 times, at some point I started seeing right through all of the opponent's moves. Impatience was clearly visible in the guy's eyes. The exact moment the enemy was about to strike, from the look in his eyes, Damien scrutinized every single gesture of Mookman. The direction he placed his foot, the angle of his waist twist, down to the movement at his shoulders. Waiting for him to attack, he had already predicted it 10 seconds in advance, so he dodged it smoother than bad luck. Everything was glaringly obvious that he was aiming for the head. Mookman was furious, yet helpless. The more he lost his composure, the easier it was for Damien to predict. This little mouse is being way too obvious. Fortunately, he managed to grab Mookman's wrist, sending the sword flying far away. Mookman lost his weapon and thus lost the upper hand. He wanted to blow up this whole castle at this rate, because there was no saving it now. The bastard took an elbow to the ribs, leaving Mookman with no strength left to fight back. He couldn't believe it. No way. No matter how you look at it, he's just a kid. How can he? Damien found an eyesore, so he pulled out his knife to make him hurt to death. Mookman could only look up and groan incessantly. He's clearly only 13 years old. He put on the coolest look he had ever mustered to ask. Want to know how I blocked it? Damien smugly raised his knife. It's no big deal. I just saw right through where you were planning to hit. The moment you lifted your hand, I'd already guessed all of it. Mookman's face turned as green as a monkey's, but at this point, after hearing that, he was so angry he wanted to throw up blood. What kind of absurd nonsense is that? Before he could say another word, he pointed his knife right at his face and said, "Believe it or not, because it's the truth." With his last remaining strength, Big Bro here still had to scare him a bit. Mookman started resorting to psychological warfare. You think I'm the only one? If word of this reaches the others, tomorrow you might just run into Kid Damien, whose head is harder than rock. Good thing I'm about to kick the bucket here. How the hell is word gonna get out anymore? On the contrary, he seized the opportunity to fish for information. You're no slouch yourself. You must know what you should be doing by now, right? Was it Furker who sent you? Mookman, just like the guys earlier, refused to utter a single word. Damien dropped a half-joking, half-serious remark. If you don't want to end up crippled for the rest of your life. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Could a gaze like this really belong to a 13-year-old? Damien's bloodshot eyes also terrified him. Finally, Mookman opened his mouth and confessed. That's right, Furker hired me. Right as he said that, he yelled at him to shut up. All right, that's enough. Mookman still didn't understand what was going on. What? Then a basic masterclass slash of his made him look like a chicken being butchered. Damien coldly turned away. That's right. Even if you're leaving, you got to clean up the mess completely first. He thought to himself. Having lived to age 30, one of the few things I've learned is to minimize making enemies as much as possible. However, if you unfortunately happen to have an enemy, you have to trample them down so they can never raise their head again. At a small house deep in the forest, Monter looked at his watch and speculated to himself. By this time, things over there should be all wrapped up. Furker seemed to be pissed off at Damien. That bastard, just wait until he gets here. Monter was still boasting. Once it's done, I'll drag him here. Don't worry, sir. He spoke to him as if capturing a kid required deploying even him. It seemed the sir was furious. Furker slammed his hand hard on the table, his face all bruised up. Because of that bastard, I got so worked up, leading him to feel a slight throbbing in his head. Wait. He stopped talking and turned to reassure him. It'll be resolved right away. Please wait a little longer. Don't use me arriving slightly late as an excuse to cut my pay. Right as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Montague figured, has he arrived? Furker was also burning up with impatience. I just wanted to chop him to pieces immediately, but I'm stuck with the insurance contract. He thought with intense irritation that as soon as that contract was settled, he would deal with that brat properly. Just as the door was pushed open, a dagger was thrown in. Montague's face darkened. What's going on? The dagger stabbed straight into the floor. Furker was scared out of his wits seeing this scene. Montague seemed to realize something was wrong. Did it fail? Damien walked in with full confidence. He immediately asked, Are you Damien? He also friendly replied, That's right, the lackey. Seeing himself called a lackey, Montague was a bit puzzled. Damien glared at him and said, Aren't you the lackey of that fat pig standing behind? That's why you obediently follow his orders. Montague shouted loudly to Furker. He blatantly robbed money from him. I have to triple the reward fee. Furker screamed. Triple. Having just negotiated with Furker, since my side suffered heavy losses, that was only natural, wasn't it? He drew his sword to deal with Damien. Montague's years of observational skills in the trade made him realize, do you see the blood stains on the end of that staff? He raised his sword and faced Damien without a shred of fear. Looks like there are some unexpected variables here. Furker's face drained of all color. The price he had to pay made his heart squeeze in pain. But triple it. Noticing that hesitation, Damien feigned impatience and made a motion to sheath his sword. Then I'm withdrawing. Witnessing that action, he panicked to the extreme. Wait! Furker stood rooted to the spot, his eyes full of hesitation and fear as he stared fixedly at Damien right across from him. At this moment, a dense wave of murderous aura was radiating from his body, so suffocating it choked the space around them. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind, I'll pay it triple. Even though his heart ached from losing a large sum of money, he had no other choice. If Damien left, he was a dead man. Seeing that his price-gouging goal had been a complete success, Damien broke into a smug smile. Deal closed. He put on an innocent face and shrugged casually as if he stood outside the conflict. My underlings got beaten up nicely, but I have no personal grudges. It's just business. Damien didn't give him any face, looking at him with a cold stare. Well, I do have a grudge. Because of you guys, their savage, barbaric shouts were still ringing in his ears. You brat. Once I catch you, you're dead for sure. The bone-deep agony, tearing apart both body and soul back then. Damien would never forget it even if he died. The first half of his life was lived like trash in the slums, on top of having his mana core shattered. Ever since that dark moment, he had sworn to himself that he would take revenge at all costs. No way was he going to let go easily. His hand gripped tightly onto the spear. So don't bother asking why, just die. Being looked down upon with such an arrogant attitude by a junior severely wounded Damon's self-esteem. You little punk. The sharp spear tip suddenly changed direction, pointing straight at the lethal spot right between the opponent's legs. This vicious move terrified him, not daring to take another step forward. This bastard, he's aiming for my legs. He's really no joke. Damien instantly stepped into a combat stance, holding the spear shaft firmly with both hands to form a straight line. The sound of weapons clashing harshly and piercingly echoed against all four walls of the room. Facing the rapid, successive sword attacks, Damien was forced to continuously step backward to break the pincer move. Noticing the opponent defending, Damon played his trick. The exact moment he was busy defending his face, the vision of a complete victory was mapped out and delusionally conjured up in his head. I'll slash his thighs to pieces. Damon's other arm shifted direction, tightly gripping the sword blade to prepare for a fatal finishing blow. Just as he calculated, Damien tilted his head slightly to the side to dodge the direct strike. He put all his remaining life force into thrusting his sword straight toward his thigh. This is the real move right here. Yet the immediate turn of events deviated completely, making Damon's heart skip a beat. Swoosh! With just a light footwork shift that was thoroughly graceful, he easily sidestepped the opponent's sword tip. The trick of using the right-hand dagger as a diversion was truly. Damien utilized the butt of the spear, successively striking hard against the vital pressure points all over his body. He indifferently glanced at the guy frozen in shock and mocked. I knew it from the start. Damon's jaw clenched so tightly it made a cracking sound. Damn it, you little brat. Veins bulged violently on his forehead and temples, spit flying with every bestial roar. I'll kill you. However, before the threat could even finish, a violent wave of pain struck straight to his throat. The meridians that had just been hit by Damien's spear suddenly tore open. Damon's whole body strength dissipated. He coldly looked at the defeated opponent collapsing pathetically at his feet. Although you're stronger than guys like Mookman, ultimately you're just street trash thugs. After successfully clearing away the obstacles blocking the way, he shifted his gaze toward the true target of this trip. Witnessing the entire terrifying scene that had just unfolded, Furker was trembling all over out of uncontrollable fear. Damien, let me explain. Ignoring that useless, begging rambling, he took it step by step closer. The fear of impending death completely robbed him of his sanity. Panicking, he clawed his hands into empty air. Don't come over here. The miserable scream echoed through the dense forest and faded into the quiet late-night darkness. Quite a long time passed after that bloody event, until a quiet office echoed with a voice. Master Damien, then I will proceed to deposit a total of 6 platinum coins and 650 gold coins into your account. The very first thing Damien did after cleaning everything up was to collect his insurance money. He attentively rechecked the terms in the ledger and softly replied, "I understand." Finishing the necessary procedures, he stood up and politely bowed in farewell. "I'll leave everything in your hands." The man opposite him also quickly placed one hand across his chest, bowing slightly in respectful return. "Yes, thank you for trusting us with this." Watching his retreating back, he hesitated for a moment, weighing something before boldly asking, "I was wondering if I might ask where you're planning to go next." "The carriage you're taking looks like it's going very far." Damien had no intention of hiding or covering up his future plans. "I'm planning to enlist in the military." This blunt answer completely caught him off guard. "Enlist?" He affirmed that the other person hadn't misheard. "That's right, because I have some people I need to meet." On the desolate dirt road with scarce figures, only the steady sound of carriage wheels striking the road surface could be heard. Damien sat inside the carriage, watching the scenery recede backward. Thinking about the past events, the corners of his lips curved up involuntarily with nostalgia. "My comrades being there is true, but ultimately the military is the only place I belong. Anyway, in just 5 years, the landscape will completely change. Most able-bodied young men would be forced into mandatory conscription. An era of chaotic warfare that no one could avoid was approaching." Damien slowly placed his hand over his chest. The excruciating pain of his past life suddenly rushed back. Now, the incident of having his mana core shattered in the slums wouldn't happen anymore. Before making this decision to enlist, he had spent quite a bit of time weighing and considering things extremely carefully. Instead of waiting until the late age of 25, volunteering to enlist while still young like this would be much more advantageous. "First, I'll head to the capital to use the dark mana circulation technique to train for a week, and then I'll submit my application to the 3rd training camp." Damien raised his head, his deep gaze looking out at the vast sky through the carriage window. "This time, I won't let the era push me around like a spinning top." He was determined to shatter the chains of fate with his own hands and take control of it himself. A week later, the sturdy city walls and towering watchtowers of the capital finally came into view. The sound of rough, fabric-wrapped spears heavily thrusting into wooden targets echoed with a dull thud. The soldiers and onlookers around couldn't hide their astonishment. "What's up with that kid? He looks so wet behind the ears. Where did he learn spear techniques?" Damien paid no attention to their whispering, keeping his entire focus locked on every single spear move. He pulled the spear back and looked down at his palms, which used to be smooth but were now torn from overuse. "Do I need to wrap these up?" He let out a helpless, quiet click of his tongue, realizing his body was still far too tender. Damien felt a bit annoyed and uncomfortable with his current weakness, which was a far cry from his old calloused hands. A man who had been watching from the sidelines could no longer hold back his patience, raising a hand to cough a few times to start a conversation. "Are you here to apply as a soldier?" Damien stopped what he was doing and politely turned around. "Yes, that's right." Damon skipped the tedious greetings and got straight to the point. "Your spear technique looks solid. Where did you learn it?" A sharp flash of intense caution welled up inside Damien. Did he figure out this is the kingdom's top-tier spear technique? The kingdom's top-tier spear technique? That sounds a bit ridiculous, but it's actually the most common spear style used by the kingdom soldiers. His quick-witted brain immediately started racing to find a reasonable excuse to gloss it over. "This is a spear technique passed down to me by my late father." Damon felt like he had intruded on someone's family matters. "I shouldn't have asked about that. My apologies." Damien stood his ground, radiating an upright and resolute aura. "Not at all. Since I was little, my father was always proud of his military service, so I was influenced by him and decided to enlist." His mature, tactful manners and noble ideals completely won over the other person. "You're in." Damien blinked in surprise and asked back, "Huh?" Damon suddenly realized he had let slip something he shouldn't have. "No, I just misspoke." To cover up his awkwardness, he clumsily steered the conversation in a new direction. "By the way, what's your name?" He stood straight in a military posture, putting one hand behind his hip to clearly introduce himself. "I'm Damien." Damon smiled with satisfaction, stepping forward to give his shoulder a firm pat of encouragement. "All right, best of luck with your results." Watching the retreating figure of the man walking away, Damien politely gave a slight bow and called out after him. "Thank you very much." As soon as the surrounding space grew quiet again, Damien suddenly froze. He felt a warm, smoldering heat rising from his lower dantian, constantly warming up and spreading throughout his entire body. This feeling, Damien couldn't hold back his emotions and broke into a beam of extreme joy. I can finally use mana now. In the Delph family's mana accumulation method, it was a secret technique invented by a Delph genius 15 years in the future. The conditions to learn it were extremely harsh, but it was renowned as the most effective method of all time. Extremely familiar and warm memories of his past life flashed through Damien's mind. Because his mana core had been shattered in his previous life, he had risked his life practicing this, holding onto a slim sliver of hope that it would work. The image of a comrade surfaced in his memory, foolishly scratching his head and messing with his hair. "Captain, why do you keep beating your head against that training method?" Even the guy standing next to him had the same question, shrugging along. "You can't even use mana anyway, right?" Teased by his subordinates. He glared at them with a sharp look to scare them off. "What's that supposed to mean, you little punks?" A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, pulling Damien back to reality. "I used to get teased like that all the time, but it was totally worth it." The appearance of mana cut the anxiety in his heart in half, and now all he had to do was pass the exam. Damien stopped training and swept his gaze across the vast training ground, spotting a group of people gathered together in the distance, chattering away noisily. He slowly walked toward the crowd while thinking to himself, "I wonder if that guy used to be at this third training camp?" Damien smiled faintly as he thought of his old comrade in arms from back in the day, full of anticipation. "I wonder what he looks like now." Out across the sprawling training ground, the applicants were arranged neatly into straight horizontal rows. The first test was carrying a boulder. It sounded simple, but carrying a 30-kilogram rock over your head wasn't easy at all, making it a great way to weed out recruits who were all talk and no substance. Damien gathered all his physical strength, pouring power into his arms to lift the heavy boulder high above his head. Up we go. The officer in charge, standing nearby, immediately jotted it down in his notebook and clearly announced, "Candidate Damien passes." A few drops of sweat trickled down his cheek, but Damien's expression didn't change at all. Once you hit 1-star mana, this challenge was nothing. And just like that, the first test came to an end. The next event was... Eiffel took a deep breath to fill his lungs and shouted across the entire field with his booming, thunderous voice. Now for the second test. Damien stood swallowed up in a crowd of tall, burly soldiers, keeping quiet to listen to the announcement as the official endurance run began. Eiffel started explaining the rules concisely. The time limit is 1 hour and 30 minutes. You have to finish the distance before time runs out. Bumping shoulders with other candidates and minor collisions are allowed, but attacking each other is strictly forbidden. He had already known about this rule from his past life and instantly saw right through the hidden motives behind the seemingly humane regulation, figuring there were definitely supervisors mixed in running with the crowd. Sure enough, scanning the area, Damien noticed a few people whose composure and aura were completely different from the rest. Eiffel clearly wrapped up his speech with a stern warning. Also, anyone who strays off the designated course will be disqualified immediately. So keep that in mind. Far from being shaken, the corners of his mouth twitched up into a knowing smile. This test is going to be fun. On the dirt ground, a bright red chalk line was drawn out to mark the starting point of the race. While Damien was stretching and warming up his muscles, a teenager suddenly walked up to him out of nowhere. "Are we in the same group?" He stopped what he was doing and looked around to confirm. "Me?" The other guy nodded repeatedly, confirming with a full look of excitement. "Yeah, you. I've had my eye on you for a while now." Damien found himself wondering about the guy's real intentions. "Had your eye on me? What for?" He quietly observed the person in front of him. "Wait, his face looks kind of familiar." Before Damien could think deeper and dig through his memories, Eiffel stepped closer on his own. "Do you even have to ask?" He deliberately dropped his voice to a bare minimum and whispered into Damien's ear. "You know how to use mana, right?" He cautiously took a step back to keep a safe distance from the other person while rapidly analyzing the situation in his head. There were no rules against commoners using mana, but normally, commoners who could use it either had a wealthy family backing them up or some very special power behind the scenes. Looking closely at the other guy's delicate facial features, a guess popped into Damien's mind. To verify his suspicion, he didn't beat around the bush and asked straight out, "By the way, what's your name?" Eiffel was a bit surprised by the sudden question and pointed his index finger at his own nose. "My name." Right after that, he recovered his natural demeanor, placed a hand over his chest, and clearly introduced himself. "I'm Mafet." Even though he had somewhat pictured it in his head, hearing that name with his own ears still gave Damien a shock. Eiffel used to be at this training camp, the guy who became a general and was awarded the title of Count at just 30 years old, a legend among legends. To the Damien of his past life, that name was like a bolt from the blue, as he was one of the most successful commoner-born figures in history, admired by everyone. Eiffel proactively reached out a hand, showing his desire to make friends. "Anyway, there aren't many kids our age here, so I was getting kind of bored. Let's do our best." After realizing the guy's illustrious future status, the guard in his heart quickly melted away. "Yeah." He comfortably reached out and firmly grabbed Eiffel's waiting hand. Since the guy was being this friendly, there was no reason for him to put up a hostile attitude. After all the candidates finished warming up their bodies, Eiffel picked up a megaphone in one hand. "Everyone get ready." The moment the starting horn blew, hundreds of people surged forward all at once. Within just a few short breaths, Damien kept his pace moderate and let the pack ahead of him pull away. Looking at their long strides and wind-ripping speed, he silently assessed them. Are they planning to go all out right from the start? Other running candidates in the crowd belatedly realized something was off with the frontrunners. What the hell? What are they doing? The disguised supervisors had gathered by then, forming a solid horizontal line blocking right in front of the group of candidates. "Let's go." The trailing candidates scrambled to catch up while chattering away noisily. "Looks like that's the wall of lament. They say getting past that is the real challenge of this exam. So shouldn't we just tail them and pull ahead at the very last minute?" Damien muttered while maintaining a steady, breathing rhythm. That was definitely a smart strategy. But he suddenly slammed his foot hard into the ground, his body rocketing forward like an arrow released from a bow. "Too bad that's not my style." Damien's sudden and bold burst of speed completely shocked Eiffel beside him. At the front of the pack, the supervisor group was still maintaining a very steady and relaxed running pace. Take it easy and save your energy. The real race only starts in the last 10 minutes anyway. "Yes, sir, understood." Raymond's sharp ears suddenly picked up the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps closing in from behind. "At this rate, by the time we reach the finish line..." Startlingly whipping his head around to look, a petite figure sprinting like the wind slammed straight into his field of vision. Which crazy kid is that? Raymond was also distracted by the rush of footsteps. Another reckless kid popped up this year. Seeing that, Raymond spoke up to give a heads up just to be safe and prevent any unexpected incidents. "Don't hurt him, just block his path to scare him straight." He massaged his bulging arm muscles and flashed a sly smile. "I can't promise what'll happen if he crashes into my steel shoulders, though. But I'll try to hold back as much as I can." Yet before his smug smile could even fade, a small hand lunged from behind, clamped tightly onto his shoulder, and pushed with all its might. "Out of the way!" Raymond froze for a beat. "What?" Damien skillfully used the leverage of pushing off Raymond's shoulder to spring himself up, leaving the supervisor group behind. They had only let their guard down for a single second, and he had already left them quite far behind. Coming back to his senses, Raymond panicked and yelled at the top of his lungs. "What the hell are you doing? Stop him!" The other supervisors in the group instantly snapped out of their shock. "Understood, sir." Without even needing to look back, Damien could feel their heavy footsteps chasing closer and closer. Sure, the supervisors possessed overwhelming skills over the candidates. But regardless, he took another deep breath and poured strength into his legs to accelerate, widening the gap. They're just training camp supervisors after all. Witnessing his recklessness and breathtaking breakthrough, Eiffel running behind couldn't help but laugh heartily. What's wrong with this kid? Who knows? Raymond was also heavily provoked by Damien's actions. I can't let him outshine me this easily. Eiffel stomped hard to accelerate, leaving the trailing group of candidates far behind as he rushed forward to chase after his back. The other ordinary candidates watching the whole show were completely shaken. What the hell? Is pulling stunts like that allowed? Let's go after him too. Yeah, just copy whatever he's doing. As a result, when the supervisors turned around to look, they were completely startled to see a surging wave of people rushing toward them with blazing momentum. What the hell is this? The passionate shouting of the candidates even carried across to the training ground on the other side. Damien heard the loud noise and turned his head in confusion, a hint of curiosity mixing in his heart. Things over at training field number 2 seem a bit unusual. Raymond caught some offhand info and lowered his voice to discuss it. Sounds like a pretty weird rookie just enlisted. Should we send more supervisors? While the two of them were hesitating, a deep, powerful voice cut straight through. Leave them be. The two of them instantly stood at attention and saluted in unison. Chief Supervisor Raymond. He looked toward the direction of the noise and asked back in a casual tone. Do you want people to think we're rigging the exam results? Whether they break through or not comes down to their own grit. Tracking the small figure leading the other racetrack, Raymond said flatly. And the same goes for the losers. My eye for talent really didn't miss. He thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. Who knew he'd be the type to create such unexpected variables? His actions had riled the rest of them up to charge ahead. On the battlefield, the ones who always spearheaded the purge were the ones who knew how to spark that kind of fire. Out on the track now, Damien could clearly feel every muscle fiber in his body reaching its absolute maximum limit. This was the 29th lap out of a total of 30. He poured his remaining strength into sprinting across the red marker line for the final dash. Eiffel, with his astonishing physical stamina, was also tailing closely right behind his back. Hey, Damien. He glanced over, getting slightly distracted to chat with Eiffel. You're looking pretty full of energy. Eiffel seized the opportunity to lunge forward, leaning close to Damien's ear to ask with curious playfulness. Was this your plan from the start? Damien didn't fully catch the deeper meaning of that question at first. What do you mean? Eiffel flicked his chin toward the other candidates who had collapsed and were sitting in a corner along the racetrack. If we didn't know how to use mana, we'd be looking as pathetic as them. Damien tried to regulate and keep his breathing steady, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. When you got a trump card in hand, why wouldn't you pull it out and use it? Eiffel grew increasingly interested in his new friend. You really are an interesting guy. As they talked, both of them crossed the finish line of the final leg simultaneously. The officer in charge, standing at the finish line, was still in disbelief, finally managing to stammer out loud. Both of you pass. Inside a quiet room, piled high with documents, an intrigued question suddenly rang out. I heard an interesting kid just entered the 3rd training camp, standing not far away. Kaysen clasped his hands behind his back and confirmed seriously. That's right. Instructor Raymond contacted me about that boy. He said the kid is only 13 years old. That information instantly grabbed the attention of the person across from him. He placed his hand on the desk and stood up. If a picky guy like Raymond is calling a kid interesting, then I'm starting to get a little curious. He paused for a brief moment as if weighing the value of that assessment, then narrowed his eyes to create an invisible pressure and asked, So what's that child's name? At the same time, by the towering architecture, a crowd had gathered as if something had caught their attention. In the middle of the courtyard stood a gigantic notice board. After reading the contents on it, someone clutched their head in despair. Damn it, how did I fail? No way. What about you? Amidst those cries of woe, quite a few people couldn't hide their overflowing happiness. I finally passed. Damien felt baffled. Was that really worth celebrating this much? The scene in front of him unconsciously dragged him back to the grueling times of his past life. Thinking back, during wartime, being forced to enlist was an everyday thing, and everyone scrambled to dodge the draft, constantly checking their soles and heels for blisters. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, he raised a hand to his chin and thought quietly. Come to think of it, times are still peaceful right now, quiet as hell. Suddenly, someone called out his name. Damien, hearing his name, he turned around with a doubtful look. Eiffel. The other guy immediately waved enthusiastically. Congrats. I guess we're classmates now, right? That remark made Damien quickly glance back toward the notice board. Really? You passed too? Eiffel nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I even checked the list. Your name is on there. As he spoke, he casually pointed to the very top spot on the board. It's right at the top. Damien, 13 years old. He gave a nod. I just saw it. After making it through the competitive screening together, the atmosphere between the two of them was closer than before. Let's help each other out if anything comes up, though we might not end up assigned to the same unit. Facing that enthusiasm, he replied with a calm demeanor. I'm looking forward to it. Leaving the crowded area behind, Eiffel suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, there's still a week before enlistment. What are you planning to do during this time? Damien didn't answer right away, taking a few seconds to think before speaking slowly. I'll probably be pretty busy. Looking out into the distant space, he continued with a hidden meaning. I've got a few things to take care of this week. Hearing that, curiosity immediately flared up inside Eiffel. He took a step closer and threw an arm around the other guy's shoulder. What kind of important business could it be? He just shook his way. Nothing huge, just need to buy some necessary supplies before entering the camp. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly added, come to think of it, do they hand out combat boots that are totally stiff? That's why people say you absolutely must prep extra insoles for your soles and heels. That info made him let out an oh. Really, those matters were nothing new to Damien, as he already knew all about them from his past blood and sweat experience. But to avoid revealing anything unusual compared to his current identity, he still answered sincerely. Thanks anyway, I'll keep that in mind. Eiffel flashed a wide, satisfied grin upon hearing that. What's there to thank me for? Not wanting the conversation to keep revolving around himself, he smoothly shifted to another topic. What about you? What are you planning to do this week? The sudden question made him stall slightly. Me? I've got a few things to do as well. Catching that unnatural expression, Damien realized the other person was hiding something. Are you sure? Still, Damien didn't plan on digging deeper since he had zero interest in meddling in other people's business. Yeah, get your stuff ready. See you next week. I'll head out first. The other guy waved goodbye too. Yeah, see you soon. Right at that moment, an unfamiliar figure quietly approached from behind. When the distance closed to just a few steps, that person slowly spoke up. Who was that? Hearing the familiar voice, Alan instantly turned his head back. Damien, why do you want to enlist? That caught him slightly by surprise. Seeing that reaction, the other guy continued to explain what had been on his mind. If you can use mana to that extent, you don't look like an ordinary person at all. Hearing that, Damien glanced sideways and casually shot back. Are you subtly bragging that you aren't any ordinary guy either? That blunt counterattack left Eiffel with nothing to do but offer an awkward smile. Does it sound like that? The sound of continuous footsteps echoed across the ground. After a few moments of silence, he finally answered, because this is the only place I belong. Recalling that conversation, the corners of Eiffel's mouth naturally curved upward. He's the same. He must have his own hard-to-tell grievances too. Then he turned around and told himself, I just have a feeling this is someone I'll be running into for a long time. That remark made Alan look confused. Pardon, but he just shook his head, having zero intention of explaining further. Never mind, let's go. The old man bowed respectfully and answered, Yes, young master, the supplies are ready over there. Hearing that familiar title slip into his ears made Eiffel's footsteps stall as he sighed out of frustration. Alan, I told you not to call me young master in places like this. The old man leaned on his cane and followed with an apologetic tone. Yes, I'm sorry. Brilliant sunlight washed over every rooftop along the crowded street. Amidst the endless flow of pedestrians, Damien walked leisurely while constantly observing his surroundings. Hard to believe, lively bargaining blended with laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Can't you do anything to help me? Good grief, I told you it's a lost cause. He felt a bit startled. The capital in his memories was supposed to, for a brief moment, images of citizens with hollow, starving faces and weak, begging voices rushed back. Please, just a stale piece of bread is fine. Looking at the bustling street ahead, Damien silently calculated in his head. This atmosphere was bound to change within the next 5 years anyway. Before that time arrived, he had to quickly prepare as much as possible. As soon as that thought appeared, A series of plans quickly fell into place. To make that happen, the first thing he needed to do was find the Hamal Mercantile Guild. When the era of war hit, battlefield-ready weapons and artifacts alongside food supplies would become the most crucial items. That was when the role of merchant guilds would become core. This suddenly reminded Damien of something. In the past, the wealthiest trade guild on this continent was none other than the Hamal Guild. Amidst rolling mountain ranges stretching all the way to the horizon, a military unit was temporarily setting up camp to rest after days of continuous marching. The quiet atmosphere was quickly shattered when a soldier came running frantically from afar. "Captain, looks like relief supplies are being brought over there." Looking toward an approaching caravan of carriages, the person grew suspicious. "Isn't that the Hamal Trade Guild?" Hearing that, Kaysen also watched and spoke slowly. "Rumor has it they're the filthiest rich trade guild around right now." That remark immediately angered the guy next to him. "Damn it. While our side is risking our lives on the battlefield, their side." Yet before the conversation could go any further, Damien cut in. "Without the wheat and weapons they sold, you do realize they're donating those for free, right?" He looked flustered upon hearing that. "I know, it just leaves a bit of a bitter taste." At that, his gaze shifted back to the carts piled high with supplies being hauled in. Still, continuously doing charity work with sums this large is no easy feat. Shoving that thought aside, Damien called out loudly to his squad mates. "Everyone, come and get your relief supplies." Cries of acknowledgement immediately echoed throughout the camp. "Sir," standing right where he was, Damien quietly watched as everyone happily received the food and essential supplies they needed. While everyone was still bustling about, Yerk walked up from behind and suddenly spoke. "Squad leader, that person over there looks like the head of the Hamal Trading Company." Hearing this, he immediately followed the direction the other man was pointing and confirmed it. "The head of the trading company?" Yerk pointed at the person fussily directing the wagons. "Yes. Do you see the one in the white cloak standing at the front? But looking at that guy, he's no different from some stuck-up jerk." When consciousness returned to the present, the harsh sunlight still stretched across the street ahead. Leaning his back against the roadside wall, Damien quietly pieced together the information he knew. They said the Hamal Trading Company had been doing charity work even before the war broke out. Out of the 40 trading companies in the capital, narrowing down the scope probably left only about 7. Since they were also involved in charity work, he figured he would start checking from the largest-scale trading companies. As the last rays of daylight slipped below the horizon, a golden-orange hue slowly blanketed the entire city. After a day of running around all over the place, Damien stopped in front of the door of a trading company tucked away at the end of the street. "Is this the last one?" Carrying that thought with him, he stepped across the threshold and headed inside. "Is anyone here?" Not long after his call rang out, Yerk slowly walked out from the back. "How can I help you?" The moment he laid eyes on the other person, Damien immediately concluded in his mind that this really was the last one. He bowed politely and spoke up. "I heard the Hamal Trading Company does charity work, so I wanted to come discuss investing for a good cause." The moment he laid eyes on the other person, Damien immediately concluded in his mind that this really was the last one. He bowed politely and spoke up. "I heard the Hamal Trading Company does charity work, so I wanted to come discuss investing for a good cause." That response made the man burst into an amused laugh. Such a young person with such admirable thoughts. As he moved toward the tea table, following the other man's directions, he muttered to himself, "All the previous ones were cheap knockoffs, but I suppose I still have to check them out one by one." Sitting down leisurely, the man broke into a friendly smile and proactively introduced himself. "I'm the head of the Hamal Trading Company, Yerk." Hearing that name, Damien couldn't help but freeze. Yerk? On the outside, he maintained a calm expression, but undercurrents surged within his heart. Have I finally found him? Suppressing the thoughts swirling in his head, he quickly replied, "Yes, my name is Damien." The man nodded and gestured toward the opposite chair. "Ah, nice to meet you. Let's sit down and talk." As soon as he settled into his seat, Damien couldn't wait any longer and hastily blurted out his question. "This might be a bit rude to ask, but do you happen to have a son?" That remark left the man a bit baffled. "Huh?" The man stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into a hearty laugh. I don't have a son, but I do have a rather immature daughter. This caught him off guard. A daughter? What is this? He grumbled inwardly. Another trick set up? As soon as those words left his mouth, an unexpected voice rang out and caught Damien's attention. Dad, I'm back. The moment Deal stepped inside, he recognized her instantly. The head of the Hamal Trading Company from his past life. Has he found her already? Yerk gestured toward him with his hand and introduced him. Go on and say hello, sweetie. This is Damien, and he's here to invest in our charity fund. Ariel raised a hand to adjust her hair and smiled. Hello, Mr. Damien, she asked with an expression full of expectation. Did you say you came to invest in our charity work? Damien raised his head to look at her and replied, Yes, that's right. He reached out to rub his chin, pondering silently to himself. Something's off. The previous head of the Hamal Trading Company was clearly a man, but the two of them looked identical, and their ages matched up too. Damien raised his head to look over at Ariel, inspecting her meticulously. Don't tell me this pretty face actually belongs to a daughter. Why on earth would she take the name Hamal to run the trading company? She looked over at him with a dead serious expression and inquired, If I may ask, how much capital are you planning to invest? The trading company will allocate the funds differently depending on the amount. He pressed a closed fist against his mouth and spoke in a casual tone. For now, I'd like to invest 300 gold coins. Depending on how things progress later on, I'll inject more capital. Ariel gasped and slapped a hand over her mouth. 300 gold coins? Yerk couldn't quite believe it either and asked for confirmation. Are you being serious? His eyes narrowed as he reached out a hand to ask. But if this is an investment rather than a donation, do you have any specific conditions in exchange for this money? Damien flashed a bright smile, lacing his fingers together. I want to hold a stake in the Hamal Trading Company, in the form of receiving a portion of the profits to recoup my investment cap. Yerk stared intently at him, marveling in astonishment. To think a kid would play for keeps like this. He calculated silently in his mind. For someone at this age to have that kind of money, could it be? He then asked cautiously, If it's not too much trouble, might I ask where these funds came from? Damien closed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, You don't need to worry about that. I just want to put my late parents' inheritance to good use. Hearing that, Yerk quickly bowed his head to apologize. I understand. Forgive me for being out of line. He chuckled, waving a hand dismissively in response. Oh, it's nothing at all. I completely understand. The man looked straight at Damien. We'll probably need to hold a meeting regarding the company's shares. We'll give you a definitive answer then. How does that sound? He agreed without a moment's hesitation. Yes, sounds good. See you all later then. Just as Ariel was about to leave, she noticed Yerk holding his chest with both hands in deep thought. What's wrong, Dad? He reminisced about Damien's mature demeanor during the negotiation. Aren't you shocked? The kid is only 13 years old. Those piercing eyes kept replaying in Yerk's mind. They weren't playing around. That guy definitely wasn't any ordinary kid. He clutched his chest with both hands and let out a sigh. What a shame. If he were about 5 years older, the two of you would be a match made in heaven. Hearing that, Riel's face flushed bright red as she hollered, Dad. The sound of her embarrassment echoed through the building. What on earth are you talking about? Ignoring her, Yerk chuckled teasingly. Who knows? Maybe he prefers older women. Ariel yelled angrily. Cut it out, Dad. After finishing business with the Hamal Trading Company, time flew by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, enlistment day arrived. Damien stood alone in front of the main gates, lifting his chin as he looked ahead and muttered, Today truly marks a brand new beginning. Damien raised a hand toward the sun high above. Even if his past life ended up scattered to the winds for nothing, this time around things were going to be different. Then he clenched his fists tightly with determination. This time, I'm going to be the one who devours this entire empire. After a long while, Damien carried his luggage into the room. My unit was assigned to the 3rd Training Company, 1st Platoon, right? He craned his neck to look around, spotting not a single familiar face. Was Eiffel assigned to a different platoon? Damien set his luggage down on the bed and grumbled inwardly. I forgot he's the only one around my age here. What a bummer. Right at that moment, a booming voice rang out, causing him to glance over. Nice to meet you all. He stood at the doorway with his hands on his hips, peering inside. I'm the one who will be managing you lot for the next month. Platoon leader Brian of the 1st Platoon. Brian then held up 3 fingers for emphasis. Right now, we're going to start inspecting personal effects, food, and water. His expression darkened as he curled those 3 fingers into a threatening fist. Contraband, especially anyone hiding alcohol or cigarettes. You'd better step forward and confess right now. Anyone I catch red-handed trying to hide stuff is going to taste a world of fun. Damien watched as the guys on the neighboring bed started panicking, crying out, "I quit smoking, but I accidentally packed some anyway." And the shopkeeper said bringing booze and wouldn't get caught. He cast a sideways glance in that direction and sighed inwardly. You idiots, if you're going to buy contraband, hide it properly, otherwise don't bother dragging your carcasses along. Brian marched over and barked coldly. Empty everything out of your bags right now. A moment later, he stopped in front of Damien's bed, looked over the luggage spread across it, and declared, "Nothing out of the ordinary here." Brian rubbed his chin and looked down to inquire. "Say, how old are you anyway? You look totally baby-faced." Damien replied with a completely calm expression. "I'm 13. Hearing that left the man utterly shocked. 13. Kyle sat up on his bed and cursed angrily. What the hell kind of era is this? Are they seriously letting toddlers into the military now? Logan chimed in, huffing and puffing. Do you think life is some kind of joke? Catching Damien glaring over at him, his face immediately darkened. What are you staring at, brat? You looking to pick a fight? He instantly closed his eyes, thinking to himself that there was no point wasting breath arguing with scum like that. But Damien's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he stared intently at Kyle. I'm going to remember this face. I'll make sure to teach this old bastard what it feels like to get beaten to a pulp by a kid. Logan, standing nearby, couldn't help wrapping his arms around himself. What the hell? Why did a chill just run down my spine? Brian's voice rang out. Hey you. He marched right up to the guy and demanded, empty out your entire backpack right now. Hearing that, Logan turned pale with terror and stammered. This is all of it, sir. Brian's expression soured as he leaned in close to glare right at him. Do you need me to personally rifle through your bag myself? Logan panicked and immediately emptied everything out of his basket. No need, Commander. I'm dumping it right now. This, and Brian put his hands on his hips and threatened coldly. Let me warn you in advance. Anyone I catch hiding contraband, so I have to dig it out myself. Thinking of Brian's words, the guys turned green with terror, mentally preparing themselves to run laps around the training grounds all night long. Urging the surrounding troops along, he shouted, hurry up and empty the rest out. Watching this, Damien felt thoroughly vindicated. Serves those fools right. After a while, Brian paced back and forth with his hands on his hips and announced, that concludes the personal inspection. He turned his head to address the crowd. Now, I need to appoint a temporary student platoon leader to take command of the troops whenever I'm away. Brian reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper to look at it. The moment his eyes hit that paper, he gasped in surprise. We've got a recruit in this platoon who aced the entrance exams with a sky-high score. Lowering the paper, Brian hollered out to the crowd. Damien. Who's Damien? Step forward. His gaze drifted toward Kyle, who was sitting in the corner with a dark expression. Was it that guy from earlier? When picking a student platoon leader, character was just as important as ability. Brian walked up to him and inquired. You're Damien, right? Right on cue, Damien stepped forward. That's me. Hearing that, the man spun around in shock. Wasn't it that guy? Then who the hell was it? Laying eyes on him, Brian's eyes bulged as he froze in place. He gripped the paper tightly in his hand and stammered out a question. Did you just say you're 13? Damien calmly affirmed. Yes, that's right. Hearing that, Kyle glared over and sneered loudly. A little runt like that wants to be student platoon leader? What the hell? Has the military turned into a daycare center or something? Brian put his hands on his hips and snapped. Quiet down in that corner. Still unconvincing, the man argued back. What did I say that was wrong, Commander? Kyle stood up and marched step by step right up to him. The student platoon leader represents you, sir. Shouldn't they at least have to prove they possess actual leadership skills? He then pointed an index finger at Damien with utter contempt. Handing command over to a toddler is going to completely ruin our platoon's discipline. The corners of his mouth twitched upward into a smile. He didn't particularly care for this troublesome platoon leader gig anyway. But this jerk just loved picking fights, didn't he? Damien then made up his mind. All right then, let's play along with this old man to the fullest. Tilting his head with a mocking smirk, he provoked, I'm confident I could do a hell of a job better than some brawn-over-brains brute with no brains. Guaranteed. Hearing that, Kyle erupted in fury. What did you just say, you little brat? Brian shot a sideways glance and inquired. Your name is Kyle, right? He replied coolly, Yes, Commander. I'll still take on the position for now. Right after that, he casually reached out and grabbed Kyle by the collar. Aura radiating pure killing intent. Brian glared straight into his face and roared. If you ever dare belittle a comrade by calling them a brat or using any similar garbage terminology ever again, next time it won't just end with a simple warning like this. Do I make myself clear? Looking up from below, Kyle stared into the man's dead serious face. Crystal clear. Commander. Brian then lifted his chin to look at Damien. That being said, what he said isn't entirely wrong. The authority of a student platoon leader demands genuine leadership capability. Kyle raised a hand with a suggestion. How about this then, platoon leader? Why don't this kid and I have a match? Winner takes the seat. That way it proves both capability and authority in one go, doesn't it? Brian looked over at him to ask, Do you agree to this? Damien closed his eyes, thinking to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to whip the military discipline into shape once and for all. Fine by me. Works either way. He then pointed a finger straight at Kyle and called out, So I just need to beat this blockhead to a pulp, right? The man bristled with outrage. Blockhead? Brian looked toward the rest of the room. Do the rest of you agree to this wager? They all answered in unison. Agreed. He led the crowd as they marched out quickly. Then there's no need to drag this out. Everyone follow me out to the training field for a sparring match. Brian glanced at Kyle's arrogant stance and Damien's calm expression as he announced, The match starts right now. Brian looked between Kyle and Damien to clarify. The rule is that if an opponent surrenders, the fight stops immediately. Are you both ready? He wore a smug, cocky smile as he replied, I'm ready. Damien closed his eyes, nodded, and spoke up, I'm ready. Brian's voice rang out with the declaration. Then let the match begin. Kyle rubbed his shoulder with his free hand, muttering to himself that picking on a kid made him feel a bit guilty. Damien let out a sigh and urged him on. Stop yapping and just charge already, you clod. Veins bulged on the man's forehead as he let out a furious roar. You little punk. Kyle's eyes flashed with a crimson light. The reason you're going to get beaten like a dog today is entirely because of that mouth of yours. Damien stood his ground, calm and composed. This guy's speed is better than I expected. Compared to the grunts from my past life, he's actually got some cred. He watched as Kyle closed the distance right up to his face. Damien kept his eyes locked on the oncoming fist, thinking to himself that it only amounted to this much. He then shifted his weight and sidestepped out of the way. You don't stand a chance against me. Staring at the scene before him in disbelief, Kyle gasped. You dodged it? It's like you knew exactly where my punch was heading. Gathering his strength, he reared back for another strike. Looks like you picked up a few dirty tricks somewhere. But there's no dodging this one. Damien tilted his head and effortlessly dodged yet again. Too slow. Kyle smashed his two fists together with a thunderous crash. If you can dodge my punches, I'm just going to body slam straight into you. He then charged forward at full speed, right toward where Damien was standing. He closed his eyes, sensing Kyle's hands closing in. As the man grazed past him once more, he cried out in frustration. Where the hell did this kind of? Damien's voice rang out from right behind him. Right here. Immediately afterward, Kyle let out a sharp cry of pain as he took a direct blow to the chest. Damien looked up at Kyle, thinking to himself that taking a direct hit like that made it pretty tough to stay upright. He watched the man let out an agonized yelp, dropping one hand to the ground to steady himself. You hit way harder than I thought, kid. Kyle's face darkened as he lunged forward wildly in a frenzy. You bastard, I'm gonna kill you. Damien hopped backward, evading his attack cleanly. At this point, it was about time to put this guy away. He then drove a fist straight into Kyle's stomach. Damien watched as the man clutched his gut and collapsed onto the ground. Right in the center, Kyle's head hit the ground hard as he passed out cold on the spot. Damien casually dusted off his hands. Looks like this brute's out like a light. He then swept his gaze across the room, radiating a fierce killing intent. Anyone else want to step up and try their luck? The remaining guys exchanged uneasy glances, not a single one daring to step forward. Right after that, Brian's voice rang out with the announcement. Sparring session ends. Recruit Damien wins. From now on, Recruit Damien officially assumes the role of student platoon leader. A little while later, Kyle stepped out of the infirmary and gently pulled the door shut. I'm heading out, he thought to himself with a deeply sour expression. Never in a million years did he expect to be carried into the infirmary unconscious like this. Kyle couldn't help recalling that punch. He couldn't remember a single thing that happened after taking a hit to his right ribs. Could it be that he lost consciousness from that kid's very first strike? Standing quietly outside the infirmary door in deep thought, he realized he had actually thought nobody in this dump could match him, only to suffer such a pathetic defeat. The guys inside jumped in startled shock as he pushed the door open with a gloomy look on his face. They probed cautiously, whispering among themselves, "What do we do now? Should we stop him? We gotta stop him. If we let him keep acting like this, we'll all end up staying in the infirmary next." Suddenly, Kyle walked up right behind him and called out, catching his attention, Damien. Dropping to his knees on the ground, he bowed his head in a respectful salute and shouted, "I surrender. From here on out, you're my boss." Damien froze in place, dumbfounded as he thought. What the hell is going on? Why is this guy suddenly flipping out like this? Did I accidentally hit his head too hard earlier or something? Raising his head, Kyle recounted earnestly, "You're the youngest person I've ever fought, but you're also the strongest. Respecting someone stronger than yourself is only natural." Kyle's voice rang out. "Please accept me as your subordinate." Damien was equally astonished. He had taken the guy for some arrogant, insolent punk, but it turned out he actually knew how to show respect to those above him. He then reached out a hand to make peace. "No need to call me boss. Just call me Damien," Damien added with a beaming smile. "Let's do our best from here on out, Kyle." Kyle also reached out his hand to shake. "I'm really looking forward to fighting side by side with you, Damien." A week at the camp flew by swiftly after Damien and his group enlisted. Brian put his hands on his hips and barked as he watched them run. "Don't stop. Keep your eyes on the back of the person in front of you, and keep running." Damien couldn't help but reflect that the instructor's relentless cramming of exercises made time fly like the wind. After seeing everyone finish running, Brian raised a hand to announce, "Training session is over. Soldiers are dismissed back to the barracks. Damien, follow me." Hearing that, he followed the man with a puzzled look. "What's going on? Where are we suddenly heading?" Damien followed Brian and stopped in front of a room with a suspicious look. The administrative office? Are they about to make an announcement? He looked at the neatly lined-up crowd inside, wondering to himself why those guys were here too. Damien stepped inside, figuring he would just listen to whatever announcement they had before deciding what to do next. Catching sight of him, Kaysen brought a hand to his mouth and blurted out, "Where the hell did this little runt come from? Ah, damn it, I said that out loud. I was supposed to keep in my head." Damien also raised his head to look. The guy was as skinny as a toad. In his mind, Damien silently imagined the scene. Putting this guy next to Kyle would probably be hilarious. Their body types were a total polar opposite. Kaysen gritted his teeth with a deeply annoyed expression. "What the hell are you glaring at?" Damien replied with a completely calm look, "I'm just curious to see how much wider those eye sockets of his can possibly open." The man started roaring in fury before suddenly stopping upon hearing cough. "You little brat." Kaysen furrowed his brow and shouted to stop him. "Quiet down. Is this place somewhere you can just run wild?" Kaysen lowered his voice to issue a furious, menacing threat. "I'll deal with you later." From above, the man's voice continued to ring out. "Looks like all the platoon leaders and soldiers from every unit have gathered here." Kaysen looked straight at the crowd and explained, "The reason I called you all here today is to announce the platoon versus platoon matches taking place next week. This is an extremely important midterm evaluation for the platoons. So, platoon leaders and soldiers alike, lead your units and prepare yourselves thoroughly." "Understood." The soldiers below placed their hands behind their backs and answered in unison, "Understood, sir." Kaysen spoke up to dismiss everyone. "All right, dismissed back to the barracks." Kaysen walked up next to Damien and barked loudly, "Hey, you little punk." He raised a fist high into the air and threatened aggressively. "This little brat doesn't know how to watch his step, does he? You better watch out, or you might end up beaten to a pulp one of these days." Seeing this from the back, Riel chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "The real person who doesn't know how to watch his step is right there. You're both student platoon leaders, yet you act so high and mighty just because you're older. Instead of standing around talking trash and wasting time, wouldn't it be better to go practice with your own platoon leader?" Kaysen spun around with a furious look on his face and snapped loudly. "If it's none of your business, get lost. Or do you want a beating too?" Riel flashed a smile in response. "Well, we can't be too sure about that. Let's see who ends up getting the beating." He then waved a hand toward Damien and said, "Forget that crazy bastard. Let's go." He replied in agreement. "Yeah, let's go." Damien walked in front and let out a scoff of disdain, then turned his head back to ask, "Hey, which platoon are you in anyway?" Kaysen proudly thrust his thumb out to introduce himself. "4th Platoon. I'm a 4th Platoon leader." The corners of Damien's lips curled up into a bright smile. "All right, I'll make sure to remember that. See you at the team match." As the idiot was walking down the hallway, Riel called out to him, "You're Damien, right?" Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?" Riel explained with a beaming smile, "I've been hearing your name nonstop from that guy, Afel, in my platoon. Word is you ranked first in practical skills." He also looked at Damien and formally introduced himself. "I'm Private Riel, 3rd Platoon Leader. The upcoming team match is going to depend heavily on your abilities." He rested a hand on his hip and replied, "Don't sweat it." Upon returning to the room, Damien called out with a dead serious expression, "Attention everyone." Kyle stood up, walked over to him, and inquired, "Damien, what's going on?" Damien's voice rang out, explaining that in a week there would be a platoon versus platoon team match between us and the others. Thinking of that flag of victory, he declared, "We are taking first place no matter what." Damien gave a sharp clap of his hands. "And there's one thing you all must remember. Out of the 3 teams we'll be facing," he spread both hands out to make his announcement, "we are going to completely crush the 4th Platoon, especially." Damien made a throat-slitting motion with his thumb and instructed, "The platoon leader of the 4th Platoon, we need to beat that guy to an absolute pulp." "Clear." Watching the crowd gathered in front of him, Damien thought to himself that as they entered the 2nd week of training, the atmosphere on the training grounds had completely changed. Nolan stared intently at the documents in his hand with a grave expression. "The military's goal is to win the competition, and starting this week, you will be learning formations, something utterly crucial during matches." Narrowing his eyes, he looked down at the men below to remind them, "Even though this is a team event, we will still award individual bonus points to soldiers who display exceptional skills. So you better show off what you've got." The crowd shouted in unison, "Understood, Commander." Damien couldn't help but ponder. Bonus points? Nice. Who in a training camp doesn't want a high score to get assigned to their favorite branch? The corners of his mouth curved upward into a joyful, "Please smile. I might as well give it my all and see how it goes." Nolan then waved a hand in the air. "Today we're going to learn the wedge formation, an offensive battle array specifically designed to pierce enemy lines." Seeing this, Damien thought to himself, "The wedge formation? Huh?" Information regarding it instantly flashed through his mind. This formation possessed immense destructive power, acting just like a giant arrow, but its weakness was that if the vanguard's spearhead collapsed, everything behind it would unravel right along with. Damien cast a sideways glance at Kyle beside him. Even so, if the person leading the charge was strong enough, it would generate a devastating force. Good thing our team happened to have the exact right guy to act as the spearhead. Right after that, Nolan placed his hands behind his back and announced, "We will now practice the wedge formation right away. Split into 2 groups and quickly form up into a wedge move." Damien looked toward him and told Kyle, "You head over to that side. I'll command the formation over here." He let out a cold snort. "I'm not going to lose this time." He walked up in front of the group and gave a gentle wave. "All right, everyone gather around. I'll teach you guys a trick regarding the wedge formation the instructor just went over." Cheaton asked with a skeptical look, "What trick? Have you ever even done this before?" Damien replied with a totally calm expression, "My dad used to be in the military, so I learned a thing or two." The whole group huddled together as his voice began to explain. "Those guys over there are definitely going to set up their wedge formation exactly as the instructor said. And when they charged forward, Damien clenched his fist and shouted, "Sounds good." Cheaton also raised his fist with a bright smile. "Let's test it out right now." Hearing that, Damien put his hands on his hips and called out, "You guys with the muscle stand right behind me, and the shorter guys hold the shields to cover the flanks." Gripping his shield tight, he looked back and warned, "Remember to hold your shields high, at least high enough to cover your heads." The crowd answered in unison, "Got it." Damien raised his head to look at the opposing side. They looked like they were setting up their defenses pretty thoroughly, but whatever they did was going to be completely useless. He calmly concluded that they would just punch right through and be done with it, then looked back over his shoulder to bark the order, "Don't drop the speed. Settle this in a single charge." Nolan also swung his arm down to give the order, "Match start." The instructor's voice rang out over the left side. A wave of commotion echoed across the field. Damien glanced over at that side with a faint smile, thinking to himself, not bad for their first time setting up a defense like that. Advancing without breaking formation at all, his eyebrows knitted tightly together. All right, they were about to close in on Kyle's formation. He then urged loudly, "Pick up the pace, men." Across the way, Kyle's group marched in unison, shouting encouragement back and forth. Purple light radiated from Damien's body as he thought to himself that it was his turn to make a move now. He hadn't bothered using mana during the physical endurance training. He pondered silently in his head, but for times like this, you just had to whip it out and use it. Letting out a shout, he slammed his shield hard against Kyle's incoming shield and shoved forward. Damien applied heavy pressure to his shield and shouted excitedly, "Push harder, wedge right in the gap just like we planned." He calculated rapidly in his mind. If they targeted the weak spot, instead of crashing straight into them head-on, the enemy would be thrown into momentary disarray. And at that exact moment, a voice cried out, "Somebody stop him!" Damien's eyes lit up as he stared straight ahead. "I'll do it." He looked at the opening that had been created and yelled, "Here's our chance." Immediately afterward, long wooden staffs from Damien's faction simultaneously struck the knees of the opposing soldiers. Logan was knocked backward, gasping in shock. "What the hell is this?" Spun around, Kyle glared at the men continually collapsing and screamed, "What the hell are you idiots doing? Get back up." He whipped his head around toward this side and cursed loudly, "Damn it all, I'm taking you down first." Right after that, Damien lunged forward with his shield raised high. "Kyle, did you forget who your opponent is?" Kyle's expression turned pitch black as he roared coldly, "Step aside." Hearing that, Damien raised his shield to intercept and asked back, "You want me to step aside?" The man replied with a dead serious look, "Yes." The moment he saw Damien right next to him, he blurted out, "Huh." Right after that, he effortlessly applied force to shove downward, sending Kyle crashing to the ground. Looking down from above, Damien chuckled, "Kyle, your build is great, but you need to learn how to apply your strength at the right time and place." Nolan stood still, watching the combat unfolding over there. That kid was way better than he had anticipated. He stared fixedly at Damien's small frame, noting that his physique didn't have anything particularly overwhelming about it. It was hard to believe he was a recruit of the exact same age as the rest of the squad. Right after that, Nolan stretched both arms out to the sides and announced, "Cease." The winning team of this training match is Damien's squad. Damien reached out a hand to praise him. "Good job, Kyle." Grabbing his hand to pull himself up, Kyle said, "I'm definitely taking you down next time." He then inquired, "Say, Damien, what kind of tactic was that anyway?" The guys behind Kyle also chimed in with questions. "Did you deliberately target our weak spots? How the hell are we supposed to defend against that?" The crowd swarmed around him in a noisy clamor. "Hey, why don't we just use this trick for the squad versus squad matches too, Damien?" Twilight dyed the area in hues of gold. Damien looked toward Kyle and Logan, who were practicing nearby. These guys usually bolted straight for the barracks the second training ended. Yet here they were, actually reviewing their mistakes and practicing extra together. The corners of his mouth twitched upward into a smile as he thought to himself, "This kind of atmosphere is great. If they prepare properly, there's no need to worry about the tournament at all." Suddenly, a grating voice rang out. "Is that little brat really the first squad leader? Seriously?" Damien let out a puzzled sound and glanced over. Din pointed right at this side and shouted, "Spot on." Look at him standing there directing the troops' training. Ashton laughed derisively. What's wrong with those guys? How could they possibly listen to a little brat like that? Logan's face darkened as he glared over. What the hell did those bastards just say? A little runt? Cheval also frowned in annoyance. Those assholes. Din stretched his arms out to continue provoking them. What? Kids are just runts, plain and simple. Did I say something wrong? Ashton chimed in with a chuckle. Just looking at them tells you how trashy that squad skill level is. Mason stepped out from behind with a contemptuous smirk. Forget those losers. It's not your fault for following them. The fault lies entirely with that overconfident idiot who doesn't know his own limits, playing squad leader. Damien turned his head to look, and seeing him, couldn't help cursing inwardly. It's that same asshole again. Does he just have an itch for a beating or something? He then gave a slight shake of his head. Whatever. Why bother getting worked up over small fry trash, trying to provoke us? We're going to crush him in the tournament anyway. He then calmly gave the order. First squad, dismissed back to the barracks. Suddenly, a furious voice roared out. What kind of tone are you motherfuckers taking? Damien raised his head and looked in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Logan's group charged forward with furious expressions, shouting angrily. If you bastards run into our squad in the tournament, you can consider yourselves dead meat. Assholes, keep your eyes open and wait for us to come smash you to pieces. Kyle pointed a finger aggressively at Mason and declared, especially you squinty-eyed bastards standing in the front row, you better go order your caskets in advance. Burning with anger, he whipped his head around to ask, Damien, those bastards you were just cursing at, they're for the fourth squad, right? He was momentarily startled before confirming. Huh? Oh, yeah, right. Kyle. And the others glared at the group, smashing their fists together. Those scumbags, we got to beat them to a pulp no matter what. Right after that, the crowd started yelling excitedly. Even during break time today, let's keep training. When we face the fourth squad, I'm going to use their faces to mop the floor. Watching them, Damien couldn't help marveling inwardly. He hadn't expected these guys to be so easily riled up, but then again, he couldn't help breaking into a bright smile. This was turning out to be quite a breeze. That evening inside Baruch's office, he leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed and inquired, Did you spot any decent talent among this batch of recruits? Raymond reported with a grave expression. Sir, I found a few with decent potential, but two individuals in particular stand out above the rest. Baruch immediately reached out to pick up the documents and scan them. Both of them are still pretty young, huh? What makes them stand out? Hearing that, he spoke up. I can't say for sure, but it seems they already know how to manipulate mana. Startled, the man questioned him again. Mana? Both of those recruits can pull that off. Raymond stood at attention and replied, Aside from that, they don't seem particularly special, sir. Baruch lowered his head, calculating silently in his mind. Most people who registered for the training camp were commoners. Mana cultivation methods cost a fortune to acquire. Thus, to commoners, mana felt like some distant, mysterious power. He stared intently at the profiles of the two individuals and muttered. Recruit Damien enlisted after losing both parents, and recruit Eiffel has an equally ordinary background. The fact that it's so excessively ordinary is precisely what's bothering me. Right after that, Baruch lifted his head to ask, Oh, by the way, I heard there was some friction between some of the squads earlier. Raymond closed his eyes to report, Yes, sir. That commotion actually involved recruit Damien. Thinking of Mason's group provoking him over Damien being too young to be a squad leader, and adding what Logan's group had said, he explained how the other squad leaders and team members looked down on him, but the first squad got thoroughly fired up over it, which ended up uniting the whole team tightly. Hearing that, Baruch couldn't help confirming. You mean the men of the first squad have actually recognized that kid as their leader? Raymond bowed his head in affirmation. Yes, sir, that's correct. Baruch rested his chin in one hand and hummed. Interesting. He crooked a finger to gesture. Since things have turned out this way, how about we try something? He leaned in close to listen to Baruch's entire plan. Upon hearing it, Raymond asked in startled surprise, Don't you think doing that might backfire? The man chuckled softly, resting his head in his hand. If so, it just proves their capabilities only amount to that much anyway. Thinking of Kyle's group, Baruch added, But if their team spirit is strong enough, it's well worth a try. Therefore, his eyes flashed with a greedy light as he announced, "Max out the training intensity for the first squad and the fourth squad, the ones who just got into a brawl." Kyle's group suddenly jolted in surprise, simultaneously spinning around to look at each other. What the hell? Why do we suddenly get goosebumps all over? Inside the room, someone lying on a bed cried out, "Crap, why on earth did they add extra training hours suddenly?" The person next to him also spoke up, "I heard only our squad and the fourth squad got hit with extra training as punishment." Remembering today's exercises, Kyle gritted his teeth and growled, "They said crawling drills are added to the mix too." Another guy complained unhappily, "Isn't it a bit too harsh to punish us just for cursing a few times?" Kyle glanced back over his shoulder to ask, "Damien, is this even remotely fair?" Hearing that, he sank into quiet contemplation. Crawling drills. Damien closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he knew their exact game, then replied, "Fair or not, what else can we even do about it?" He stood up and walked toward the group to question them. "You guys thought you were on a vacation retreat or something?" Damien turned his head back to interrogate the crowd. "These crawling exercises are definitely going to leave your bodies aching like hell. But if you push through, our physical stamina will completely outclass the other squads. Everyone understands the real purpose of this drill, right?" Cheval raised an eyebrow and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, even that kid figured it out." Another guy couldn't help thinking, "If I start whining here, does that mean I'm losing to a 13-year-old kid?" Damien closed his eyes and chuckled as he continued, "It's gonna hurt like a bitch the first time, but I got your back, so just give it everything you've got." Then another guy grumbled with dissatisfaction, "Surely they aren't expecting us to crawl across this gravel-strewn field, are they?" He lifted his head to ask, "What, you want them to roll out a plush mattress for you to lie on instead?" Kyle asked in utter astonishment, "Say, Damien, the way you talk sounds like you've done this exact crap a million times before." He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Well, I did do it all the time." In his mind, Damien recalled how many countless times in his past life he had been forced to crawl flat against the dirt just to cling to his life. Right after that, he let out a silent sigh. But that wasn't the true meaning of the crawling drill. Damien couldn't help reflecting. Forcing crawling drills on top of an already exhausting training schedule, right when everyone's bodies were already covered in scratches and bruises. Someone grabbed another guy by the collar and roared, "What the hell were you just barking about, you dog?" Damien sank into silent contemplation. Everyone's temper would inevitably flare up. An internal strife within the squad was bound to start brewing. He cast a gaze across the crowd in deep thought, overcoming the pressure generated by this drill. That was the actual purpose of adding it in. They just wanted to see whether Squad 1 or Squad 4 had better heat tolerance. Damien squatted down by the foot of his bed and dragged out a wooden chest. "Since their intentions are this obvious, there's no way we're just sitting here taking it lying down." He then shouted loudly, "Hey men, drag every single pair of socks out here right now." Died asked in confusion, "Socks? Why the hell are we pulling out socks all of a sudden?" His voice rang out right then. Damien grinned brightly and pulled hard on the socks in his hands. "I'm going to perform a magic trick to make lucky charms for this drill." The next morning, the instructor stared down at them and inquired, "First squad, is everyone assembled and accounted for?" The voices of Damien's group rang out. "Understood, sir." He looked down at them to introduce himself. "All right, I'm Nielsen, the instructor in charge of your crawling drills. Today we're going to learn low crawling techniques." Nielsen placed his hand behind his back and instructed the squad leaders standing before him. "Low crawling requires you to keep your body pressed flat against the ground, hold your spears straight, and move fast by coordinating alternate arm and knee movements." He then pointed a hand toward the net obstacles ahead and asked, "Now, you're going to clear that obstacle course using this low crawling technique. Ready?" The men of the first squad shouted excitedly, "Ready, instructor." Watching them, Nielsen mused inwardly. At least this bunch still looked like they had some life left in them, unlike those fourth squad losers. With a dead serious expression, he barked the order, "First group, sweep through that obstacle course for me right now. Move out." The members of the first squad dropped prone simultaneously, swiftly crawling underneath the netting. Nielsen closed his eyes and wondered suspiciously starting crawling drills in just the second week, when it normally didn't happen until the fourth. What the hell is the company commander even plotting? He lifted his head to look at the men, muttering to himself. Crawling across terrain like this brings pain that isn't just your ordinary fatigue. There's no way they won't struggle and trip over themselves constantly. Suddenly, Nielsen's eyes widened in startled shock as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Watching the men already nearing the finish line, he blurted out in bewilderment. What the hell? What kind of insane speed are these guys clearing the obstacles with? Nielsen's expression dropped in bewilderment. What the hell? This is clearly the first time they've ever practiced crawling. From behind, a figure appeared to report to the coach. That person asked suspiciously, "When does Squad 2 get to go?" Nielsen startled and pointed in that direction, giving the order, "Squad 2, move out." The members of Squad 1 eagerly lunged toward the sharp netting. Nielsen looked back and forth between the two sides, unable to help muttering to himself. What is wrong with these guys? They look like a bunch of starving berserkers. Damien hugged his head with a smile. I bet the teacher didn't expect us to pull this off so smoothly on day one. This is definitely the first time in his crawling instructor career he's ever dealt with this. Kyle crawled out looking utterly thrilled. Damien is insanely awesome. Another person chimed in loudly and excitedly. Earlier, I even had to pretend to look in pain and exhausted. That person rolled up their sleeves and chimed in loudly. Navigating that terrain is definitely a bit of a pain in the ass. But this trick is an absolute lifesaver. DD praised with an ecstatic face. Cutting all of that up to make elbow and knee pads? Damien, you're an absolute genius. Right after that, Nielsen's voice rang out to announce, Squad 1's crawling drill is complete. Everyone dismissed back to the barracks. Kyle glanced over from the side to ask, Hey, Damien, where on earth did you learn that trick from? Damien replied without turning his head, From my late father. But it comes with a warning. Hearing that, he pressed, What is it? He smiled softly and answered, Never, ever get caught by the instructor. In Damien's mind, the instructor's furious face flashed back. You little brats, you got some nerve pulling tricks right in front of me. Everyone down, low crawls around the training ground 100 times right now. Move. Hearing that, Kyle burst out laughing and slapped him hard on the head. Total genius. Speak of the devil. Damien turned his head back, thinking to himself, why does this guy always hit so damn hard? Is he holding a personal grudge or something? He raised his head and looked thoughtfully at the nearby weapons. Anyway, I only have the shield and spear drills left, right? Finally, I get to learn the kingdom's best spearmanship. Damien fell into deep thought as that image resurfaced. The kingdom's best spearmanship. Stupid people would dismiss it when compared to the prestigious swordplay of noble houses. But if you push it to its absolute peak, it's a supreme technique that yields to no martial art. He recalled his own past life. The catch was that most people just stopped at the basics and gave up on it. In his previous life, this spearmanship was his only turning point. Damien reminisced about that person's figure. I pushed myself through hell and back practicing it, finally achieving a decent level of success and only truly breaking through after meeting my master. The corners of his mouth curved up into a faint smile. Master, I wonder if that old geezer is still as eccentric as he used to be. I'm definitely going to run into him again someday. Opposite them, the members of Squad 4 were shouting loudly. This is so exhausting, crawling over a pile of razor-sharp gravel like this. Are they out of their minds? Kyle raised his head and said, Looks like Squad 4 just finished their practice too. But those guys, Mason also roared with absolute fury. Can you all shut the hell up? Do me a favor and stop whining. Damien and Kyle were startled and shocked upon hearing those words. The surrounding Squad 4 members instantly shouted back in dissatisfaction. What? What did you just bark? Mason yelled furiously, acting like you're some big veteran big shot. Seeing this, Kyle chuckled and spoke up. Things over there look as tense as a bloody brawl. Logan chimed in as well. If we didn't have those pads, we'd probably be screaming at each other just like that right now. Kyle threw an arm around his shoulders and laughed out loud. So lucky. Damien's pads are literally a lifesaver for us. Mason looked up with a furious expression. Those damn bastards. How do they still have the mood to sit there grinning like idiots? Hayden also asked irritably. Obviously, they had to do the exact same crawling drill as us, so how come they still look completely intact, like nothing happened? Mason yelled furiously. I bet they pulled some sneaky stunt again. If it weren't for those guys, we wouldn't have been punished with this crawling drill. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed loudly. Bastards. Mason resolved in his heart. The inter-squad tournament is in just a few days, and when it arrives, I'm going to crush every single one of them. Mason's expression turned ferocious as he glared across the way, determined to snatch the championship title. Damien met his gaze with a completely calm expression. Time flew by extremely fast. And finally, the day of the inter-squad tournament arrived. The instructor looked at the crowd below and asked, "Are all 4 squads fully assembled?" The crowd shouted in unison, "Understood, Commander." The man's voice continued, "I'll be calling out the squads according to the tournament bracket shortly. Everyone get ready." Kyle turned his head and shouted, "Hey, Damien." He looked back with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Frowning, he glanced at Damien and wondered, "You look somehow different today, or am I just losing my mind?" Kyle's voice continued, "There's definitely something different about you. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Did you get taller or something? Aren't you still in a growing phase?" Logan laughed excitedly from behind. "Oh, Kyle, please." Damien was already tall to begin with. The person next to him chimed in. "That's right. It's just that you're unreasonably huge. Quit teasing him." Damien glanced over there, thinking angrily. Can this guy instinctively sense everything or what? An image of last night flashed through his mind. Truth be told, last night he had broken through to the second tier of the mana-breathing technique. Thanks to that, his internal mana reserves had increased significantly. Damien thought about that enveloping purple light and reflected. Ever since entering this training camp, sticking to daily mana training has finally paid off. Right after that, he spoke up loudly, leaving him puzzled. Damien said with a completely serious expression, "In this squad tournament, I want our squad to achieve an absolute, crushing victory." He thought about that opportunity in his mind. The top 5 most outstanding soldiers in the tournament would be rewarded with the privilege of choosing any piece of equipment they liked from the armory. Damien lowered his head and pondered inwardly. People usually choose weapons or armor enchanted with one-time defensive magic, but those things are rank C at best. He clenched his fist, thinking of the ring radiating light. That's not my target. In my past life, I heard a subordinate from training camp number 3 talk about it. Damien stared straight ahead, deep in thought. There's a ring with an insanely good special ability. It's an item with a continuous passive effect, so value-wise it has to be rank A or higher. He gently clenched his fist again and reasoned. To get my hands on it, I have to win this tournament and take first place. If Aphel, who also knows how to use mana, gets picked first, he might just snatch it right out from under me. Then he raised his head and asked, "Do you think we can pull it off?" Kyle chuckled and confirmed, "Of course we can." Then he slammed his hands together hard. Kyle looked at the crowd below and asked back, "Did you guys hear that clearly? The squad leader says we're prioritizing this tournament." You heard that loud and clear, right? Brimming with fighting spirit, they shouted excitedly, "Hell yeah. First place is definitely ours." Kyle turned his head back and said, "Looks like everyone's on the same page." Damien closed his eyes and smiled. "Awesome." Then the instructor's voice rang out. "I will now announce the schedule for the first match of the squad tournament. Squad 1, step forward." Damien took the lead and walked forward with a smile. "Let's march straight to the peak of glory, guys." Right after the squad stepped up to report, the instructor loudly announced every detail. The squad tournament will be divided into 2 sides, one attacking and one defending. We swap sides after each round, playing a total of 2 training matches. The recruits' expressions simultaneously turned solemn as every single word echoed in their ears. If the attacking team fails to capture the flag within the allotted time, it's an automatic loss. Squad 2. And of course, Damien and the recruits of Squad 1 had 0 objections to the instructor's subsequent command. Prepare to attack first. After listening to the instructions, he turned directly to face his subordinates and emphasized every single word. "Just do exactly what we did during practice." They shouted in unison, "Understood." Having received a satisfactory answer, Damien swept his gaze toward the sturdiest recruit in the lineup. "Kyle, you haven't forgotten the plan, right? When you hear my signal, just plow straight into the guys in front of you with everything you've got. He directly and breezily assured him, "Don't worry about it. I'm plenty confident when it comes to brute strength." And once both sides had set up their formations, the instructor instantly shouted the declaration at maximum volume. Match start. As the attacking side, Squad 2 naturally rushed forward in a triangle formation at top speed. Tear him to shreds. Chevron's group tightly gripped the wooden shields in their hands to withstand the oncoming pressure, while making sure to call out, "Hold your positions, guys. Don't let the formation break." Squad 2 personally ran into a wall trying to break through, leaving the whole bunch in absolute disbelief. What the hell is wrong with these guys? There isn't a single opening. They look like an impenetrable fortress. Observing from the high platform, an instructor couldn't help blurting out his evaluation. Squad 2 is attacking first, but Squad 1's formation looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Arranging a formation that dense just means standing there taking hits. What good is that? To everyone's surprise, the very next moment, a sudden anomaly occurred as a harsh roar echoed through the space, instantly catching Nolan's attention as they pushed forward right now. It turned out the source of that sound was none other than Kyle, enthusiastically overpowering the opposing group. Everyone in Squad 2 panicked immensely. "Our formation is getting pushed back." Alex, acting as the flag bearer, gritted his teeth and barked an almost meaningless command to his subordinates, who were being driven down so hard they couldn't even raise their heads. "Hold your ground. I said hold your ground." His thin eyebrows knitted tightly together with each wave of roars. "You bastards, we're the attacking side. Shut your mouths and defend." But the very next moment, Damien, standing in a position where he could oversee the entire battlefield, shouted just a single word, "Kyle." No tedious instructions needed. That alone was enough to flip the switch, triggering his berserk mode. "I'm going all out this time." Faced with the terrifying momentum from the opponent, Squad 2's morale plummeted to the bottomless depths of an abyss. What the hell? What is up with that monster? He's not even using a shield. He's ramming straight in with his shoulder. And because of this reckless charge, Damien's subordinates were forced to speed up and run toward their leader. Kyle urged immediately, "Stay right beside me." At that exact moment, Squad 1, nominally the defending team, turned into the aggressor as Kyle decisively plowed into the enemy's battle formation and pushed right through. Facing this terrifying spectacle, Alex turned pale and clenched his teeth. How do they coordinate so damn perfectly? Their training time is basically the same as ours minus a fraction. Possessing sharp eyes, Damien quickly seized the exact moment to shout his command. Opening found. Squad 1 all-out attack. Without a moment to rest, a fierce new wave of attacks unfolded so savagely that white smoke billowed across the spacious area. Witnessing everything unfold in such an unbelievable direction, Nolan couldn't help stammering as he turned to ask Brian, who was in charge of their group, "What is the meaning of this?" Platoon leader of Platoon 1, did you force them to do overtime training? Hesitating for a long moment, he finally replied, "I'm just as surprised." Deep inside, panic surged along with a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He never expected kids who had just learned the basics to perform this brilliantly. This level of skill was no different from intensively trained elite soldiers. He cast his gaze toward the quiet figure lingering behind the lively troops. And the reason they managed to pull this off was, of course, thanks to that kid. Right now, in Brian's eyes, Damien was displaying his own decisiveness at the exact moment he dropped each appropriate command, spread out wide on both sides to make some room. "We're going to smash Squad 2's formation to pieces in this match." Memories of witnessing their practice sessions relived themselves in his mind. Squad 1 voluntarily stayed behind for extra practice after class every single day, with Damien stepping in to make up for all their weak spots. Henry is finally reaping the sweet rewards now. Meanwhile, each of his subordinates was displaying the steadfastness and skills taught directly by him. Raise your shields, don't keep them lower than your shoulders. Just do the exact things Damien told you to. Seeing the positive results, Brian couldn't control his surging excitement. At first, I worried that letting a tiny kid be a squad leader wouldn't work out, but he has proven it with his actual competence. The moment he spotted Alex in his line of sight, Damien decisively shouted, "Kyle." At that instant, their mental connection reached its absolute peak. Those few words alone were enough for him to clearly grasp Damien's intent. Where did they leave the flag again? Revealing pearly white teeth almost worthy of a toothpaste commercial. Alex jumped in fright when he spotted him. Found you. Panic surged, throwing Alex into such disarray that sweat poured all over his body. Stop that guy right away. Forget about attacking. Just focus on stopping him. In stark contrast to Squad 2's rapidly vanishing morale, Squad 1 was still burning with terrifying fighting spirit. Not so fast, guys, regroup. Amidst the thick clouds of white smoke, Kyle leisurely let out an amused chuckle. You idiots. The opposing members were universally startled. What? Why is this Ock-strong guy suddenly standing still? The excited curve on the corners of his mouth never dropped for a second. You guys walked right into our trap, successfully causing no small amount of panic among the leaders. A trap? While they were still jolted by the opponent's announcement, a figure kicked hard against the ground and lunged forward like a gust of wind, using the signature small feat of a 13-year-old. That person was none other than Damien, possessing agile footwork. Well done. Kyle hurled his small body high into midair, his sharp eyes focused on one single target. Before Alex could even react, the tip of the stick in Damien's hand drove straight into the center of his opponent's chest. The ferocious impact knocked him flat onto the rugged ground. The moment he burst out screaming in pain, the instructor timely announced, "Time's up." Since the attacking team, Squad 2, failed to capture the flag, Damien stepped right on top of his defeated opponent to pose, lifting the red flag high and continuing the fierce declaration. We won. And naturally, after that exhausting match, the blue-haired instructor didn't forget to drop the news, take a short break, and then both sides swap fields. The guys behind couldn't help expressing their awe. Insanely epic. At this rate, Squad 1 might just sweep the tournament with an undefeated streak. Yet one person flatly refuted. No way, you can't be sure of that yet. A finger wrapped in the red glove of the military uniform pointed straight ahead. Look over there. Check out that skill level. By now, the remaining two teams were still locked in fierce combat, according to his assessment. Wouldn't they be a match worthy of Squad 1? Harboring a surging fury no different from an erupting volcano, a recruit furiously stamped the ground. Damn it, this is so damn frustrating. What the hell? It turned out to be a certain squad leader observing the situation gradually turning against him. Squad 3, our first opponent, I only plan to treat this match as a warm-up before crushing those Squad 1 bastards. With Hayden in the team holding the shield, the person sinking into furious thought was clearly none other than Mason. Why isn't this bunch moving a single inch? We lost the defensive round miserably. And if we lose this one too, then what on earth? Unable to suppress the anger boiling in his gut, he roared right out with some nonsense. What the hell are you guys doing? Did you forget the whole plan? Do exactly what I told you. Sure enough, the very next second brought a barrage of challenging criticisms from his subordinates. If you're so great, why don't you jump in and do it yourself? What kind of squad leader are you? Only good for hiding behind everyone else and running your mouth. Inside, Mason's mind went wild. Damn it, the coordination is garbage. On top of that, nobody has an ounce of motivation. Simultaneously, over at Squad 3, Riel, as the leader, calmly brought up a matter to the youth beside him. Eiffel, the guys over there look completely exhausted. Should we charge in and punch straight through their formation? He shook his head decisively as he replied, No need. The next second, he simply dropped the plan, with blue pupils clearly displaying absolute confidence. Just hold our ground and target their shield bearers. If we drag the time out, they'll collapse on their own. Facing this remark from the opponent, he nodded in agreement without a single bit of pushback, even though the boy was clearly younger than him. All right, let's do it. His mind kept racing. Eiffel, he never expected a 13-year-old kid to grasp the situation and the enemy's weak spots this fast. Using his own sharp eyes, Riel quickly developed a slight doubt about the opponent's identity. We've only met for 2 weeks, but I'm quite curious about his background. This kid is obviously a commoner. Surely he can't. But refusing to let this distract him from the current situation for too long, he decisively deployed the necessary instructions. Everyone pour all your pressure onto their shield bearers. Maintain the formation and hold your positions. And so, another terrifying clash broke out, once more with neither side yield. Hayden, acting as the leader, raised his voice and shouted a challenging roar with knitted eyebrows. "You bastards, if you've got the guts, come on in and fight. Stop playing those cowardly stalling games." But just running his mouth was enough for Riel to clearly assess the current situation. Squad 4's strength and morale have hit rock bottom. The best-case scenario is they lose their patience and charge in blind. Contrary to his prediction, Hayden, who was loud just a second ago, was now exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth. "I can't hold out anymore." No matter what, the signal had arrived. Riel decisively shouted the command to the members in front of him. "Squad 3, the opportunity is here." The group instantly braced themselves and charged to shatter Squad 4's defensive layout with all their might and ferocious roars, regardless of how exhausted they already were. Hayden's group still tried using their entire bodies as anchors to hold their ground. "Don't fall, shield bearers. Falling now would be a huge pity." But things weren't about to be handled that easily as Riel turned around to call out. Just waiting for that. As soon as the opponent finished his sentence, the boy charged toward the stacked shields and stepped right over them without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, this was a launching pad specifically designed for this exact situation. Sure enough, the very next moment, Eiffel sprang high into the air, similar to what Damien had done minutes ago, possessing a terrifying stream of mana within him. He didn't waste it and channeled it straight into the stick in his hand. Using purely his own strength, Eiffel easily knocked Squad 4 sprawling in a shocking display. Witnessing this scene from a safe position, Mason was so terrified his eyebrows twitched violently. "What the hell are you doing? Useless trash." He didn't forget his bet with Damien. "Damn it, if we fight like this, how are we ever going to beat Squad 1? And at that exact moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his leisurely figure. Witnessing the unremarkable performance from a not too far, not too close distance, he let out a sigh. "It's over." Sure enough, the instructor's voice rang out right after. "Training match over. Squad 3 wins." Watching the person being cheered under the clear blue sky, Damien instantly formed an assessment. That guy Eiffel is definitely no pushover. He's going to be a tough opponent. Turning his back to leave decisively, his mind shifted gears. Ultimately, the real battle was going to be against Squad 3. Burning with the mana he had just upgraded, the corners of his lips curved up into an excited arc. "Looking forward to it, aren't we? See you in the finals, Eiffel." After a brief rest for the squads that had just been through an exhausting battle, the instructor stepped up to announce, "Break time is over. All squads gather immediately at the training ground." As they marched forward, Kyle couldn't help raising a question to the person beside him for confirmation. "Hey, Damien, are we beating Squad for this match?" He calmly replied with a hint of boredom. "That's right, this is their last chance. They're definitely going to thrash around to scrape together a consolation point." Meanwhile, Kyle puffed out his chest, a wave of exhilaration blowing past as he grinned from ear to ear. "Now that's what makes it fun. I'm going to bash in the teeth of the guy who dared open his mouth, calling you a little kid." Damien calmly dismissed it. "I called dibs on that guy. Just clear the path for me." Facing his subordinates, he showed zero hesitation as he listed the opponent's flaws. "All right, the enemy is dead tired, and their coordination is garbage anyway, radiating an evil aura fierce enough to make even the clear blue sky yield." Damien bluntly emphasized every single word. "But I have no intention of holding back. We're going to attack even faster and hit even harder. We need to utterly crush them into dust this time." Right after his last word dropped, Kyle's crew surged with excitement. Letting out an exhilarated laugh, he said, "I've been waiting for this exact moment. Gotta make them pay for running their mouths." Waiting until everyone finished shouting their excitement, he, as the leader of the squad, instantly straightened his expression and instructed, "Quick and clean finish, so everyone stay focused." Not a single person had any objections. Logan's group kept the corners of their mouths high as they replied, loud and clear. And then, at that very next moment, the entire crew of Squad 1 got into position with everyone burning with fighting spirit and serious expressions on their faces. In stark contrast to them was the apprehensive platoon of Squad 4, having suffered a rather miserable defeat against Squad 3. Not only did it draw a clear line of difference between the two troops, but Damien, wielding authority, maintained a completely confident expression, while Mason remained as irritated as if he owed him a few dozen silver coins, right under the instructor's voice. Match start. Carrying a terrifying momentum, Squad 1 took the initiative to attack with a resounding shout. "Let's go, guys!" Before long, both sides shortened the distance with your group, maintaining a solid formation as they charged. Unlike when he merely observed Squad 2 from the rear, Damien could now witness Squad 4's execution firsthand and plan accordingly. Squad 4's defensive formation looked way looser than I thought. With this kind of skill level, we just plow straight in and their formation breaks. And then the corners of his mouth lifted at a 45-degree angle, brimming with confidence as he got into position. But it has to be done thoroughly and perfectly. I'm going to grind them to pulp so nobody ever dares chirp again. Backed by absolute coordination and the released force, Damien shoved the biggest guy among Kyle's group forward. Using just the combined strength of the two, a fierce clash erupted between the two distinct sides. And clearly, Squad 4 suffered a massive shock from the brutal gust of wind Damien had just generated. What the hell is this? What kind of freakish strength is this? Acting as the one who always stood in the safest spot, Mason had no clue what was going on other than screaming at the top of his lungs out of surging panic. "What are those guys doing? Clench your asses and hold the defensive line. You useless trash." By now, sweat was pouring from his body like late autumn rain. Shield Squad, protect the flag and block their frontal assault path. As for the Spear Squad, unfortunately, while he was still flapping his gums, Kyle and Damien had already repeated the exact same trick they pulled against Squad 2. In the blink of an eye, Mason could only be startled by the sight of himself hovering in the vast open space. "I told you I'd remember your face, didn't I? It's you." Clenching his teeth tightly, a wave of danger rushed over him so intensely that Mason had no idea how to react other than just standing there. There was no surprise at all. His right arm was utterly crippled by him. By the time Damien landed lightly on the ground, Mason was already slumped over with a painful shoulder. However, overriding anger made him completely forget the pain as he hissed every word through gritted teeth with deep hatred. "You bastard. Just how much of a person can one be?" It's no wonder he held such deep resentment toward Damien. He didn't hesitate to pick up the wooden staff he had dropped. "Do you take me for Scarecrow?" And right at the next moment, Mason charged forward as if that kick just now meant nothing at all. In a fair one-on-one fight, a guy like you isn't even worth a rusty nail. Breathing out a sigh of boredom. To someone seasoned through countless battles like Damien, the attack from him was utterly pathetic and entirely predictable. He didn't even bother dragging out the time as he decisively grabbed the head of his opponent's staff. "Is this really all you've got?" Clearly, Mason's strength was enough to hold onto the very last piece of wood. Tossing the shield off his hand, he casually displayed a stunning staff-twirling routine. Just like that, his weapon was already knocked away. In the following second, he didn't hesitate to deliver another fierce kick straight to the exact wound on his opponent that he had struck earlier, stepping right over the enemy in a cool manner. The blood-soaked killing intent radiating from Damien poured out with every single word. Dropping your weapon on the battlefield is no different from begging someone to put you out of your misery. You fool. Not stopping at mere intimidation, his fist clenched tightly and gathered mana. Etner today deep into your core, because this is useful advice for your future survival. Got it. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the instructor finally couldn't just stand by as he rushed over in a panic. "Squad for leader, are you okay?" And you let out yet another weary sigh, for probably the umpteenth time that day. Too easy, it's boring to even talk about. Meanwhile, the instructor, having personally experienced the sharp and formidable gaze from the squad leader, hesitantly let out the words, "I determined that Squad 4 is no longer capable of continuing the match." At this moment, Damien was picking up the wooden staff before his statement followed. Therefore, the victory of this match was completely undisputed. He proudly raised the blue flag in his hand amid the instructor's announcement belonging to Squad 1. Despite having just been through a somewhat grueling match, Ka was still brimming with energy and laughed heartily. That felt so good. Other rookies casually chimed in. As expected of Damien, he's seriously amazing. Watching Mason being carried away on a stretcher by two people, the members of Squad 4 were genuinely terrified. Didn't they say that squad leader of Squad 1 is only 13 years old? How on earth can his skills be so overpowered? Observing from the high platform, someone finally couldn't help but express their awe. He's truly a born genius. Nielsen became even more explicit in his evaluation. He might even surpass the level of us instructors. Duke DOP next to him chuckled while nodding in agreement with his words. I can't even argue with that. Who would have expected a much larger figure to appear right beside them and raise a question? What's everyone chattering about so excitedly? And this scene successfully drew his attention and confusion. Standing right before them at that moment was none other than Leon Hartbell, the head instructor of the Baroque Kingdom's 3rd Division. Witnessing clearly who had arrived, no one dared to delay as they straightened up in strict posture. Greetings, glory to the kingdom. Not even bothering to pay attention to them, Leon Hart cut straight to the main point right in his line of sight. Brian, is that the kid you told me about? Directing his gaze toward Damien, who was being lifted up by the entire Squad 1 for his overwhelming victory, he nodded to confirm his superior's question. Yes, that's him, sir. A corner of his mouth curved into an intrigued arc as Leon Hart slowly uttered each word. Looks like an interesting specimen has just shown up. And then time went on, and the rookies returned to their quarters, with a young man abruptly bursting open the door to the Squad 1 bedroom and shouting, "Oh, holy crap!" While chatting with his other teammates, Damien had to turn around to address Chevelvo's panic. What's all the commotion about out there? He quickly updated him. Sounds like some big shot just dropped by our training camp. Recalling the scene he had accidentally witnessed, Chevelvo was still quite startled. Word is it's a super famous instructor from the 3rd Division. That old guy is practically a legend in the coaching world. Han Di watched his teachers looking completely dumbfounded. Hearing that specific phrase, he immediately stood up and fired off a logical question. An instructor from the 3rd Division? What's his name? Rubbing the hair on his head, he tried to remember while replying, I just heard it a second ago, but it totally slipped my mind. It was something like Leon Hart, I think. So the very next moment, he accurately corrected the name that kept echoing in his mind. Leon Hart. Sure enough, hearing that, Chevelvo nodded immediately and mentioned, That's right, that's the name. Leon Hart. Before he could even finish speaking, he brushed right past him, leaving him startled and suspicious. Damien, where are you going? Sprinting straight down the corridor, the sullen and hurried appearance of the squad leader left Chevelvo deeply puzzled. What the heck is wrong with him all of a sudden? Meanwhile, he didn't care about anything around him, focusing solely on the essential thought racing through his mind. I have to check with my own eyes. If it really is him. Little did he know, just as Damien wanted to find out for sure, Leon Hart was steadily closing the distance with him from the opposite direction. His presence naturally drew his attention. Isn't that the rookie Damien from earlier? Seeing this, Brian became endlessly cheerful as he expressed, Damien, I was just about to look for you. Unexpectedly, at the next moment, he closed the distance between them and impeccably saluted with the most standard form. Glory to the kingdom. Facing this greeting from the opponent, Leon Hart calmly asked for confirmation. Your name is Damien, right? Naturally, that was his own name, so he didn't hesitate to admit, yes, that's me. The atmosphere suddenly plunged into silence the moment he lost himself in thought. The 3rd Division is indeed connected to Training Camp number 3, but that place is so far away, I thought it would take a long time before I'd ever run it. No matter what, the joy inside Damien upon meeting the person who had the biggest impact on his past life was immeasurable. Long time no see, the most influential person in my life, Master. In a long corridor, upon catching Damien respectfully saluting, Leon Hart confirmed the information. You're Damien? Keeping a composed facade on the outside, interest was already welling up inside him. That stubborn old Brian kept praising this kid nonstop, so I just had to come see for myself. Sensing the mana circulating within the opponent's body, he secretly praised him. Is he practicing an advanced mana circulation method? Stroking his chin in thought while evaluating the teenager before him from top to bottom, Leon Hart finally spoke up unexpectedly. I saw it earlier. Your spear techniques are quite something. Do you have any units in mind after graduation? Hearing that question, Damien fell into brief contemplation. A unit I want to join? His lips moved a few times as if arranging his words. I don't need to dwell on it or worry about it for long. He decisively made his declaration with a face showing clear excitement. I plan to join the Neo-Kalic unit. The moment that neat answer echoed through the quiet atmosphere, it immediately left Leon Hart startled in shock. Are you serious? Because compared to other organizations, Neo-Kalic is not to be messed with as one of the elite units under the 3rd Division. Their mission is to wipe out the monsters pouring out of the Bronzerian forest. That place is the most dangerous and harsh environment possible. People lose their lives there every single year. Understanding everything so clearly, Leon Hart felt even more incredulous and curious about Damien's choice. Why on earth would you throw yourself into a place like that? Wouldn't it be much better to live comfortably and become a royal administrative official? His eyes looked straight into the opponents and spoke with unwavering determination. Because only there can I grow stronger. Receiving such a firm answer, Leon Hart involuntarily curved his lips into an amused smile. If you want, I can write a letter of recommendation for you. His words prompted Brian to anxiously interrupt in astonishment. Instructor, that place is strictly reserved for the nobility. Standing before a door that countless people would trade everything to touch, Damien refused. I really appreciate your offer, but I've already made up my mind. Since my goal is clearly set, there's someone there I must meet. I traveled all the way to this 3rd Division just to find that man. Seeing the steadfastness in every word and choice he made, Leon Hart didn't try to persuade him further. Since it's your decision, I won't stop you anymore. Go back and get some rest. Before leaving, Brian couldn't help but turn his head back to complain to Damien. Kid, do you realize you just missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Regular night orders only take nobles, but having an instructor's recommendation letter makes all the difference. So he immediately turned back to Leon Hart with an earnest expression to plead for the 13-year-old boy. Instructor, I think Damien is too young to realize what he just gave up. Let me go talk some sense back into him. But instead of agreeing, he unexpectedly spoke up. Do you really think that kid chose the wrong path? While he was still wondering how to reply, he recalled the image of Damien when rejecting the offer. You probably didn't see the look in his eyes earlier. Saying this, he involuntarily chuckled with amusement at such a rare teenager. Who knows where this brat came from? Only 13 years old, and he's got genuine guts. No joke. Carrying that thought, with a look of lingering satisfaction on his face, he dissuaded him. Don't push him anymore. Just leave him be. As long as he's in the 3rd Division, we're bound to cross paths again anyway. A day of rest passed, and the next morning brought the showdown between Squad 1 and Squad 3. Damien glanced over at the opposing group and reminded everyone. You saw it yesterday. Squad 3 isn't easy to crack. Pausing for a beat to get everyone's attention, he continued with a calm demeanor. But I can guarantee you one thing. At this point, there isn't a single squad in this training camp that can give us a hard time anymore. That high-spirited assertion instantly boosted the team's morale. Kyle blurted out cheerfully, Are we seriously this strong? Following 2 crushing victories previously, the squad was burning with even more fighting spirit. Damien curved his lips with determination. Let's crush them. Just do what we always do. The moment those words finished, the instructor's resounding shout echoed across the open area. Squad 3 will attack first. Match start. As soon as the signal rang out, Damien immediately raised his hand to direct. Gather around. In just a few brief seconds, the entire team formed a tight defensive formation that caught Riel slightly by surprise. Isn't that formation the exact one they used against Squad 4 yesterday? Eiffel observed closely nearby and remarked, Gotta admit, it looks solid. Looking at the wall of people Squad 1 had just erected, he narrowed his eyes in calculation and directly emphasized each word. Eiffel, you bear a critically important role in this match. You know what to do, right? Without needing any further explanation, he simply nodded. Yes. Under his coordination, The members of Squad 3 moved out in unison, linking together into sturdy layers. Let's roll. The order was issued, and both sides instantly plunged into a brutal clash. With furrowed brows, he immediately adjusted his strategy. All the brothers rushed forward, watching that familiar control style. Riel just frowned slightly, suddenly realizing it was the exact same old trick as yesterday. In that tense moment, he suddenly shouted cleanly, "Eiffel right now." As soon as the command was issued, those standing on the front line immediately split to both sides to clear a wide corridor right down the middle of the formation. That sudden transformation startled Damien as his vision locked onto the newly appeared gap. What? They broke their own formation? What are they up to? Unlike yesterday's assault that required a springboard, this time, Eiffel dashed forward at full speed right down the open path. After just a few breaths, he closed in on the target and swung his staff directly at a member of the opposing team. The turn of events happened so fast that even Damien, who had the situation firmly in hand, had to pause momentarily. Realizing the plan had worked, Riel immediately seized the opportunity. Eiffel's punch hit the target, exploit that gap quickly. Right at that moment, Kyle, blessed with a sturdy physique, crouched down into a ready stance with 2 shields. "You think I'll let you run wild?" The fierce assault was forced to a dead halt by him alone, causing them to panic immensely. "You bastard, what kind of freak strength is this?" Standing behind the battle line, Damien silently breathed a sigh of relief. Given the sudden turn of events, thank goodness Kyle managed to block that dangerous hit. Recalling the scene just then, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. But that kid Eiffel is seriously amazing. One punch sent the shield bearer flying elsewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the formation, he was also observing Kyle and letting out a sigh. What kind of monster is he? He clearly looks like a northerner. So why on earth did he wander into training camp number 3? Quickly brushing that aside, because there was a much more pressing issue right in front of him. No matter the reason, this was starting to get annoying. That muscle-bound guy's got me completely locked down. Suddenly, the pre-match exchange between Kyle and Damien popped into his mind. "Kyle, your only job is to tightly mark Eiffel for me. As long as you block him, nobody can break our formation." Hearing that name, he couldn't help but look confused. Who the heck is Eiffel? He smiled meaningfully. You'll recognize him the second you look at him. Returning to the ongoing match, Kyle still stood tall in front of the battle line like a wall, grinning smugly. "Let's see what you guys are made of." Seeing the obstacle before him showing no signs of wavering, Riel slowly stepped forward and probed. "Eiffel, can you pierce through it?" Even though he knew this wasn't an easy opponent to deal with, he had no intention of backing down. It has to work. Feeling the pressure radiating from the opponent, Eiffel instantly reviewed the entire plan in his head to find a way to break through. Brute physical strength alone isn't going to beat this guy. If that's the case, he slowly closed his eyes and channeled all his strength into the spear in his hand. There's only one way left. The very next moment, he suddenly roared and leaped straight into the air, targeting Kyle's position. The weapon came down with terrifying force, but he managed to raise his shield to block it in time. The teammates standing behind immediately cheered excitedly. He blocked it, as expected of our Kyle. But little did they know, Eiffel's lips curved into a meaningful smile at that moment. "Fine, you want to block?" The thought flashing through his mind, the spear in his hand pushed the attack even harder with a surge of powerful mana. "Then I'll just hammer away until you shatter completely." Clenching his teeth against blows heavy as a sledgehammer, Kyle couldn't believe it. Damn it! How can a kid the same age as Damien be this freakishly strong? As soon as his thought finished, the shield in his hand could no longer hold out and shattered completely. "Are you kidding me?" Pulling the spear back, Eiffel poured all his remaining strength into the final strike, into the line. With nothing left to defend himself, Kyle could only raise both arms in front of his body and prepare to take the incoming attack. But right at the moment when victory and defeat hung by a thread, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. Damien appeared just in time, using a mana-coated shield on his arm to block Eiffel's strike. By the time he realized who was standing right in front of him, he couldn't help but call out the opponent's name in surprise. Damien. Just when a new clash seemed about to erupt, a signal suddenly echoed across the air. That sound made everyone stop instantly and turned their attention to the source. Standing in the middle of the field, the instructor quickly announced the result. Time's up. Since the attacking team, Squad 3, failed to capture the flag before the time limit, Squad 3 loses. Hearing that verdict, Eiffel immediately clenched his fists until they strained, looking deeply frustrated. That bulky guy blocked every single one of my attacks? Damn it, I thought I could wrap this up quickly. On the other side, Damien directed his gaze toward his friend, who was still breathing heavily after the defense just now, and asked, "Kyle, are you okay?" He slowly replied with a tough guy act. "Of course I'm fine." He paused for a beat before making a decision. Sit out the second half. This caught him by surprise. "Are you kidding me? None of my bones are broken. Don't worry. I'm fine." However, to protect him, he stood his ground and reiterated the importance. "We still have 2 whole weeks of training ahead of us. If you suffer a severe injury here, you can kiss graduation goodbye." Damien didn't stop there as he quickly shifted to another plan. Instead, worry about standing guard over the flag in the middle of the field. "You're the only one I trust with that spot. Losing the flag is entirely on you." A brief silence followed, then a light laugh as he realized he was genuinely concerned for him. "You want to save my face while also worrying about me? Damien, besides, are we the attacking team this half? Why are we suddenly talking about guarding the flag?" Not wanting to drag the back and forth any longer, he firmly grasped what was handed to him and adopted a reassuring tone. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone touch it. Go out there and smash them to pieces." A few short moments of rest passed, and the instructor's voice rang out once more. "Switch sides. Squad 1, prepare to attack." Before the formation completely stabilized, Damien swept his gaze across each teammate's face and offered words of encouragement. "I know everyone's exhausted, but this is the final match of the tournament. Let's go, team. We're on the attack this time, so I don't plan on dragging this out till time runs out." His gaze gradually sharpened, determination clear in every facial feature. 5 minutes. Damien turned around, facing straight toward the enemy formation with an ultra-serious expression. Naturally, he wasn't the only one filled with determination, as Squad 3's side was also overflowing with fighting spirit. So his voice rang out across the vast space once more with a firm tone. "We're going to snatch their flag and seal the victory in just 5 minutes." Before the match officially began, Squad 1 and Squad 3 stood facing each other with soaring morale. Directing his observation toward the enemy team, Damien quietly clenched his determination inward. Finally, the final match of the tournament is here. Each battle he had been through, and the times he led his teammates through hardships, flashed through his mind in turn. "Everything I needed to do as a squad leader, I've shown to the fullest. Now it's time to make these old instructors engrave this name into their memories." Thinking of that, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward with excitement. The name Damien continued to look straight ahead. The fighting spirit in his heart burned even more fiercely, especially if he could win against Squad 3 and that guy Eiffel today. Then the spot for top rookie would be 100% guaranteed. Among the enemy ranks, his figure quickly caught his eye. Looks like he plans to guard the flag all by himself. With his stamina drained that much, telling him to lead on the front lines would be cruel. Sympathetic as it was, this was preordained from the start of the match. One way or another, a direct clash was inevitable. The atmosphere on the field instantly grew taut like a bowstring as the announcement echoed across the area. Squad 1 attacks, Squad 3 defends. The inter-squad finals begin. As soon as the command finished, Damien immediately turned his head to look at his group and shouted loudly, "Pedal to the metal right from the start. All right, team, high concentration and charging with me." A chorus of replies rang out full of spirit. "Understood." Immediately afterward, the entire Squad 1 swiftly moved according to the pre-prepared formation and charged toward the enemy camp together, leaving everyone witnessing the scene astonished. What the heck? Why are they running so fast? Running at that speed, and the formation didn't shift by a single inch. The more he watched, the more Riel felt the pressure brought by the opponent. Squad 1 led by that guy Damien is definitely no joke. The thought flashed through his mind as he immediately issued an order. "Raise your shields high. Watch out for their squad leader." But right as the command was passed down, Damien stepped out of the formation with lightning speed. Useless. The mana within his body immediately rushed into the arm gripping the spear. The moment the distance between the two sides was reduced to the absolute limit. He executed his strike decisively. This one hit is going to pierce right through. The defensive layer erected to stop the initial attack shook violently. The opposing forward cried out in panic. The shield's been pierced. Before Damien's overwhelming strength, Squad 3's crucial defensive point practically disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Achieving his goal, he immediately shouted to signal the teammates behind him. The line is broken. Witnessing the terrifying scene unfold in a flash, Riel immediately shouted orders. No way, block them. Commands were continuously passed down with the desperate determination to stop the target in vain. Gotta take them down. Right at this moment, as the encirclement was about to close, Damien's pupils suddenly flared with determination. Just as the attacks converged simultaneously, his body darted out of its initial position, relying on flexible body movement. So by the time the enemy's wooden staffs crashed down together onto the ground, the target was no longer there. His figure continuously sliced through the gaps between the enemy ranks, forcing many members of Squad 3 to stumble and fall. While constantly moving his ankles, Damien didn't forget to turn his head and shout backward. Squad 1, reform the formation. Kyle and the remaining members instantly accelerated to deal with the panicked rookies. You made it all the way here. Witnessing that scene, Riel's face twisted with tension across every stage. No way. How could they get past here this fast? Eiffel concluded from the side. Either way, that guy is the biggest threat. His eyebrows gradually tightened as he assessed the situation. As long as we lock down Damien, they can kiss the flag goodbye. Saying this, he handed the flag back to his squad leader and instructed, "Let me block that guy for you. You worry about guarding the flag well." The call slipped unconsciously from his mouth. Eiffel looked at the back, preparing to step into the battle line, while Riel's heart couldn't help but stir with complex emotions. Never thought the day would come when I'd have to rely on this kid in a situation like this. Seeing Eiffel step forward slowly through the dust, Damien concluded, the final showdown has finally arrived. That image involuntarily brought back memories from his past life. Future Grand General Eiffel. While Damien was still reminiscing, Eiffel suddenly leaped into the air and appeared right above his head. Despite that sudden surprise attack, he maintained his calm. If he wanted to test how far his skills had come when fighting a guy like him, this was the exact moment. While leaning to dodge the descending onslaught, his mind kept working restlessly. The first strike is just a feint. Realizing the opponent's intention, the corners of Damien's mouth gradually curved up with excitement. If that's how it's going to be, his observation remained closely locked onto every movement in response to Eiffel's offense. As the next wave of attack was swiftly deployed by him, this time, it was the real deal. The weapon in his hand was immediately raised, meeting the incoming strike head-on and generating a fierce shockwave between two distinct flows of mana. The meticulously calculated blow was precisely neutralized, leaving Eiffel quite surprised. However, he quickly adjusted his rhythm and retreated backward. Meanwhile, Damien's hand tightened around the weapon's shaft while continuously channeling and gathering mana within. Give it your all, Eiffel, his fighting spirit rising higher and higher. The distance between them vanished in a flash because I'm going to unleash my full power to take you down too. When the powerful technique came crashing down, Eiffel managed to raise his weapon just in time to defend. Naturally, Damien wasn't going to give up right here as he decisively lifted the staff in his hand once again. And then another ferocious blow came down. The force transmitted through the weapon's shaft made Eiffel's expression shift slightly. The amount of mana was so strong it almost snapped the spear. Constantly parrying the relentless assault from the front, Eiffel grew more and more astonished to the point of doubt. Is this guy really a commoner? Don't tell me he's just like me. The doubt in his heart grew larger than ever before regarding the variable that was Damien. How can he control mana so skillfully to this extent? Facing the surging energy still rolling powerfully before him, Eiffel couldn't help but smile wryly inwardly. Never thought that right here in this podunk training camp, I'd already run into such an unyielding wall. After a bout of exchange, Damien suddenly pulled back his stance and spoke calmly. "Let's wrap up the match, shall we?" Eiffel. He instantly released all the accumulated force in his body, transforming it into a shockwave, rushing straight forward. "There's no way you can block this one." The spearhead tore through the wind, shattering the blocking weapon in front of the chest in a flash and smashing straight into Eiffel without a second thought. The immense pressure sent him flying backward, rolling over and over on the ground. Struggling to stand back up, Eiffel frowned as pain continuously spread across his body. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent was no longer capable of stopping him, Damien immediately bypassed him and accelerated toward the target. Behind him, he could only watch helplessly without being able to do anything. Damn it. The vision of the flag gradually blurred, but he still tried to reach toward the item representing his team. In a split second, Damien successfully snatched the flag and raised it high above his head amidst the echoing announcement from the instructor. Squad 1 wins. Witnessing that sight, Eiffel could only grit his teeth and accept the result. Carrying the flag in his hand, Damien quickly approached the person who had given him a proper fight, then reached out to pull the opponent up and offered words of praise. "Great match, Eiffel." He nodded in response. "Congratulations, but next time I won't lose." Faced with that determined declaration, Damien broke into a bright smile as he suggested, "Then let's take a platoon next time to be safe, because I don't think I have the strength to beat you up a second time." Confronted with his sun-bright smile, Eiffel didn't feel annoyed at all. Just as he steadied himself, he lightly punched his chest and replied, "Stop being so modest." Inside Damien's heart right now was excitement as he thought about the future. "I really managed to beat Eiffel Van Chiu. Who knows, this experience might unintentionally turn him into an even scarier monster." Quickly brushing that aside, Damien turned his head to look at his cheering teammates. "But we'll think about that later. Right now, I gotta enjoy the joy of victory with the guys." Meanwhile, not far from the competition area, the instructor witnessed everything and calmly concluded, "So things wrap up with Squad 1's victory. We must ensure the remaining 2 weeks of training go just as smoothly." Hearing this, Leon Hart behind him just smiled and confirmed, "That's right." For now, his line of sight caught the exact moment Damien was basking in the cheers of his squad. Let the kids taste the sweet flavor of victory for a bit. Kyle stood frozen in front of the appetizingly spread table of food. "What is this? Is this for real?" Unable to hide his excitement mixed with cravings, he shouted, "Get and have a feast right here at the training camp." Winning that squad tournament was seriously worth every penny. Watching his teammates devour every piece of meat, Damien murmured in admiration, "They just drained all their energy, and look how energetic they are." Well, it makes sense. It's not every day you get to stuff your face with meat like this. He looked left and right, searching for someone's figure. "Master, looks like he's already left. Such a shame. I still want to talk to him a bit more." Suddenly Raymond appeared, wanting to join in. "Can the teacher sit here with you guys?" A trainee immediately stood up and hastily offered his seat. "Instructor?" "Yes, of course, sir. Please sit down." He naturally sat down beside them, showing clear curiosity. "Damien, are you still sticking with yesterday's decision? I mean Instructor Leon Hart's offer." Not reacting too enthusiastically, he simply replied, "Yes, that's right, sir." Hearing that, Raymond could only respond with a helpless, wry smile. What a shame. Such a rare opportunity. He then glanced over to probe. "But did you know about this?" Damien was curious. "What is it, sir?" Raymond then recounted an event that had recently taken place. Instructor Leon Hart also extended an invitation to the night order to Eiffel as well. Guess what his answer was? Yet he calmly stated, "No matter what he chooses, I respect it. Eiffel's life is his own to decide." He couldn't help but laugh at that answer. "You really are a dull kid." Raymond kept his eyes on him for a few seconds and thought to himself, "I planned to come here to talk you into rethinking joining the night order, but looks like nothing I say is going to sway you." If that's the case, he stood up and raised his glass of wine, his voice ringing out with goodwill. "Listen up, team. You've all worked hard over the past 2 weeks. I wish you all the best. Tomorrow we dive right back into training. Brace yourselves. I hope you'll train your hardest to achieve your personal goals." Everyone happily responded by raising their glasses and shouting in unison, "Glory to the kingdom." Time flew by, And before they knew it, they had entered the third week of training, which was also the final week. The instructor crossed his arms over his chest and roared loudly to urge them on. Thrust harder. Let's go faster. Damien looked around, his lips curving in satisfaction upon noticing that the rookie's attitude had clearly changed. And not just the squad, but this entire training camp number 3 was changing in a much more positive direction. It seems that previous squad tournament was a massive catalyst. The instructor's loud voice announced, "Attention, everyone. 5-minute break." Kyle panted as he approached to inquire, "Hey, Damien, did you hear the news?" He turned around, puzzled. What news? Relying on what he had picked up, he recounted, "I heard Squad 4's morale has been absolute garbage ever since that tournament. Their dropout rate is skyrocketing right now." He burst out laughing with glee, especially their squad leader. As soon as that tournament tanked, he bolted straight away. Damien also smirked sarcastically. Truly pathetic. Suddenly, he turned around and dropped a question. "But Kyle, do you know what's most important right now?" Damien faced everyone seriously and reminded them, "Sure, we got a bunch of team points from winning the squad tournament, but if you want a decent position later, you better worry about your personal score. Who here doesn't dream of setting foot in the royal palace, right? The sweetest gig that any commoner rookie drools over. Royal administrative soldier. But out of the 160 bodies here, only 30 people actually get to submit applications to the royal palace. Even then, the internal competition ratio is so fierce that only a third of applicants actually get accepted." Kyle initially laughed it off. Sounds pretty intense. Damien glanced back, stating the hard truth. Everyone who enlisted here came for that exact purpose anyway. Realizing something was off, he grabbed the opponent's shoulders and shook them hard, demanding, "Wait, don't tell me you're eyeing that royal administrative seat too." He sighed wearily and explained, "I have no intention of entering the royal palace." But Kyle wouldn't let up. "Why not? Do you like being a royal administrative soldier that much?" Damien regained his composure to point out the harsh reality of fame and fortune. "Do you know that if you get accepted, you'll be chained inside that palace all day long?" Causing him to pause for a few seconds. "I know. I guess it sounds kind of suffocating, but hey, that's the best gig out there. Not going would be wasting a gift from the heavens." He brushed off his hem and bluntly exposed him. "Forget it. Someone like you wouldn't even last a month before running for the hills. You're the active type who loves to show off. Sitting still in one place would bore you to death." Kyle couldn't argue back, but remained curious. "Then where the hell are you planning to go?" Damien looked up with a resolute gaze and declared, "I'm joining Neo Kalik." Just dropping that name made everyone turn pale. He was so shocked his face distorted as he yelled, "Neo Kalik? Is that the place I'm thinking of, guys?" Damien has officially lost his mind. He immediately got kicked in the shin by him. "Shut your trap." The big guy Kyle winced in pain, clutching his leg while laughing. "Damien is just as I guessed. You were slightly surprised by that attitude. What?" He raised his head and cheered enthusiastically. "You really are a certified lunatic and a calculated, suicidal kind of lunatic at that. But that's exactly why I love hanging out with you." Right at that moment, the instructor shouted a reminder. "Breaks over, everyone gather and resume training." Kyle quickly stood up, urging as he walked, "Let's get back to training because we just eliminated a heavyweight rival for the administrative spot." After the training session, Bruce stepped up to the podium to speak. "Over the past month, you've all worked very hard." Damien listened silently, but deep inside he felt deeply emotional. "Can't believe the training course is already over. Feels like we just enlisted yesterday." He looked down at the trainees, smiling encouragingly. "I will cheer for your future efforts. After leaving this training camp, keep fighting and moving forward so you can contribute to the kingdom." Suddenly, Raymond looked toward him and whispered a reminder. Damien immediately understood and assumed a strict posture, shouting loudly to command the formation. "Attention, everyone. Salute the company commander. Glory to the kingdom." Then it was his turn to make the announcement. That's all. The closing ceremony of the training course concludes here. Next, I will announce the list of the top 5 elite rookies of the course. Raymond began revealing the first identity, Squad 1 leader, Damien. He happily delivered the message, "Congratulations." His eyes lit up brightly as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." His mind rejoiced as if climbing to the 9th cloud. Nice, I did it. Raymond continued announcing the second person. Next is Eiffel of Squad 3. He stepped forward and voiced his response. Present, sir. After that, familiar names were called. Kyle from Squad 1, Squad 3 Leader Riel, Squad 2 Leader Alex. Finishing the announcement, he proposed, the 5 of you, follow me as a reward. Each of you will receive a custom piece of equipment from the armory. Everyone followed one another to a large door. Raymond explained the reward. You can take anything inside. We'll start with the highest score. Damien, you go in first. He entered eagerly. Yes, sir. Celebrating in his heart, like flags unfurling. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Damien swept his gaze around the space and remarked, things are organized pretty neatly inside here, huh? He casually picked up a few items to check. Are these mana potions? Wonder if there are any hidden legendary artifacts in this storage that I don't know about. Then quickly putting them down, telling himself to focus. Looks like a no at a glance. Oh well, just grab what I need and bail quickly. Exactly as I heard in the rumors. Ever since stepping foot in here, my eyes haven't been able to leave it. Damien reached out to grab something. Found you. Turns out the item he was confiscating was a ring. The item that the subordinate at training camp number 3 had whispered to him about. A ring capable of activating an invisibility spell momentarily when infused with mana. Having secured what he wanted, Damien quickly left this place. The rest of the rookies probably wouldn't even bother paying attention to this ring, since none of them knew how to use mana anyway. Until walking past Eiffel, his mind suddenly changed its mind. Ah, except for one person, and that's him. Raymond announced from outside. Next is Eiffel. Go on in. He walked straight inside. Yes, sir. He stood outside waiting silently. But wait, in the past life, wasn't Eiffel the one who took this ring? He definitely used mana to sense the uniqueness of this ring. Damien's gaze grew more serious. Now I'm curious what else he'll bring out as a replacement. Seeing the opponent come out as soon as he went in, he couldn't help but be startled. He came out way faster than I expected. Did he already decide beforehand what to pick? Kyle next to him saw him spacing out and asked, Damien, is something wrong? Damien quickly shook his head to deny, but he had memorized everything implicitly. There was no mistaking it. The signet ring Eiffel just brought out. How could it be different from the crest of a kingdom that perished long ago in the past? I've always wondered how he knew how to use mana at such an age. A thought flashed. Don't tell me Eiffel has a deep connection to that ancient kingdom. Raymond locked the large door and inquired. All right, everyone brought an item back, right? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought about Eiffel's choice. Eiffel, do you know what this is? He calmly explained. I just felt divine power coming from it, so I brought it along. Raymond smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the opponent understand, offering more information. Divine power sounds reasonable. This is a signet blessed with power to ward off evil and avoid disaster. He looked over at the other two and admired. You brought back a pretty decent spear, huh? And that's a shield crafted by a master artisan. Finally, his gaze lingered on him. Raymond hesitated slightly. And Damien, are you sure about choosing that item? That ring only helps reduce a bit of your body weight. Hearing that, he opened his eyes in surprise. Body weight, sir? He looked slightly startled and offered. You picked it blindly without knowing anything? Let me try wearing it. But Damien had already quickly put it on himself. Then he tested moving in place, his eyebrows raising in surprise. Feels like it makes me weigh lighter than expected. With this, I'll move much faster on the battlefield. Raymond stepped forward and asked seriously, Are you satisfied? Damien nodded decisively and explained, Yes, it's actually much better than I thought. Yet deep inside he was extremely excited. Invisibility plus weight reduction. This ring really is an A-grade holy artifact. Seeing everyone satisfied, Raymond announced the next procedure. Now, let's all head back. You guys also need to go submit your unit preference forms. Entering the room, Raymond handed out the application slips with a request. You better go fill it out too, Damien. Still stubbornly choosing the Neo-Kalic unit. He glanced over and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The more he thought, the more regretful he felt. If Damien joined the Night Order, he'd definitely go far. Damien stopped writing and handed the preference form back to the opponent. I'm done writing. Raymond reached out to take it. All right, he was still worried, so he reminded him more thoroughly. Of course, I know you can take care of yourself, but that place is extremely dangerous, so be careful. Hearing that, he nodded in response. Yes, sir. Thank you for caring. Raymond finally breathed a sigh of relief to announce. You've worked hard all past month. You could set off in a few days once you receive the notice. Damien bowed once again to express. Thank you for everything, instructor. He pushed the door open and left the room after finishing everything. Damien's gaze looked back at the familiar space he had grown attached to. I'm finally going there soon. For some reason, he felt a mix of joy and sadness. Suddenly a shout echoed down the hallway. Damien. He was slightly surprised that the opponent came looking for him. Eiffel. He walked over, burning with anger. I heard from the instructor. Eiffel angrily raised his voice to question. Why aren't you joining the Night Order? Your skills are more than qualified. Damien shook his head to express his view. That place doesn't belong to me. He bit his lower lip to hold back his emotions, lowering his voice as he recounted. I'm joining the Night Order. I received a recommendation letter from instructor Leon Hart. He already knew, so he just smiled and encouraged. Wise choice, you'll definitely do great. That only made Eiffel more annoyed, yet unable to do anything. You call that wise while turning it down yourself? There's just no figuring you out, Damien. He raised his head and reminded him seriously. That Neo-Kalic unit you registered for. I heard it's insanely dangerous. Take care of your health. Both of them firmly shook hands with high spirits. Eiffel smiled with a promise. We definitely gotta meet again, Damien. He curved the corners of his mouth slightly to express. Thank you. His gaze tracked Eiffel walking away, thinking to himself, I wonder if he knows that in the distant future he'll become the Grand General of the Baroque Kingdom. Who knows? He might even become stronger than a monster. Either way, I'm really looking forward to Eiffel's future. Damien snapped around with rare excitement. Well then, time to go say goodbye to the others. As soon as he returned to the room, everyone had already packed their clothes and belongings completely. Kyle spotted him and rushed over to call out loudly. Damien, he chuckled and teased. We thought you left without even saying goodbye. Hearing that, he sighed and expressed his intent. Got to say goodbye when leaving. Who knows when we'll meet again? Suddenly, Kyle smiled and dropped a suggestive hint. You guys will see me again sooner than you think. Then he turned to everyone and announced loudly. All right, our squad leader wants to say his final farewells, so everyone quiet down and pay attention up here. Damien held his head high, with joy-filled eyes, speaking sincerely. You guys have worked hard. Thanks for listening to me. Try your best at your new units. Everyone responded in unison, shouting, Thanks for everything, Damien. See you soon. He nodded in satisfaction and spoke, wishing you all the best. A moment later, Damien had stripped off his military uniform to put on regular clothes. Right at that moment, Neil's soft voice sounded nearby. Damien. He paused for a brief beat before turning to observe. She smiled brightly and greeted him. Long time no see, Damien. I am Neil from the Mayor Dash. Transitioning to the building in town, Neil had properly prepared what the other person needed. First, here is the detailed documentation on how to use your investment. She seriously and thoroughly presented everything. Based on your conditions, I project the return to be 3% of net revenue. Damien reviewed each page with astonishment and satisfaction. Not bad. I didn't expect her to plan out the use of my investments so neatly. Neil put on a professional smile and said, If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Damien put down the document and finalized it on the spot. After reading this, I don't have any questions left. Just proceed like this. Later, an employee will bring over the insurance money registered in my name. She withdrew the document, ready to move on to the next procedure. Understood. Now, what about the detailed contract? Suddenly, Damien waved his hand in refusal. That's not necessary. A contract is only needed when friction occurs between both sides. I trust you will handle everything well. That sudden trust also caught Neil off guard quite a bit. You really are a very special person. Damien placed a small chest on the table and said, Please check it. This is the investment, as promised. As soon as it opened, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Damien, on the table right now, was a whole chest of gleaming gold. Neil had anxiously estimated the promised investment to be 300 gold coins, but at a glance, this place must have more than 500. Damien snapped his fingers and explained, That's just a little token of my appreciation for your hard work. She still hadn't fully recovered her senses and intended to correct a few things. Then I must correct the investment amount in the contract. But she was still stopped by him. It's fine. Deep down, she was already satisfied from the start. She could easily look down on him because of his young age and appearance. But the documents she prepared for him as a true investor were quite impressive. Neil suddenly became a bit curious about the other person's aspirations. You just graduated from training camp, right? That means you'll be moving to your assigned unit soon. Where are you going? He very calmly and honestly shared. I'm heading west. I registered for the Neo-Kalic unit near the Bronzerian forest. She went from one surprise to another. What? The Neo-Kalic unit? Don't tell me you volunteered. Damien shrugged with a somewhat arrogant air. Do you think the top graduate of the class will be forced to go there? The corners of Damien's mouth curled up as he teased. What's wrong? If I end up biting the dust, that investment belongs to the Hamal trading company anyway. Unexpectedly, Neil gave a very serious warning. Please don't say things like that. I don't like that kind of joke. That made him raise an eyebrow in silent admiration. She seemed like such a gentle woman, but at times like this, she was as sharp as a razor. She regained her amiable composure and asked further, When do you depart? Damien answered honestly, In 3 days. It was only then that Neil stood up and made a reliable promise. Understood. I will make the most effective use of the investment you've entrusted. Seeing the other person leave, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The investment business is all done. Damien, full of excitement and determined to enjoy himself thoroughly, thought, all right, in 3 days I'll be buried away in that terrifying forest. From now until then, I got to eat my fill of good food. So he threw himself into a drinking spree, downing multiple glasses of beer with great refreshment. Then Damien dropped by a barbecue stall, buying skewer after skewer to devour greedily. When sleepiness hit, he just lay down right in the street and fell into a deep sleep. Until the day of departure, Damien held a map in his hand and muttered to himself, At this rate, I should probably get going. His gaze glanced back to check his supplies. The necessary gear was almost all gathered, and now it was just time to go. But suddenly, a strange feeling pressed against his back, giving Damien the chills. Why all of a sudden, when he turned around, he was extremely startled to see Kyle. Why are you here? Kyle burst into a loud laugh and said, Didn't I tell you we'd see each other again soon? Damien narrowed his eyes in a probing manner. Kyle, don't tell me you. Suddenly Kyle called out directly, Damien. With a powerful and resolute momentum, he clearly declared, Do you really think our relationship stops at being classmates in the training camp? I signed up for the Neo-Kalic unit too. Damien, let's both do a great job there. Deal. Kyle walked over, threw an arm around Damien's shoulder, and urged, We should get going. Just as the two of them were slowly preparing to slip away, a voice suddenly rang out to stop them. Wait a second. This single sentence made Kyle jump and look up to ask, What is it? Jay walked over with a shy smile and said, Good thing I'm not late. Kyle stared blankly at the girl in front of him and asked, What wind blew you here? Damien was also curious. What's with this pile of stuff? She explained, I heard the Neo-Kalic unit is stationed far away, so I prepared this carriage for your trip. Inside there are some long-lasting snacks and a few necessities you might need. Hearing this, Damien grew even more puzzled. But why would she do this? Remembering his previous expression and words, just to repay the favor you showed me. Jay affirmed it was just like the way he repaid her sincerity. Damien, our trading company always keeps it carved in our hearts that give and take is a must, so I spent the last 2 days gathering all this. She instructed the two of them, have a safe trip. This gifted stash made Kyle extremely delighted and praised. She sure is generous. When praised, Jay scratched the back of her head and replied, Think of this as an investment, since you told me to invest more in the future. Hearing that, Damien startled and asked, What did you say? He laughed until his stomach hurt, thinking to himself that she was a terrible liar, but this girl was more interesting than he thought. He then turned away, not forgetting to leave a parting remark. All right, see you later then. Jay bowed in response. Yes, goodbye, Damien. The two men simultaneously climbed onto the carriage and set off. Jay stood behind, watching the carriage gradually pull away until it disappeared from sight. Kyle and Damien's journey lasted about a few days. Finally, The two of them could spot a town in the distance. Sitting inside the carriage, Kyle groaned, his stomach churning. Damn it, why is this road so gut-wrenching? Damien sighed. Walking probably feels more comfortable. He pointed outside and announced, Anyway, seeing the presence of the defense forces around Neo-Kalik means we've arrived at Neo-Kalik. Kyle wondered why there wasn't a single local resident in sight around here. Damien rested his arm on the back wall and explained it's probably because of the monsters, or maybe they're inside the Bronzerian forest. Most of the residents here make a living by going into the Bronzerian forest to pick a herb called almancho. Almancho is a poisonous plant that causes high fever and diarrhea, but if processed correctly, it becomes the main ingredient for an extremely powerful painkiller. Since 60% of the kingdom's almancho comes from the Bronzerian forest, no matter how dangerous it is, the villagers can't afford to quit this job. After stepping down from the carriage, Damien eagerly urged, Let's head to the base, hit the road. The two stepped into Neo-Kalik, where the streets were deserted and desolate. Kyle frowned and spoke up, Hey, Damien, don't tell me. He pointed forward and asked, You mean that building? Are you sure people can live in that place? It looks like it would collapse if you barely touched it. Meanwhile, Damien keenly picked up the scent of blood nearby. Not seeing the other respond, Kyle anxiously called out, Damien, you... He warned, Someone's coming. From a distance, a rather large group of people gradually walked toward them. This group didn't look particularly strong, and some were even wounded, having to rely on others for support just to walk. And on the shoulder shields of all of them were carved the emblem and the words Neo-Kalik. As the group passed by Damien, a young man cast an unfriendly glare in their direction, and then the group disappeared behind the gloomy dark door. Kyle looked at them and blurted out, Oh my God, look at their faces, they look no different from wandering ghosts. Damien could only sigh and warn, You'd better get used to it. Kyle, this is a place where people brush with death every day. He secretly wondered why on earth he was suddenly remembering that story right now. Recalling the past, Damien once stood before a squad of soldiers and asked, In your opinion, what is a soldier's most important duty? They eagerly answered from their own perspectives, to strictly follow orders. Isn't it to eliminate the enemy as efficiently as possible, sir? Even if I die, I've got to drag 20 bastards down with me. Damien slightly frowned, showing disapproval of those views. Then he forcefully knocked on the head of one soldier, making him wring in pain and question, Why did you only flick my head? Damien replied, Because your answer was the worst one. Listen carefully. The correct answer is not to die. He asserted that dying is strictly forbidden and never to cheapen your own life. You must survive and return at all costs. We are forced to grow stronger so we don't lose our lives. Clear. Returning to the present, Damien sighed to himself. The expressions of those who heard him say that back then were still vivid in his mind, even though in the end, they all ended up dead. Then he informed his companion, Let's go inside too. Kyle nervously asked back, Right now? Damien turned to ask, Did you forget the purpose of why we came here? We came here to become stronger. Standing here, staring blankly, is just a waste of time. Kyle worriedly replied, Hey, Damien, you saw their complexions just now. The atmosphere inside must be suffocating. Shouldn't we wait a bit? But no matter what he said, Damien didn't stop his steps toward that dark, ominous door, leaving Kyle helpless. He ran after him in fear and shouted loudly, Damien, wait up. Over at the Neo-Kalik unit, Veeder angrily hurled his sword into the supply bin and cursed, Damn it, those bastards from the defense force. They clearly said there were only a few snails, but there were over 30 of them, and they even dragged along an old snail mage. Luzu anxiously reported, Sergeant Karras's arm is dangling and about to tear off. If he isn't treated right away, he'll be forced to be discharged. For members of the Neo-Kalik unit dumped here in place of severe disciplinary punishment, there was no such choice called a discharge. Either rot in prison for the rest of your life, or struggle in this living hell, or be squeezed dry of labor at Neo-Kalik and then thrown away like a piece of rag. Veeder felt choked with injustice and roared, Damn it, what kind of discharge? Getting kicked out onto the street with injuries like that means starving to death. Over at the Neo-Kalik captain's side, Tan seemed calmer as he spoke up with a solution. First call the doctor, and then try inviting a priest from the temple. Fabian asked back, Captain, do you know how much those religious fanatics cost? Our salaries aren't even a drop in the bucket. Ton bluntly pulled out his own money pouch and replied, 20 gold coins. Pull the money together. Seeing that, Vitor angrily shouted, Captain, isn't this the money saved for your mother's surgery? He smiled bitterly and replied, her condition has improved. The medic said surgery isn't urgently needed yet. The other soldiers hearing this exchanged glances, everyone quietly understanding how much the captain had sacrificed for their unit. Everyone then united and contributed. Damn it, count my share in mine. Diano hesitantly stepped forward and whispered, I'd like to pitch in as well. Vitor angrily shouted, Hey, since when does a new rookie start pitching in money? Take that cash and buy a new pair of boots to replace that tattered pair of yours, kid. He trembled, his voice sounding like a plea. Please let me contribute. Sergeant Karras was badly hurt like this because he saved me. Seeing that, Vitor choked up and cursed. Damn it, what a good kid. Ton then ordered a soldier. This will take some time, so just go call the temple priest first. He quickly ran outside to take the order. Yes, sir. Ton turned to ask someone else. Aaron, how old are you again this year? He answered, I'm 18. Yes, sir. Ton placed a hand on his teammate's shoulder and praised. Before you know it, our youngest has been in the army for a year now. Now we just need Karras to hold on. Behind his back, someone suddenly called out, Captain, JY reporting, those new recruits we were notified about earlier have arrived. Hearing that, everyone cast suspicious glances over. I replied, New recruits? The fighting was so intense, I completely forgot about it. He shouted loudly, Aaron. He responded, Present. Yes, sir. Ton draped an arm around the youngest and announced, Let's go. Time to go welcome you new underlings. In the office, Ton looked at the two newcomers and asked, Are you guys the new batch of recruits? The two answered in unison, yes. He silently evaluated each of them. That kid looked capable. His muscles and strength seemed pretty decent. When he looked at Damien, Ton hesitated a bit though. He spoke up and asked, Are you really only 13 years old? He nodded and answered, That's right. Ton thought to himself, he's even younger than Aaron. The youngest kid on his side was 18. Why would a child this young volunteer to enlist here? He helplessly put the paper down and muttered in defeat, I don't get what kids these days are thinking. Kyle pointed at Damien and asserted, but he was the top graduate of the training camp. Hearing that, Ton asked in a daze, Top graduate? He gently reminded, So what? The training camp and this place are two completely different worlds. Damien replied, I know. Seeing that nonchalant expression of the kid made Ton startle and ask back, You know, and you still dragged your face here. He then called out in a loud voice, Aaron. He answered, Present. Ton pointed at the two new soldiers and ordered, You two take them to get their quarters and tell them to clean up. Aaron replied, Understood, sir. He then glanced at the two of them and announced, Follow me. Damien and Kyle followed behind Aaron down the unit's hallway. He slowly explained everything. There are no ranks in this Neo-Kalic. Forget titles like platoon leader or company commander. The guy earlier was the unit commander, and right next to him was the executive officer. Under them, whoever arrived first is the senior. The order is extremely strict. Stepping into the bedroom, Aaron announced, Pick whatever bed you like. You guys aren't going to be lying in them for long anyway. Kyle curiously asked, What's that supposed to mean? Aaron replied, I've been here for a whole year, and I'm still the newest guy. Understand what that means. Kyle answered back, How would I know? As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked hard straight at Kyle's leg. He groaned in pain, bending down to clutch his leg. Aaron looked at the two new recruits with a gaze full of resentment mixed with pain and said, It means, he gritted his teeth, everyone who came after me is already pushing up daisies. This single sentence left Damien and Kyle momentarily stunned into silence. Aaron then turned and left the room, not forgetting to remind them, Go ahead and unpack your stuff and clean the barracks first. Once you're done, I'll explain the rest. Then Kyle slowly sat down on the bed, while Damien turned away to carefully inspect the room. He angrily cursed, What a gloomy, bad-omened bastard. Seeing Damien showing no signs of anger, he wondered, Why are you smiling again? He just calmly answered, I smile because I want to. Damien whispered, Looks like he hasn't changed at all. Then he loudly reminded, get to cleaning. Kyle, he questioned, are you serious? Damien grabbed a towel and replied, since we have to do it anyway, might as well do it right. This is our first mission, right? Damien didn't forget to tease. Clean it so thoroughly you could lick it. This sentence made Kyle angrily snap back. Do I look like a janitor to you? A moment later in the Neo-Kalic mess hall, Aaron sat quietly in a corner, thinking to himself that he was scared. Whenever new teammates joined, he would end up growing fond of them and getting close to them. Recalling that time, he had friendly chatted with the new comrades. Today is your first mission, right? Look closely, today's job is easy, so just stay in the back. Just a single moment of carelessness is enough to cost you your life. Neo-Kalic is just that kind of place. Because before I knew it, I had stopped keeping an eye on new recruits. Because sooner or later, they're just going to lose their lives as time goes on. But for some reason, these new guys are really bothering me, especially that kid. The way he looked at me was as if he already knew me from before. While he was lost in thought, Kadeep announced, "Is that Aaron? I'm done fixing the soles of your shoes." He took the shoes and didn't forget to reply, "Thank you." He took the money and chatted, "Hey, just now I saw some dazed kids standing outside the unit's gate." "Are those the new recruits?" Aaron replied. "You saw them?" Kadeep asked again. "They looked so lost I thought they were from the defense force. But turns out they're your juniors?" He didn't dare answer that question and just lowered his head to reply, "I'll drop by again next time." Aaron thought to himself while walking. Juniors? Bullshit. Back at the room, I need to crush that arrogance of theirs. Seeing the unit's gate appear before his eyes, Aaron muttered to himself, "Passion, confidence, pride. Those things will only get you killed in a place like this." Surely they didn't just clean half-fastly, right? As soon as he stepped through the door, everything happening made him startle and shock. Damien turned around with his face covered in dirt and mud to greet him. "You're back?" Everything in the room was blindingly clean, and he called out, "Private Aaron." Two other guys also came up, patted Aaron's shoulder, and said, "We're losing our minds here too." "Aaron, just how badly did you torture those new guys?" He stammered in fear, "No way, I didn't do anything." Damien then brought over a basin of water and reported, "We have completed the cleaning as ordered. Please inspect if there's anything out of place." Aaron looked at the spotless room without a single speck of dust and felt a sense of anxiety and worry in his heart. Normally, when told to clean, they just make a token effort and quit. How could it possibly be this spotless? Or so he wondered to himself. Is this what you call a subtle psychological warning? Ton stood in the back, laughing heartily and happily. He praised, "The newbies are truly top-notch. It looks like a newly built barracks." Seeing this expression from Ton left the other soldiers confused. Is the commander smiling? The guy known for having no emotions at all? Ton then seriously called the new recruits over. "Come here for a second." He asked again, "Did the two of you clean all of this yourselves?" Both of them answered in unison, "Sir, yes." He asked curiously, "Why did you have to clean to this extreme? Just making it a bit empty would have been fine." Damien replied sternly, "That was Senior Aaron's order. We simply executed it strictly because it was an order from our senior." Hearing that, Tom looked deep into the young soldier's eyes and thought, having gone through all those years of turmoil on the battlefield, on the razor's edge of life and death, I only need a glance to know a person's capability. That big guy could be thrown straight into battle with just a little more training, but I just can't see through this kid. Why would someone who graduated top of his class at the training camp throw himself into this kind of misery? There has to be some hidden reason why he volunteered to come here. But before figuring that out, Ton spoke up with an order. Everyone pay close attention. People looked over with curiosity, wondering what the command would be this time. But contrary to the stern tone of his words, Ton smiled and announced, "Starting today, these two are the youngest members of our unit. Welcome them." Damien and Kyle looked at each other and smiled happily. This was the deserved result of their serious and all-out attitude. Aaron lay on the wooden plank bed with Damien and asked, "Damien, when do you think this war will end? Will it ever end?" Hearing that, he fell silent, his gaze sinking as he casually replied, "Well, once we surrender, the war is over." Suddenly Aaron closed his eyes, his voice turning resolute. "Damien, you are absolutely not allowed to die before me." Damien turned to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Did you eat something weird today? Why are you suddenly talking all cheesy? Aaron replied with a chuckle. I just felt like it. Promise me. You hear me? Into memory. Damien let out a nostalgic sigh and thought to himself. Back then I couldn't be bothered to answer him, but come to think of it, I still kept my promise. He remembered the memory of standing before Aaron's corpse. Damien's eyes completely filled with bloodshot veins from anger. He rushed onto the battlefield all alone, cutting down dozens of enemy soldiers because in the end he outlived that guy. Damien's gaze grew sorrowful as he recalled that image. Damn it. He sat up, brought his hand to his forehead, and thought to himself, there's no way I can fall back asleep now. Might as well seize the moment to practice the mana accumulation method. Afterwards, Damien quickly changed into his training clothes and stepped outside. After pushing deep into the forest, he caught sight of someone's silhouette lurking and training. Damien asked himself suspiciously, who on earth is still practicing at this hour? It was Aaron's silhouette practicing swordsmanship under the soft moonlight filtering through. It's Aaron. He stood on the side, observing closely without making a sound. He marveled inwardly that even in his past life, the guy was a training fanatic, but Damien watched him leaning on his sword, panting like an ox, with suspicion. Why is he using a sword like that? That fighting style completely clashes with his biggest strength, which is speed. Damien let out a helpless sigh, thinking to himself, all right, in my past life it took me so much effort to convince him to change weapons. If I jump out and tell him now, he'd probably punch me on the spot, even though he couldn't lay a finger on me. He turned around and quietly walked away without disturbing Aaron's hard training. Well, it took a lot of effort to build up a bit of goodwill. Let's not blow it early. There will definitely be a right opportunity to bring it up later. Scene cuts to the next morning. Everyone gathered beneath the massive mountains. People looked around and grumbled to themselves, oh man, looking at this training ground never stops being terrifying. Looks like we're going to be worked to the bone today. Valen turned to the soldiers next to him and started setting up a bet. Waiting around for the captain is so boring. Want to place a bet, guys? Bet on whether those two newbies will make it to the end of today's training session. Hearing that, the whole crowd chimed in noisily with bets. I'll put down 10 silver coins that they won't even drag themselves through the morning session. I bet 20 silver coins they'll pass out right as the morning shift ends. I'm in too. Kyle and Damien took everything in. He said irritably, what are those guys doing? Are they using us as gambling material? There's a limit to going too far. He watched them having so much fun betting with each other, thinking they must be used to it since no one even stepped in to stop them. The atmosphere of this unit is really... Damien suddenly turned around and started walking forward. Kyle followed him and asked suspiciously, Damien, where are you going? Suddenly, he walked right up to the guys dividing the stakes and spoke up, leaving the whole crowd stunned. Mind if I join in? Looks fun. Those guys were startled. Valen laughed out loud and said, damn, you scared the hell out of me. The others chimed in with mockery. The main character walked right into the trap? Did the newbie bring any money with him? Damien's face remained completely nonchalant, answering as a matter of fact. I sure did. But I'd like to change the betting conditions a little bit. His face showed absolute confidence as he pulled out a shiny gold coin. I bet that in today's training session, I will surpass everyone here, including your captain, to claim first place. I'm putting down 1 gold coin. Their faces darkened as they stared straight at Damien. He put his hands on his hips and spoke up confidently. Do you guys want to add any other conditions? The corners of their mouths curled up into sly, cunning smiles. They started yelling in a mocking tone. This new kid has got some nerve, huh? One guy pointed at the coin and said, fine, if you win, take all this money. Valen, extremely excited, clenched his fists and laid out the condition. And if you lose, you have to do everyone's laundry for a whole month. Another guy mocked. If you aren't confident, back out early, kid. Damien's face remained totally nonchalant as he continued. Since we're going big with 1 gold coin plus the laundry condition, allow me to add 1 more condition of my own. Valen found it interesting and asked suspiciously, another condition? Let's hear it. Damien's face sank as he spoke in a soft voice. If I win, grant me full authority to rest during scheduled training hours for an entire month. Those guys were stunned in disbelief upon hearing that. What? Rest from training? That sounds utterly absurd. Suddenly Tan appeared out of nowhere and agreed. All right, deal. The others turned around, startled. The captain, he turned to Aaron, who was standing on the other side, and shouted, Aaron. Aaron responded suspiciously, sir. He wore a cheerful smile, pointing at the instigators. You join this bet too. Aaron walked over suspiciously and asked, Me? Tan cut him off with a provocation. What's the matter? Scared of losing to your juniors? Hearing that, Aaron shook his head with a hardened face. No way in hell. I just don't want to waste money on a bet whose outcome is already obvious. Satisfied, Tan tossed over a silver coin, acting generous. Then I'll pay your bet for you. He stepped in front of Damien, his figure towering twice as tall as the boy, and said, Newbie, if you perform better than your seniors, I'll approve your requested free time. During training, Tan turned back to the ringleaders and warned, but if any of you lose, I'll toss you into the intensive hell training course, so you better give it your all. Hearing that, their expressions darkened with anger. Arrogant little brat. I'll teach him some manners. Better train like your life depends on it, kid. Damien bowed his head cautiously while feeling exhilarated inside. Everything is going according to plan. There's no way I'm missing out on that free time. He watched everyone focusing on warming up their bodies and calculated internally. Even if I have to use this method, I have to change the defeated atmosphere of this unit. In a place where people give up because they don't know when they'll die, dragging themselves through the days without hope, it will sooner or later consume not just yourself but everyone around you. Tan folded his arms, looked down, and spoke in a stern voice. All right, now let's start physical training. He turned and pointed at the pile of large logs nearby, beginning to instruct, today's exercise is running while carrying these logs all the way up to the peak of that rocky mountain. Hearing that, everyone protested noisily and unfairly. Captain, we don't normally do this crazy exercise. It's fine if the newbies do it. Why do we have to suffer too? Veins popped on Tan's forehead in anger as he barked loudly, instantly shutting them up. Silence. Pick them up now. Stop bitching and move. They quickly hoisted the logs and headed up the mountain, everyone exhausted to the bone. Valen's group was also struggling, sweating bullets. He looked at Tan standing on the cliff, observing them, and complained, why the hell did the captain come up with this exercise out of nowhere? Who knows? They grumbled and cursed angrily while struggling to climb. This is obviously because of those newbies. They're doing this for the first time. They're bound to collapse in a heartbeat. Hearing that, Valen looked down to search for Damien's silhouette. What the hell? Where's the new kid? With a terrified and astonished expression, he jerked his head upward. No way. Damien has already left them way behind. When the hell did he crawl all the way up there? At this point, the boy was also out of breath, panting heavily with every breath. He raised his hand to look at his ring and marveled inwardly. I didn't expect it to even reduce the weight of what I'm carrying. Damien smiled with satisfaction and thought, what an accurate decision. When choosing this ring, he looked down the foot of the mountain to search for the others and see how far behind the seniors were. Damien saw that the leader down below was still quite a distance away from him, thinking it would take them forever to catch up. The only one trying hard to keep up was Aaron, staring hard at the person pushing himself to chase after him with absolute determination. It had to be Aaron. He exhaled long, exhausted breaths while carrying the log. Aaron's gaze was fixed ahead, sweating bullets. He's about to reach the top. He looked at Damien's cheerful, waiting face and muttered to himself, I thought he was just at the level of a training camp top graduate. But true to form, a moment later his first footstep reached the mountain peak. Damien planted the log on the ground with absolute confidence. First place, a total dominance. Tan, waiting at the top, was quite astonished inwardly. He actually crossed the finish line first. Seeing the second person arrive, he also marveled. I didn't expect even Aaron to bite the dust. Looks like we just caught a bigger fish than I thought. After waiting for a while, a few more reached the mountain peak. Tan turned down to those who hadn't arrived yet and shouted, Training is over. His face darkened, and his voice made the whole crowd tremble like the losing side of a bet about to receive hell training. Everyone who arrived after the newbie, get down on the ground now. Suddenly Valen rushed forward in a panic, calling out loudly and leaving him suspicious. Captain, with a panicked and frightened look on his face, he spoke in a hurried voice, pointing toward the unit's building. Look at that. Tom looked in the direction he pointed, and his eyes widened in horror. A red warning flag was fluttering at the distant barracks, and the whole crowd panicked. Is that a level 1 emergency red flag? As soon as those words left his mouth, Damien walked over, panting as he proposed. We want to come along too. Tom whipped around and rejected him immediately. No way. No matter how good your training performance is, actual battlefield reality is completely different. You two stay put at the barracks. His face was full of seriousness and determination. Damien held his ground, saying we'll just tag along as supply porters for the rear lines. During the physical test just now, the boss already saw our strength and endurance anyway. Kyle chimed in, we will definitely do a good job. He didn't answer right away, lowering his eyes in thought. How disgraceful. The situation has forced us to rely on the strength of rookies. A moment later, Tan turned around and dropped a line. Fine, as long as you don't get involved in the combat. Just grab backup equipment and wait in the rear. Aaron, hand over the backup gear to these kids. He shouted back to acknowledge the order. Sir, yes. Having received permission, Damien looked at Kyle beside him. The Bronzerian Forest? If I remember correctly, this is exactly when Aaron, expressionless, he blurted out, there are monsters in the Bronzerian Forest. He planted his staff on the ground, wiping sweat from his face with one hand, looking somewhat in disbelief. Monsters? What kind of absurd talk is that? Kyle started panicking. That thing isn't your average monster. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. A snail possessed by a demon beat a steel wolf to death. Normally it takes 5 snails swarming it just to barely hold it off. Because of that thing, we were forced to abandon that region. If it weren't for that freak, the Neo-Kalic unit wouldn't have been disbanded. Damien frowned, bringing his hand up to rub his head. Damn it. All this information is a jumbled mess. I can't piece it together. Since it's come to this, even if I have to play errand boy, I'll go check it out myself. After the preparation period, Tom called out to everyone from above. Are you all done prepping? Everyone answered in unison. Yes, sir. He began to instruct. I'll say it again. Once you step onto the battlefield, you must calculate every possible situation. If you see anything dangerous, it's best to stay away. The top priority for everyone is to keep your lives and come back. Understood. Everyone shouted back. Understood, Captain. Once preparations were fully sorted out, Ton made the decision. Let's move out. Following right behind the group, he thought to himself. Finally, the first real combat is here. After traveling for a while, everyone stepped into the forest. He walked while distributing tasks. We'll scout the surrounding area first, split up into groups of 3, but absolutely do not let each other out of your sight. Ton glanced at Damien and Kyle, reminding them, you two stick with me, don't fall behind. He replied, Sir, yes. He also nodded, I know, sir. Meanwhile, Damien's gaze swept around to assess the situation. Entering the restricted zone right from here? There's nothing particularly special about the forest either. What the hell is in this place? His eyebrows twitched tightly as if he had discovered something. Why does it reek of killing intent just like on the battlefield? Thanks to spending 5 years rolling through the razor's edge of life and death in combat. The moment he stepped foot here, every single sense in his body was screaming a warning. Damien gripped his weapon tightly and muttered to himself, this place is extremely dangerous. Just as he snapped out of his thoughts, a sound suddenly echoed, catching everyone's attention. Ton quickly turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. Did you find something? John shouted loudly to report the news. Captain, over here. When they rushed over, the scene before their eyes was dyed in red. How tragic. John stood nearby, cautiously offering his opinion. The recon soldiers already checked, so why are the weapons still left completely untouched? Ton sat right down to observe closely. That proves just how terrified they must have been at that moment. Saying that, he looked toward a corner. What kind of monster could possibly cause this terrifying scene? John rested his sword on his shoulder and guessed. Captain, could it be bear-type monsters? Ton immediately refuted. There are no mutant bears in this forest capable of pulling this off. John continued tensely. Then, could it be? Before he could finish, a voice cut in. I don't think so, sir. John looked back at Damien with a puzzled expression. When observing closely what lay beneath the boy's feet, John suddenly cried out, "Isn't that the carcass of a red bear?" Damien confirmed. Just as the vice captain said, the culprit is likely a bear-like creature. Looking at those claw marks, the size of its front paws must be absolutely massive. Then he pointed to a distant tree trunk. That's the only way to explain the wound on that carcass. Tan put his hand on his chin, deep in thought, as he analyzed. Spot on, very well-founded reasoning. He asked with a hint of curiosity, "Where did you learn this kind of knowledge?" He shared seriously, "Well, my dad used to be a hunter. I'm not familiar with the wilderness, but I overheard a lot of things." Tan nodded. "I see. That's some useful stuff to learn." Kyle, standing in the back listening to the whole conversation, looked somewhat blank. "Damien, didn't you say your dad was a soldier before?" Before he could finish questioning, the boy shot him an icy glance of warning that choked him into silence. Time passed, and Tan made a decision. "That's it for today. Fall back. Gather the bodies carefully. We have to return them to their families." Watching the group work together to clean up, Damien agreed. Indeed, if they forced themselves deeper right now, it would be no different than committing suicide. They had only grasped a tiny clue while the enemy's whereabouts remained completely unknown. He smiled faintly, letting out a sigh of relief. Cold on the outside, but he's an excellent commander. No wonder back then they respected such a great man. Tan was still standing to the side, seriously urging the men. "Let's fall back. Hurry up." Right at that moment, Damien suddenly noticed something unusual, and he shouted at the group, "Everyone, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive boulder fell from out of nowhere, producing an earth-shattering crash. Many of the subordinates failed to dodge in time and were crushed underneath it, leaving the area in utter chaos. "My leg!" Someone turned pale as a sheet. "Where the hell did this huge rock come flying from?" Damien quickly turned back and called out, "Kyle." He sped up and ran over, using all his strength to lift the rock off their fallen comrades. He also quickly rushed over to help, gritting his teeth as he pushed against the boulder. After a fierce struggle, it was finally lifted up. Seeing this, Tan seized the opportunity and used his hands to pull them out one by one. "Hurry up. Everyone give another hand and help rescue our comrades right now." The men who had been pinned down trembled as the ones outside pulled them out. Tan squatted down and gave a quick assessment. "Damn it, the situation is looking terrible." Damien, standing nearby, rummaged through his pouch. "Chew on this, bro." He pulled out a plant and seriously instructed, "You have to chew it thoroughly to swallow its juices. That way the pain will ease up a bit." He startled and reached out to block Damien. "Sleeping grass might have pain-relieving properties, but it's poisonous. Swallowing it raw, without detoxifying is." Without changing his expression, he explained, "If you eat it together with the seeds of this thorn apple, it can neutralize the poison. While you're still conscious, try to chew as much as you can." In the end, Tan didn't interfere any further and fell into deep thought. How on earth does this brat know about these things? After handing out the painkillers to his comrades, he immediately suggested, "Captain, we must retreat immediately. That rock definitely didn't fall by accident. The culprit is clearly somewhere around here." The moment those words left his mouth, the scene before them froze both Damien and him in their tracks. A monster! Looking at the giant bear right in front of him, he couldn't help blurting out, "Are you kidding me? What the hell is that?" Right after that, it dealt a fierce, decisive blow straight to his body. Driven by the immense force, both Hyo-sun's axe and body flew back quite a distance. He crashed heavily onto the ground, gasping for air as he stared at the frenzied, magical beast before him. Next, it stepped closer, raising its sharp claws high once again. The beast ruthlessly brought them down, shattering the ground beneath into countless pieces. Witnessing the whole thing from start to finish, Tan couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastard monster." He glanced toward a corner, making a quick assessment. 3 comrades have already fallen. I'm definitely taking this beast's life today. Tan regained his composure, stared straight at the magical beast, and gave the command, "Attack now. Point all sharp sword tips straight at it." He roared again, "Damn it, stab it until you pierce right through." Seeing that Damien's group intended to step forward, one of the men blocked their path and stopped them. Newbies, step back to the rear right now. Seizing the moment, Tan turned back. Aaron, he swung his sword, gathering momentum from afar. With a powerful slash from the captain, the beast's legs were severed in the nick of time. It opened its mouth in agonizing pain, letting out a wild, deafening roar. Having lost a leg, it could no longer hold its ground and collapsed right in front of Tan. Raising the tip of his sword right between his brows with a deep frown, he declared, "It's over." The wild beast felt a surging wave of energy, leaving Damien slightly stunned. "Mana, over here." Tan swung his sword and leaped high into the air. Die. A single finishing slash cut right across the beast's body in an instant. Once everything was settled, one of them stomped a foot onto its body, a wicked and excited grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Turns out brute force always wins in the end. The guy next to him chimed in. "Serves you right, you oversized piece of trash." Tan reached out toward the magical beast and gave it a quick internal assessment. Who knows where this damn plague of a creature crawled out from? Moreover, as he parted its thick fur, he discovered something unusual. These spots, Hyo-sun asked worriedly. Could it be contagious? People with infectious diseases usually break out in spots just like this. Standing in a corner and watching the scene unfold, Damien widened his eyes in shock. It really is those exact spots. He walked step by step toward the beast's carcass, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. There's only one way a freakish creature like this could exist. We must investigate immediately to find out where this freak came from. Wasting no time, Tan quickly issued orders. Aaron, take the guys and scout the perimeter. Barden, skin this thing and bring it back for armor. He raised his voice, cutting in right after. I don't think this creature's hide is usable. Puzzled, he blurted out. What? Why is that? Taken aback, Tan pressed his lips together and stared intently at Damien. He observed the boy's expression and came to a realization. This kid definitely knows something. He made a decision once more. Leave the hide behind. The whole squad fall back. And one more thing, new guy. Follow me right now. Upon returning to headquarters, Tan summoned Damien into his private room. Sit down. He gave a slight nod. Understood. With a dead serious look on his face, Tan stared straight at Damien and questioned, Do you know anything about that black-spotted monster we saw in the woods? He was silent for a moment before deciding to speak his mind. From what I can tell, there's a high probability it was infected with demonic energy. He blurted out in surprise. Demonic energy? That evil power dark mages usually use? Damien confirmed. Yes, exactly. Tan asked tensely, offering a guess. Does that mean there's a dark mage hiding in the forest? Surely you know dark magic is strictly forbidden, right? Lowering his gaze, he shook his head in denial. For now, we can't say for sure. It could be a dark mage, or it might just be a cursed artifact accumulating demonic energy there. Demonic energy is a power borrowed through demon worship and sacrificial rites. Anyone gnawed by this demonic energy for too long will meet a tragic end. Damien frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the Bronzerian Forest was originally a place where mana stones infected with demonic energy existed, but isn't it supposed to start acting up much later than this period? The existence of that mana stone was only known to the world after a catastrophe that shook the entire empire occurred in his next life. The Neo-Kalic unit discovered possessed monsters in the Bronzerian Forest, and the Imperial Army formed a subjugation team to enter the forest and eliminate them. A possibility suddenly popped into his head. What if everything is just beginning right at this very moment? The longer demonic energy is left alone, the more monsters it will assimilate and mutate, making them stronger. Therefore, if I strike before its power expands, I can destroy it. Tan let out a frustrated sigh. How on earth do you know so much about these things? He shared honestly. Well, I heard it from my dad. He ran into a similar case before. He seriously demanded, I want to hear more details about that. With that, Tan fell into deep thought, because their current situation was practically a drowning man clutching at a straw. Damien nodded without hesitation. Yes, Captain. Over here, a groan suddenly echoed. Oh man, my whole body is aching. Another man clutched his head despondently. Yesterday's mission completely exhausted me. On the neighboring bed, Damien picked up a pillow and gave a reminder, "Wake up, big guy. Time to get moving." He grimaced and whined, I know. Right at that moment, VA burst the door open with some news. Big trouble, guys. Word is the Bronzerian forest is locked down. Starting today, not just herbalists, but even us are completely banned from entering. So we won't have to go on missions anytime soon. We're just staying at home to train. Kyle clenched his fists in excitement. Awesome. What a nice surprise dropping right out of the sky. Eiffel nodded in agreement. We've got plenty of injuries among the guys anyway. Taking this chance to rest and recover is the right move. Seeing Damien sigh, he walked over and checked on him. Damien, why the long face? Not happy, kid. He answered dejectedly. Oh, it's nothing. Getting a break is great and all. After replying, Damien buried his face in his hands, thinking to himself, judging by the unit's current situation, this is indeed the golden time to recover. But why does it have to be right now, of all times? Suddenly, a series of footsteps outside the hallway caught Kyle's attention. One of them poked his head out to snoop. Who are those guys? We're people from the defense force dragging themselves over here. What are those lazy bums doing coming over here out of nowhere? On this side, John sat expressionlessly with his arms crossed right in the middle of the room. Opposite him, Tan asked with high vigilance, What brings you gentlemen by here? He shared seriously. Thanks to your timely report, the Magic Temple has agreed to step in and lend a hand. They said they could genuinely sense a reeking evil aura from that monster's corpse. He pressed his lips together in reflection. Turns out everything the kid Damien said was spot on. Could the Bronzerian forest really be tied to demonic energy? With that, John shook his head again, but nothing is certain just yet. That's why they sent a priest to coordinate with us in launching a sweep. His proposal left Tom looking a bit gloomy. This situation is quite novel, so I want to bring along a soldier who understands demonic energy. He immediately offered an excuse to refuse. That fellow is just a rookie who barely stepped foot into the unit. Bringing along someone with zero combat experience is a bit. Before he could finish, John cut him off. But at the end of the day, wasn't he the very first one who spotted the issue? Hearing that, Tan hesitated slightly, worrying to himself. Truth is, if I turn down this offer, that old man will definitely find an excuse to make things difficult for our unit later on. In the end, Tan made his decision. He glanced over and called out, Aaron. The uncle answered immediately, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, while Damien was feeling down, a voice rang out. Go ahead and call Damien over here for me. The scene opened to the solid, massive walls of a magnificent military fortress, heavy with the glorious atmosphere of the kingdom permeating the space. The view quickly shifted inside, where Damien, the red-haired rookie, was leisurely stepping into the majestic command center. His simple, armorless attire instantly drew astonished gazes from the heavily armed guards on duty. Damien approached the colossal wooden table and stood facing the seasoned commander who had been through countless battles. The stern old general began outlining a grueling new mission, emphasizing that the recruit had every right to refuse. Yet, without a second of hesitation, Damien eagerly accepted. Beneath his enthusiastic expression lay a sharp, calculating glint flashing in his eyes. He knew full well that taking on this dangerous mission was his best opportunity to hunt down the terrifying monster corrupted by demonic energy. Seeing the teenager display an almost unnaturally high level of enthusiasm, the veteran commander was momentarily stunned but ultimately agreed, arranged the official schedule, and dismissed Damien. The scene shifted to the dusty grounds right outside the fortress gates. Still uneasy about the boy's reckless confidence, the commander called Damien back one last time. He earnestly offered to send an escort team of veteran soldiers along with him, a calm, yet authoritative smile resting on his lips. Damien coldly rejected the backup. He calculated inwardly that dragging along a bunch of slow old soldiers would only ruin his chances of making a swift escape if the mission went south. The commander let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening as he issued a firm order. No matter what, the rookie is not allowed to participate in combat. Damien feigned innocence, gently brushing aside the severe warning, and cheerfully promised to pick up some blood-nourishing herbs for the squad and return in one piece. Afterward, he strode with confidence toward the perilous, desolate forest. Left behind in the dust, the commander and vice-commander could only stare blankly at the teenager's receding back, murmuring in shock at the appearance of an unpredictably, insanely erratic anomaly. The scene immediately cut to the outskirts of the Bronzerian forest, shrouded in ghostly fog, where a heavy armed battalion was marching deep into the dangerous woods. This exceptionally powerful force had been specially assembled to hunt down a banned dark mage. Leading the vanguard were the stern air defense Captain Basil and the mysterious temple priestess, Claire. The tense, silent march was suddenly broken when Captain Basil spotted Damien, the red-haired rookie, loitering nearby. The veteran captain immediately confronted him harshly, demanding immediate obedience. But Damien coldly shut him down. With a mocking smile, the young soldier completely disregarded the captain's authority, casually stating that since they belonged to different units, his rank meant nothing. Leaving the shakingly furious and dumbfounded captain behind, Damien strolled forward with a terrifying arrogance. Witnessing the bizarre and disrespectful confrontation, Priestess Claire instantly took note of the daring rookie. When the outraged captain revealed that this exact teenager was the first to sound the alarm about demonic energy in the area, Claire's golden eyes narrowed sharply, her gaze piercing and probing. The priestess glided close to Damien, practically pressing against him as she quietly demanded an explanation for his unusual and questionable knowledge of dark arts. For a split second, a flash of cold alertness crossed Damien's face as he wondered silently whether the perceptive priestess had seen through his disguise. Quickly masking his wariness, Damien confidently spun a flawless story, calmly explaining that his knowledge of the dark arts was passed down from his late father, easily dissolving her suspicions. He even vividly recounted the terror of inspecting the torn-apart monster's corpse alongside the priestess. Drawing upon deep knowledge of the local wildlife, Damien painted a horrifying picture of a beast utterly alien to the forest. It was a giant shadow monster brutally mutated by demonic energy, its rotting flesh covered in foul black marks, and its blood-red eyes burning with murderous intent. Accepting his explanation about his late father, the priestess gave a slight nod and ended the interrogation. As the tense atmosphere subsided, Captain Basil loudly ordered the entire unit to press deeper into the forest, demanding everyone stay on high alert for anything abnormal. Amidst the heavy footsteps echoing through the woods, Damien quietly peeled off from the formation. He figured the regular soldiers could handle basic scouting, while he needed to go deeper to reach his true target. Suddenly, a soldier spotted Damien squatting in the bushes and panicked, screaming that there was a monster. Weapons were drawn instantly, but the panic quickly turned into annoyance when everyone realized Damien was just happily digging up a rare mana-restoring plant root. Feeling foolish, the embarrassed soldiers scolded the rookie, asking if he thought he was on a picnic in the woods. Damien's innocent facade vanished instantly. He cast a cold, dead-eyed glance at the yelling soldier, calmly warning him that if he kept running his mouth, he'd be meeting his maker soon. He coolly reminded them that scouting was their job, not his. When the soldier complained about being startled, Damien ruthlessly mocked their cowardly reaction. He pointed out that if just a rustling bush made them tremble, their pathetic skill level was bringing shame to the entire unit's honor. Before the angry soldier could react, Captain Basil stepped in to intervene, putting an end to the argument. He sternly reprimanded Damien for his impulsive behavior, warning him not to do anything that would disrupt the mission. Damien feigned obedience, agreeing to stay within his assigned area. The captain sighed wearily, turning his back on the headache-inducing rookie and ordering his subordinates to strip off their heavy packs and conduct a thorough sweep. The quiet search was shattered when the bushes shook violently. A pair of glowing red eyes peered through the dark foliage as battle cries echoed across the unit when a pack of giant monsters burst from the edge of the woods. At first, the veteran soldiers acted cocky, assuming it was just an ordinary pack of wild orcs that could be easily wiped out. But the smug grins on their faces vanished instantly upon taking a closer look. One soldier froze in horror upon spotting the sickly black marks and glowing red eyes on the monsters' bodies. The horrifying truth came to light. These weren't ordinary monsters, but orcs twisted by demonic energy into ferocious beasts. With a deafening roar, a massive corrupted monster charged straight into the front lines. Moving with terrifying, unnatural speed, it closed the distance before anyone could react. A heavy greatsword swung down toward the frozen soldier. Everyone screamed for him to back off, but it was too late. The panicked soldier stood paralyzed, bracing for a gruesome death as he realized the attack was way too fast to dodge. Yet that fatal blow never landed. A sharp clanging of metal echoed through the woods as the attack was blocked to perfection. The trembling soldier lifted his head in shock to see Damien, the red-haired rookie, standing firm in a flawless defensive stance. Griping his spear tightly, Damien sternly ordered the panicked soldier to snap out of it. A sharp aura flared around him as the cold teenager asked the veteran how much longer he planned on dragging the unit's honor through the dirt. The scene opened in a dense clearing, where a disciplined squad quickly formed a defensive V formation to block the advancing threat. Faced with the impending ambush, the experienced Captain Vazel quickly organized the troops, specifically assigning 3 soldiers to form a tight protective circle around Priestess Claire in her white robes. Watching from the outside, Damien silently acknowledged Vazel's calmness and deep battlefield experience. The tension shattered violently as a pack of giant red-eyed orcs crashed into the human vanguard. The monstrous brute's strength instantly crushed the defense line, sending soldiers flying backward and placing Claire in extreme danger. Provoked by the priestess's natural divine aura, the frenzied orcs locked their targets on Claire and rushed forward with intent to kill. Facing the oncoming Grim Reaper, Claire desperately clasped her hands in prayer, squeezing her eyes shut to summon magic. A blinding, brilliant explosion of divine power erupted from her body, rippling across the battlefield and causing severe agony to the advancing monsters. However, despite the divine intervention, Damien witnessed a harsh reality. The defense line was collapsing, and if the battle kept up at this pace, every single soldier would be slaughtered. Even though Vazel had strictly forbidden him from fighting, Damien realized he had no choice left but to break the rules. Tightening his grip on his weapon, Damien sprinted forward, leaving a trail of fierce purple aura as he leaped high into the air above the melee. Landing with terrifying speed, he executed a fluid, ruthlessly vicious slash, slicing clean through the necks of 2 giant orcs. The 2 massive monsters collapsed onto the forest floor without a sound, leaving a nearby wounded soldier wide-eyed with shock at the terrifying killing power. Landing from the fatal strike, Damien stared straight at the soldier guarding the priestess and gave a sharp order: abandon the current position to reinforce the front lines. Hesitating for only a second, the soldier quickly obeyed Damien's commanding aura and rushed back into the thick of battle, leaving the young wounded soldier as Claire's sole protector. Turning to the priestess, Damien saw that Claire was completely paralyzed by terror. Her eyes were wide, her body trembling violently amid the bloody massacre surrounding her. Realizing she was in deep shock and that her magic burst earlier was just a blind panic reaction, Damien grabbed her shoulders firmly and gave her a hard shake to snap her back to reality. He forced her to look past her own fear, pointing straight toward the center of the melee where soldiers were being pushed to their limits. He sternly told her to channel all her divine power and unleash it onto the battlefield. Swallowing her terror, Claire gave a resolute nod, dropped to her knees, and gripped her holy staff tightly to focus her magic. As she immersed herself in deep, desperate prayer, a blazing ring of holy fire erupted from the ground around her. The immense power of the magic exploded into a blinding beam of divine light like a shooting star, leaving Damien staring in amazement. He realized he had severely underestimated her. This wasn't ordinary magic, but the terrifying, destructive power of a high-ranking priestess. The cleansing light washed over the orc pack like a tsunami, blinding the monsters and throwing them into helpless, agonizing pain. Recognizing the miraculous opening, the soldiers, despite being injured, rallied instantly, launching a bloody counterattack with a roaring shout. They savagely hacked down the immobilized monsters, flipping the tide of battle in the blink of an eye. The heavy thud of a severed orc head rolling to a stop on the blood-soaked grass finally signaled the end of the fierce clash. The surviving soldiers, exhausted and covered in injuries, stood amidst the corpses in a state of both shock and relief. Wiping sweat and grime from his exhausted face, Captain Vasil immediately shifted his attention to the grim post-battle reality, ordering a quick casualty headcount. A heavy, sorrowful silence enveloped the veteran commander upon learning that 8 of his men had perished. He ordered their bodies to be recovered carefully and solemnly, leaving no one behind in the deep woods. Seeking tactical input, Vasil walked over to Claire and asked if they needed to press deeper into the forest to wipe out the source. The priestess firmly rejected the idea, kneeling beside the giant corpse of a fallen monster to observe the abnormal miasma leaking from its flesh. She coldly revealed that the monsters had been completely corrupted by demonic energy, proving that the forest was heavily contaminated and that a far darker, more terrifying threat was brewing in the deepest shadows. Realizing the dangerous scale of the situation, Vasil declared an immediate retreat, planning to officially report the demonic presence and assemble a large-scale subjugation force. Hearing of the drastic change in plans, Damien couldn't hide his cold, understanding smirk. In his mind, he instantly calculated that a large-scale holy war against demonic forces would land his Neo-Kalic unit right on the front lines of the upcoming conflict. His internal musings were interrupted when the soldier he had just saved walked up, trembling as he expressed deep gratitude. Maintaining a humble attitude, the young wounded soldier brushed off the thanks, pretending his fatal intervention earlier was just a split-second reflex. With the immediate threat dealt with, Damien knelt on the blood-stained grass, quietly picking handfuls of fresh green herbs and stuffing them into his pouch, while complaining inwardly about how much effort it took to harvest them for the unit. Securing the heavy bag, Damien approached the veteran captain. Interrupting the commander's train of thought, he bluntly demanded that Vasil take action to crush the local Urkel herb monopoly. The seasoned commander could only stare in bewilderment at the sudden, bizarre request. Without missing a beat, Damien vented his frustration. City merchants were shamelessly marking up medicine prices fivefold, bleeding out his hard-earned hazard pay. He firmly shoved the heavy pouch of herbs into Vasil's chest, insisting that the captain use the fresh herbs to treat the wounded soldiers and bypass those exorbitant prices. Captain Vasil's initial surprise quickly turned into deep, heartfelt gratitude, looking at the young warrior and solemnly thanking him for his life-saving contribution. Instantly returning to the heavy task at hand, Vasil shouted orders for the whole team to begin a full retreat, gathering the bodies and caring for the wounded with utmost care. While the exhausted troops scrambled to execute the retreat order, Damien leisurely strolled away from the battlefield, his spear still held firmly in hand. Watching his receding back, Claire remained completely silent, but a gentle, warm smile finally bloomed across her veiled face, the prior terror entirely replaced by a deep and soothing curiosity. The space shifted entirely to the quiet interior of the command room. Damien stood at attention before the large table, officially reporting to his superior. The commander sat there with a fresh bandage wrapped around his head, asking the young spearfishman if anything had happened during the mission. Damien calmly replied that nothing special had occurred, simply explaining that they had ventured deep into the forest to search. He stated clearly that the female priest had confirmed the presence of demonic energy emanating directly from the orc unit they encountered there. Hearing that heavy report, the commander closed his eyes, quietly acknowledging the grave news. Without delaying a single second longer, he reached out and pushed a small box across the wooden table. He explained to Damien that the garrison captain Urkel had specifically instructed him to hand this item over to him. The young spearfishman looked down at the small box in his hands, completely bewildered, and asked what it could possibly be. The bandage commander admitted that he had no idea either, but still passed along the strong message that accompanied this unexpected gift. Taran said that along with the garrison captain's deep gratitude came a firm promise to conduct a major, comprehensive inspection of all corrupt local herbalists, ensuring that skyrocketing medicine prices would be cut in half immediately. Hearing this wonderfully joyful news, A satisfied smile flashed across Damien's face as he realized his plan to disrupt the greedy merchants had succeeded perfectly. The commander formally gave the boy permission to leave, and Damien politely stepped out of the dark room. As the heavy wooden door slammed shut, the scene shifted to reveal Captain Basil sitting quietly in the shadows of that very same room. Breaking the silence, Basil spoke up to the bandaged commander, firmly asserting that this young rookie was far beyond ordinary. When Taran challenged that bold statement, Basil dropped a major bombshell, revealing that the kid actually possessed the ability to manipulate real mana in combat. Taran froze in absolute shock, his gaze slowly drifting toward the large sack filled with freshly harvested herbs that Damien had forcefully submitted earlier. His mind spun as he realized the boy could have made an absolute fortune if he had sold those rare medicinal plants at market price. Yet, he had voluntarily handed over every single leaf just to ensure his injured comrades received free treatment. Looking at its compact size, the young spearfishman guessed it was probably just a simple magic artifact ring. But when he popped open the lid, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Lying on the red velvet lining inside was a glowing, brilliant blue potion, an extremely rare and priceless elixir used to powerfully enhance mana. His mind spun wildly, wondering how that corrupt garrison captain could possibly possess something so valuable. Brushing that thought aside, Damien decided with a cunning, greedy smile that he would gratefully drink up every drop of this treasure. However, his inner triumph was abruptly shattered when a giant blonde comrade sneaked right up behind him in the hallway. Completely caught off guard, the spearfishman started and whipped around, accidentally driving a rigid reflex elbow straight into the giant soldier's chest. Sweating profusely, Damien awkwardly looked away to appear calm and quickly fabricated a lie. He claimed it was just basic internal medicine awarded after the fierce, bloody battle they had just survived. Believing the explanation completely, the giant soldier froze in shock upon learning the young rookie had actually fought on the front lines, then groaned in jealousy that he had missed out on all the action. The scene cut as Damien pushed open the heavy door of the barracks, only to be immediately surrounded by a cheering crowd of comrades. Having heard rumors of his heroic feat of voluntarily harvesting massive amounts of herbs from the forest, the older soldiers playfully shoved him, affectionately pinching his cheeks and messing up his hair. They praised the young rookie as incredibly smart and caring, since everyone knew how expensive local herbs were. Damien smiled modestly, brushing off the attention and claiming he only picked a little because he was thinking of the wounded. The loud, cheerful atmosphere instantly fell silent when Captain Basil walked into the room, commanding everyone's full attention. The veteran officer officially confirmed the rumors spreading around, announcing that a large subjugation force would be established this month to clear out the contaminated Bronzerian forest. Basil went on to declare that until that major campaign began, all soldiers were given complete time off aside from mandatory morning drills, and advised them to use this precious time wisely. The entire barracks erupted into wild cheers at the prospect of an unexpected vacation. Amidst the wildly celebratory atmosphere, a friendly senior soldier threw an arm around Damien's shoulder, asking the rookie what he planned to do with his first break. Before the young spearfishman could reply, his attention was caught by a solitary figure quietly walking away from the chaotic crowd. Another soldier called out after the departing figure, calling him Dianel, and asked where he was heading. While everyone else was still celebrating, Dianel didn't turn back or stop, coldly replying that he was going off to train alone for a while, leaving Damien to quietly watch the lonely, intense figure with curiosity. Damien watched Dianel's retreating figure in silent observation, while an older soldier nearby mocked the loner, laughing that someone who only knew how to train would forever remain just a trainee. The scene abruptly shifted to the dusty training grounds, where a heavy greatsword clattered loudly to the ground. Dianel stood nearby, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, his face contorted with bitter frustration. He cursed his own weakness, agonizing over the harsh reality that despite endless training to the point of exhaustion, he wasn't improving even a bit. His mind flashed back to the horrifying clash with the demonic orcs. He cursed his own weakness, agonizing over the harsh reality that despite endless training to the point of exhaustion, he wasn't improving even a bit. His mind flashed back to the horrifying clash with the demonic orcs. Just as the crushing weight of helplessness was about to engulf him, Dianel spotted a familiar figure quietly walking past the training grounds. His gaze narrowed with intense focus as he recognized the young rookie Damien sneaking toward the forest edge. Dianel remembered that ever since the boy joined the unit, he had vanished deep into the woods almost every single day to train in absolute solitude. The frustrated swordsman recalled the glowing praise of a comrade who had enthusiastically insisted that the kid's terrifying, inspiring skills had saved countless lives during the recent bloodbath. A heavy, desperate realization washed over Dianel. Knowing full well he would have been dead without the boy's life-saving intervention, he stared intently at Damien's departing figure. He desperately wondered what unique, hidden secret the young spearfishman possessed that made him so strong, determined to push past his limits and refusing to lose anything else. Dianel gripped his heavy sword and strode decisively into the depths of the forest to find the truth. Meanwhile, deep within the dense woods, Damien finally found a secluded clearing. He sat down on the mossy ground, eagerly opening the small wooden box gifted by the commander. Looking at the glowing, brilliant blue elixir resting inside, he decided it was time to begin. Without hesitating another second, the young spearfishman tilted his head back and drank the entire potion in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes widened in pure shock as his body was enveloped in an intense, crackling purple aura of mana. He realized with astonishment that the tiny bottle contained far more concentrated magical energy than he had ever imagined. Clenching his knees and narrowing his eyes against the overwhelming wave of raw power, Damien forced himself to concentrate absolutely, determined not to waste even a single precious drop of this extremely rare opportunity. Hours passed as the young warrior sat completely motionless, submerged in intense, blazing meditation. When he finally opened his eyes, the bright sun had completely set, leaving the secluded clearing steeped in the cool darkness of twilight. Wiping the heavy sweat from his brow, Damien realized with slight disappointment that his body absorbed the elixir's power extremely slowly because his inner mana core was still far too small. Looking down at the stable stream of purple energy swirling in his hand, he realized that to truly control this vast, new strength and prevent it from leaking, he absolutely had to find a way to quickly expand his physical capacity to contain it. Damien's deep concentration was abruptly shattered by a sudden, heavy voice calling out to him from the darkness. His eyes flew open in alarm, cold sweat breaking out on his face as he realized with horror that his meditation had been so intense he completely failed to sense someone approaching right beside him. Standing before him in the moonlight clearing, gripping his heavy greatsword, was Dianel himself. The solitary swordsman calmly asked why the young rookie had been meditating out in the forest for an absurdly long time. Stepping closer, the veteran swordsman brought up the recent bloody search campaign, saying he had heard crazy rumors about Damien single-handedly slaughtering several orcs infected with intensely strong demonic magic. Wasting not another breath, the desperate soldier bluntly challenged Damien to an all-out match, demanding intensely that the boy use his true, full strength to face him. Damien was completely stunned by the insane demand, panicking internally as he reminded the man that fighting among comrades in the same unit was strictly forbidden. However, looking into Dianel's cold, resolute blue eyes, the young spearfishman understood that the older soldier was dead serious and would not back down at all. Damien's mind spun wildly, fleetingly wondering if this strange, tense confrontation happened because the two had been forced to stand side by side through hell in his past life. Looking deep into the man's desperate eyes, Damien instantly recognized the haunted, agonizing gaze of a warrior who had violently slammed against his own physical limits. Seeing that unspoken, raw frustration, the young spearfishman calmly asked exactly how long it had been since Diana had hit that unbreakable wall. Completely caught off guard by the sharp, intensely personal question, the older soldier froze, flustered and defensive as he asked what the kid was talking about. A prolonged silence hung thick with tension before Dionel finally lowered his gaze. He quietly admitted that for 3 long, grueling months, he hadn't felt an ounce of progress, confessing that no matter how hard he pushed his body, his skills stubbornly remained blocked by an invisible wall. Hearing the bitter frustration in the older man's voice, Damien's expression softened slightly. He said he understood that exact feeling of helpless deadlock. His mind flashed back to his painful past life, recalling the devastating, unforgiving consequences of desperately fighting on the front lines without ever receiving proper training or guidance. Understanding the swordsman's desperate need to break his limits, Damien agreed to the challenge. He calmly pointed out that if the rest of the unit caught them training in the middle of the night, they wouldn't let it slide. Therefore, he emphasized that they just needed to make sure they weren't caught, warning the older soldier that he could get seriously injured in this clash. Damien received a fierce look of determination from Diana, who asserted that a genuinely dangerous battle was exactly what he was looking for. With terms settled, the veteran swordsman took his stance, warning the rookie that this wouldn't be easy. The sudden, violent clash of heavy steel echoed through the quiet forest as their weapons intersected. Easily holding the older man's heavy greatsword down with just one hand on a spear shaft, Damien flashed a cold, challenging smile, boldly gesturing for the desperate swordsman to throw everything he had at him. The scene shifted from the fierce moonlight duel back to the majestic front gates of the military barracks, where Commander Turan was walking alongside Captain Basil. Basil praised the bandaged commander for successfully concluding the important meeting. Turan nodded wearily, acknowledging that the upcoming campaign to purge the contaminated forest would be an extremely brutal and arduous march. Even so, he remained confident that if the campaign succeeded, it would bring immense benefits to their forces. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the sharp sound of clashing steel echoing from the nearby forest. The 2 veteran officers instantly halted, their gazes snapping straight toward the tree line as they pinpointed the origin of the noise. Moving quietly through the dark woods, they quickly tracked down the source of the fierce noise. Peering through the dense foliage, they were astonished to discover Damien and Diana locked in a high-speed, intense sparring match. Basil immediately frowned, annoyed by the sheer audacity of 2 soldiers openly violating the strict regulations forbidding internal fighting, and moved to step in and stop them. However, Turan quickly raised a hand, ordering the captain to just leave them be. Observing the tense duel unfolding before him, Turan's expression softened into deep, quiet observation. In his heart, he admitted that he had always known Diana had hit a severe, unbreakable wall in his training, but he never imagined the proud swordsman would be so desperate and frustrated as to practically beg a total rookie for help. Intrigued by this bizarre turn of events, Turan decided to allow the forbidden match to continue a bit longer to evaluate their true capabilities. But as he watched their movements intently, the veteran commander couldn't help noticing a clear, undeniable reality. The gap in raw combat skill between the struggling swordsman and the young spearfishman was almost unimaginably wide. The dark forest echoed with the sound of clashing steel as Diana aggressively pressed his attack. He swung his massive great sword down powerfully, but Damien effortlessly leaped backward to dodge the heavy blow. As the older swordsman launched into a relentless series of horizontal slashes, Damien smoothly evaded every single one. Completely bewildered, Diana cursed inwardly, agonizing over how the rookie managed to remain completely untouched. A sense of disbelief washed over the veteran soldier as he realized not a single one of his strikes was landing. It felt as though Damien was reading his every single move in advance. Standing calmly out of reach, Damien observed the older man's expressive features, recognizing the pure frustration playing on Diana's face as he struggled to comprehend why his attacks had no effect. Standing calmly out of reach, Damien observed the older man's expressive features, recognizing the pure frustration playing on Dianel's face as he struggled to comprehend why his attacks had no effect. Despite that glaring tactical flaw, Damien quietly acknowledged the older man's undeniable talent. He was genuinely impressed by Dianel's skill in wielding a sword as heavy as shackles with such mastery. Damien continued analyzing Dianel's outdated combat style, realizing that while the Neocal unit primarily fought gigantic monsters, insisting on using such a bulky, unwieldy sword was bound to ruin the older soldier's bodily balance. Realizing that mere words would never convince the stubborn swordsman to change his approach, the young spearfishman tightened his grip on his weapon, determined to force Dianel to understand the harsh reality through an overwhelming, absolute defeat. He prepared to tap into the massive reservoir of mana he had forcefully crammed into his core earlier thanks to the powerful elixir. Suddenly, Dianel felt a cold, distinct shift in the air as Damien's entire demeanor transformed, the atmosphere growing heavy with crackling purple energy. Despite sensing the overwhelming wave of power radiating from the young rookie, the desperate swordsman gritted his teeth, stubbornly convincing himself that he still held the absolute advantage in raw offensive power, shouting that there was no reason to shy away from head-on clash. Dianel recklessly charged forward, swinging his massive greatsword down with all his might, aiming to crush the young spearfishman with a single lethal blow. Dianel brought his massive greatsword down with terrifying force. But Damien stood completely still until the very last possible fraction of a second. With terrifying precision, the young spearfishman thrust his weapon upward, directly intercepting the heavy blade. A deafening crack echoed through the dark forest as Damien channeled the newly concentrated mana into a devastating parry. The sheer, overwhelming impact violently shattered the upper half of Dianel's expensive greatsword, a large piece of steel spinning uselessly through the air to land on the ground. The older swordsman was driven back by the massive shockwave, dropping to one knee as he stared at his broken weapon in absolute, disbelieving horror. He cried out in pure shock, lamenting that he had purchased the ridiculously expensive sword with his own hard-earned wages. Damien stood over the defeated soldier, his eyes glowing with intense, uncompromising determination. He coldly declared that the weapon's price didn't matter at all right now. The young spearman addressed the older man seriously by his official rank, Private First Class Dianel, and sharply demanded that he stand up and jump right back into the fray just as he was. Dianel was completely frozen by the absurd request. Clutching the broken blade, his mind spun in desperation as he realized that even with an intact weapon, he wouldn't be able to land a single strike on the kid. Fighting him right now with a broken, unbalanced sword was pure suicide. Yet, panting and trembling from exhaustion, the stubborn swordsman refused to stay down, declaring fiercely that the training session wasn't over. Dianel forced himself to his feet and desperately plunged back into the battle, making a reckless leap toward the young spearman. With a burst of desperate energy, Dianel lunged forward recklessly, slashing hard with the shattered remains of his greatsword. Unfazed, Damien quickly raised his spear, intercepting and easily parrying the panicked blow with absolute precision. As the heavy impact drove the older swordsman back, a sudden shock of realization dawned on him. Gripping the jagged sword hilt, Dianel stared at the broken blade in pure astonishment, realizing that getting rid of that absurdly heavy steel had instantly made his entire body feel much lighter and more agile. He stood frozen, completely stunned by how simply reducing the weapon's massive mass had completely shattered the physical limit holding him back. Seeing the light of realization clear on the veteran's face, Damien smiled faintly and finally laid out the harsh truth. He pointed out that that gigantic greatsword had never suited Diana's height and physique in the first place, emphasizing that such a heavy, unwieldy weapon was meant for a giant like their teammate. Kyle. He calmly explained that Dianel had unwittingly sabotaged his own immense potential by stubbornly forcing himself to use the completely wrong weapon all this time. As that profound realization sank into the older soldier's mind, Damien smoothly extended an unexpected olive branch, Acknowledging that he had permanently destroyed the expensive sword, the young spearman generously promised to buy Dianel a new, perfectly balanced blade as a formal apology. While Dianel stood completely stunned by the kind gesture, Damien wore a quiet, calculating smile. Deep down, the young warrior reasoned that trading for the unwavering loyalty and support of a talented veteran for merely the price of an ordinary weapon was an extremely profitable deal, especially since his pouch was already overflowing with cash. Smoothly wrapping up the tense late-night meeting, Damien casually suggested that tomorrow, when they were free, they would head into town together to pick out the perfect sword, then left the dark forest behind in peaceful silence. The scene shifted to the sunny exterior of a bustling building in town. Inside the rustic weapons shop, Dianel was examining heavy armaments when Damien suddenly caught his attention, proudly presenting a pair of sleek, razor-sharp curved scimitars to the veteran. He explained to the completely bewildered swordsman that they were scimitars, a lightweight weapon favored by nimble warriors in the harsh desert regions. Having thoroughly analyzed Dianel's movements during the intense midnight sparring match, the young spearman confidently asserted that these very blades were the absolute perfect choice to replace his broken greatsword. Dianel immediately objected to the radical change, nervously arguing that the complete transition was impossible since he had zero experience wielding dual swords. Damien smoothly brushed off the veteran's doubts with a confident, radiant smile, revealing that he actually possessed a specialized sword technique that matched scimitars extremely well. Acknowledging the older soldier's raw talent, Damien assured Dianel that he would pick up the new combat style exceptionally fast. He boldly promised that mastering dual swords would make him many times stronger than when he was dragging around a massive block of iron. Seeing the older swordsman still hesitating at the prospect of completely changing his fighting style, Damien playfully forced him to decide. The young spearman issued a strict ultimatum, bluntly declaring that he absolutely would not pay for the replacement weapon unless Dianel agreed to choose those exact scimitars. Confused and cornered by the boy's financial leverage, Dianel loudly complained that the trick was completely unfair. When the veteran reluctantly accepted the demand, Damien smiled softly to himself. Deep down, he admitted that purchasing the high-grade dual swords would cost a hefty sum from his funds, but he considered it an utterly priceless investment. His mind drifted to a solemn, quiet memory from his past life. Envisioning himself standing alone in a dark, desolate graveyard, he revealed that among all the people who had stood by his side through that hellish war, Dianel was the single comrade he could unconditionally entrust with his life. The scene tore apart into a dark memory. Damien stood quietly before a lonely grave, remembering how the fierce comrade, Diana, had died to protect him. Damien stood quietly before a lonely grave, remembering how the fierce comrade, Diana, had died to protect him. That bitter vision instantly snapped back to the present reality at a local forge. A brawny blacksmith handed Damien a heavy, wrapped bundle of the newly purchased blades. Damien handed the weapons to the older swordsman with a gentle smile, vowing silently that there was nothing he wouldn't do for his loyal friend. Watching Dianel stand awkwardly with the heavy swords, Damien's resolve grew steel-hard. To rewrite their tragic future, his first step was to completely rebuild the older soldier. Watching Dianel stand awkwardly with the heavy swords, Damien's resolve grew steel-hard. To rewrite their tragic future, his first step was to completely rebuild the older soldier. The senior cleric greeted her warmly and asked what brought her here. She directly asked if the rumor was true that their specialized clerical unit was officially joining the brutal subjugation force. The high priest confirmed the news, adding that 20 trained clerics would also be deployed. Claire's eyes widened slightly in shock. Deep down, she realized that the sanctuary committing such a massive amount of sacred personnel to a single campaign was completely unprecedented. Regaining her resolve, she boldly asked to join the subjugation force. The high priest was utterly surprised, reminding the young girl that she had endured a terrifying, traumatic ordeal during her last bloody search mission, wondering inwardly why she would voluntarily throw herself back into hell. Unfazed by the high priest's concern, Priestess Claire stood firm in the sanctuary's sunlit hall, formally reiterating her deep desire to join the upcoming campaign, emphasizing that the military force was marching straight into the contaminated Bronzerian forest, the exact place she had barely survived just days ago. Seeing her unshakable determination, the senior cleric sighed and relented, approving her request. Claire then asked another crucial question, inquiring whether the Neocolates unit would also be joining the subjugation force. The high priest confirmed that they would, noting that logic dictated they were the local unit that understood the dense, dangerous terrain of the Bronzerian forest better than anyone else. Hearing this, Claire's eyes widened as a powerful realization hit her. She pieced together that the quiet, overwhelmingly strong young spearman who had saved her life would undoubtedly be deployed in this major mission as well. The scene abruptly shifted, plunging into a chaotic, terrifying flashback from the dark forest. While fighting desperately against the infected orcs, Claire recalled completely freezing up in fear, overwhelmed by the demonic energy. Suddenly, Damien grabbed her face, shaking her hard to break her paralysis. His face was a mask of intense, uncompromising severity as he yelled at her to snap out of it. Staring straight into her panicked eyes, she was ordered to unleash her divine healing power to its absolute limit on the wounded. Right at that moment, as the tense, haunting memory of the fierce young warrior faded away, the scene returned to the peaceful sanctuary. Claire gently gripped the holy symbol resting on her chest. A deep wave of grateful warmth flashed across her cheeks as she softly whispered Damien's name to herself in the quiet hall. The scene shifted to a vast field right at the border of the Bronzerian forest. A massive army was gathering, falling into rigid, flawless formations under the bright morning sun. Captain Basil, commander of the local garrison, stepped forward to formally welcome the newly arrived commander. An arrogant-looking aristocrat wearing pristine, shining silver armor aggressively demanded to know who was in charge here. He grandiosely introduced himself as Baron Wilkes Diello, overall commander of the entire subjugation force, then sneered down at Basil from on high. The Baron bitterly remarked that since Basil lacked a proper noble surname, he must simply be a lowly commoner. Wilkes Diello loudly complained about being dragged to the middle of nowhere like this, arrogantly declaring that he was determined to wrap up the subjugation campaign as fast as possible so he could go home. Standing in the ranks of the Neocolates unit, Dianel gritted his teeth and muttered to Damien, calling the Baron an arrogant bastard and asking if all nobles were that overbearing. Damien calmly replied that not all of them were, causing Dianel to cast a curious side-eye, remarking that the rookie spoke as if he had met plenty of nobles before. Damien smoothly deflected, vaguely claiming he just heard stories from his father. Watching the arrogant Baron march back to the front of the army, Damien sighed inwardly, deeply hoping the man's massive ego wouldn't cause a disaster in the upcoming battle. Standing before the gathered mega-army, Wilkes Diello roared out his final speech, declaring that their subjugation force had received absolute orders straight from the king. They must march into the Bronzerian forest and root out the source of the demonic energy corrupting this land. Drawing his sword and pointing it straight at the dark, majestic tree-line, the Baron bellowed the order for the entire army to advance. The massive army erupted into a frenzy of battle cries. Amidst the cheering soldiers, Damien nudged Alan the giant, playfully warning him to shout louder or that arrogant commander would hold a grudge later on. The ground shook heavily beneath the steady, thunderous footsteps of the massive subjugation force as they finally began their gloomy march into the contaminated forest. As the giant subjugation force pushed deeper into the dark, dense woods, Diana looked around at the endless sea of armored men. But Damien remarked that no matter how massive their numbers were, sheer numerical advantage alone wouldn't make this campaign easy. Damien pointed out that the contaminated Bronzerian forest was far larger and more treacherous than most people imagined. Overhearing their conversation, Garrison Captain Urkel, Basil, stepped in and solemnly agreed with that assessment. Basil admitted his own growing unease, confessing that despite having an entire giant army surrounding him, he had a heavy feeling that their raw numbers ultimately might not be enough against the horrors waiting in the forest. Damien remained silent, his expression deadly serious as he looked straight ahead, fully aware of the harsh reality of their situation. Ahead of the marching column, the dense trees began squeezing the soldiers tightly together. Frustrated shouts rang out as the heavily armored soldiers struggled to push through the increasingly narrow path, constantly bumping into each other and cursing the suffocatingly cramped terrain. Spotting the chaotic bottleneck, Wilkes Diallo instantly barked out a sharp order to change the marching formation into a single file, instructing the left flank to push forward to thin out the dense crowd. Observing the rapid restructuring from the middle of the ranks, Damien quietly realized that the arrogant Baron's situational judgment and tactical reaction speed were actually much faster than he had initially expected. However, the young spearman also spotted a glaring, critical flaw in the new strategy. By stretching the formation into a long, fragile line winding through the dense forest, the entire army suddenly became dangerously exposed, demanding extreme caution. Recognizing that exact tactical flaw, Captain Basil hurried up to the front to advise the Baron. After being haughtily corrected that he must address the arrogant noble properly as Commander Wilkes, Basil respectfully proposed that they strategically position the heavy shield-bearers right in the middle of the new single-file formation, warning that the currently extended formation would be extremely vulnerable if the infected monsters decided to launch a surprise attack from the dark, dense flanks of the forest. Wilkes Diallo considered the captain's advice for a moment before calmly agreeing, coldly ordering that Basil's very own Urkel garrison be placed right in the center to serve as a defensive shield. Swallowing his pride, Basil accepted the dangerous assignment and cautiously offered another crucial tactical proposal, anxiously suggesting they dispatch a small, specialized scouting team of fast runners to survey the path ahead to prevent any deadly ambushes. However, the Baron immediately shot down the critically important idea with an arrogant smirk, blindly declaring that such cautious measures were completely unnecessary. Brushing off Captain Basil's valid concerns, the arrogant Baron confidently bragged that if any run-of-the-mill monsters dared attack his massive formation, his army could easily wipe them all out. Hearing that naive, dangerous declaration from the middle of the ranks, Basil fell completely silent, realizing the commander was severely underestimating the horrors of the contaminated forest. Before the captain could argue further, Wilkes Diallo cut him off with a cold, harsh glare. The strict noble warned Basil that he would consider any further advice as direct insubordination and ordered him shut his mouth. Realizing that pushing the issue further would only end badly for him, the defeated captain muttered a silent acknowledgement and returned to his subordinates. The scene abruptly cut forward, hurling the reader straight into a chaotic, bloody skirmish deeper in the dark forest. The horrifying roar of a giant infected orc echoed through the tree trunks as a heavily armored soldier viciously hacked into its thick hide. Dozens of similar brutal battles erupted all around as the elite army clashed head-on with the freakish monsters lurking in the thick foliage. Despite the raging chaos, the disciplined soldiers efficiently cut down the monstrous beasts. Walking past the carnage, Wilkes Diallo complacently watched his subordinates systematically slaughter the creatures. The arrogant commander remarked that, just as he expected, the mindless monsters on the forest periphery were nothing against a well-trained elite army. Overconfident in their overwhelming success, the Baron calmly wondered aloud why previous military forces hadn't easily wiped out this cursed place sooner. Suddenly, Alan, the giant of the Neocolits unit, halted midway, a clear look of unease on his face. He turned to Damien, his voice laced with worry, complaining that he smelled something utterly disgusting lingering in the thick air. Sniffing the damp breeze, Alan winced and pointed out that the stench was identical to the heavy odor of rotting meat. Damien's eyes instantly widened in pure alarm, sharply asking the giant precisely where he smelled it from. Clearly startled by the young spearman's sudden, intense panic, Alan hurriedly pointed toward a nearby dark, dense patch of woods. Sprinting over to the spot, Damien dropped to one knee and instantly discovered a series of deep, peculiar indentations pressed into the muddy ground. Looking at those bizarre round footprints, a cold, terrifying dread washed over the young warrior as he instantly recognized exactly what kind of horrific monster had left. Without delaying a single second longer, Damien let out a fierce warning shout, ordering the entire army to pay frantic attention to the ground beneath their feet. Before the confused soldiers could react, the muddy earth violently exploded beneath their feet. Terrified creatures ripped out of the ground, aggressively ambushing the screaming men from below. The beasts were revealed to be morks, freakish monsters with short, stiff fur, long, pig-like snouts, and long, snake-like, writhing tongues. Looking at the pack of beasts, Damien realized internally that this ambush had been entirely orchestrated by them from the start. Complete chaos swallowed the dense ranks as panicked soldiers desperately warned each other to watch their flanks, cursing up a storm at the unimaginable number of monsters flooding out from the earth. He knew that morks were inherently solitary and generally quite docile, leaving him deeply alarmed as to why they were suddenly attacking in such large, highly coordinated packs. Sprinting through the bloody chaos, Damien caught sight of Alan and sharply ordered the giant to prioritize helping the neighboring senior soldiers right away. Alan roared in understanding and plunged into battle as the frenzied morks let out ear-splitting, piercing shrieks and lunged aggressively. Damien thrust his spear rapidly, viciously taking down the beast while maintaining the formation alongside his teammates. Seeing the horror threatening to break the army's formation, Damien raised his voice to cut through the din of battle. He loudly urged everyone to take deep breaths and steady their nerves, reassuring the panicked soldiers that morks weren't actually hard to deal with as long as they faced them head-on. Encouraged by the young spearman's confident tactical advice, the elite soldiers quickly regained their courage, stepping forward and efficiently cutting down the leaping beasts. However, even as the army regained its footing, Damien grimly observed the endless sea of infected monsters and realized that merely holding the line wouldn't be enough. Deep down, he recognized that far too many creatures had been completely infected and driven to madness by the thick demonic energy. Concluding that they urgently needed a specific countermeasure to survive the overwhelming numbers, the young warrior abruptly broke away from the main defensive formation, sprinting at full speed deep into the dark, treacherous forest entirely alone. Breaking away from the main battle, Damien ran desperately through the dark woods, his eyes scanning the tree line until he spotted exactly what he was looking for. In a tense little clearing, two young priestesses stood back to back, gripping their holy staves as they were slowly cornered by a pack of morks. Damien called out to them loudly. Recognizing Priestess Claire among them, he sharply ordered them to quickly follow him to a safer position. Leading the two healers back toward the chaotic front lines, Damien immediately barked out a tactical order to Claire. He told the young priestess to exactly replicate her actions from their previous desperate encounter, specifically demanding that she forcefully unleash her massive reserves of divine healing power onto the wounded soldiers fighting on the front lines. Though terror gripped her, Claire nodded firmly, raising her holy staff high into the air and loudly declaring that she would try her absolute hardest. A blinding, intensely dazzling wave of pure white light violently erupted from Claire's staff, powerfully flooding the entire battlefield. The holy energy instantly burned away the thick, toxic demonic aura in the air. The intense, agonizing light scorched the pack of morks, causing the bizarre creatures to scream in pure agony as their toxic black flesh literally began to melt. Seeing the entire monster pack completely paralyzed by the blinding holy magic, Captain Basil realized the tide had instantly turned. He viciously raised his sword, loudly rallying his subordinates and roaring that this was the absolute perfect moment to strike. Fueled by the captain's order, the soldiers surged forward, ruthlessly slaughtering the helpless, screaming pack of morks. When the chaotic skirmish finally ended, the exhausted soldiers stood panting amidst a sea of dead monster corpses and pools of black blood. Commander Turun carefully stepped over the rotting carcasses, driving his sword through any beast that was still twitching. He calmly ordered his subordinates to immediately check for casualties, treat the wounded, and ensure absolutely that every single monster was truly dead. Suddenly, Turun stopped, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a tall figure quietly approaching from behind. Without warning, the tense silence of the scene was shattered by the sharp, echoing sound of a heavy slap. Wilkes Diello stepped forward and viciously struck Commander Turan right across the face. The force of the unexpected, unprovoked blow caused Turan's eyes to widen in shock, his head violently snapping to the side from the impact. The nearby soldiers instinctively recoiled in pure disbelief, gasping in shock as they helplessly watched their commander being humiliated. Looking down with utter contempt, the arrogant Baron coldly confirmed that Turan was indeed the commander of the Neapolit's unit. Wilkes Diello's face twisted into an angry snarl as he launched into a rapid, aggressive interrogation. Tearing into Turan's competence, he ruthlessly questioned his leadership and management, dumping all responsibility for the bloodbath onto the local garrison force. The arrogant noble loomed over the silent warrior, brutally demanding to know exactly how many monsters they had blindly missed in this cursed forest. Unfazed by Baron Diello's violent outburst amidst the pile of rotting corpses, Commander Turan calmly defended his unit. He asserted that Morks were inherently solitary, meaning their coordinated pack attack was completely unpredictable and clearly the result of the thick demonic energy. The Baron angrily dismissed the logic, frantically demanding why the Neapolit's unit hadn't scouted ahead and questioning whether ignorance justified their massive casualties. Having run out of patience, Turan coldly shifted the responsibility back onto the noble. He reminded the Baron that Captain Basel had previously strongly advised sending out scouts, but Diello had arrogantly dismissed the warning with blind boasts about easily sweeping away any threat. Enraged by the undeniable truth, Wilkes raised his fist in pure fury, roaring to ask if the veteran wanted to die. Before the brawl could escalate, the high priest immediately intervened, ordering an end to the argument. Approaching alongside Priestess Claire, the senior cleric revealed the grim reality of the situation. He explained that the Bronzerian forest was so heavily infected with demonic energy that it had formed a wicked consciousness of its own. When Wilkes panicked and demanded to know what that meant for the army, the priestess delivered a cold warning. She explained that the living forest now recognized the subjugation force as a direct enemy, warning that as they pushed deeper into that actively hostile environment, they would inevitably face terrifying events that completely defied all logic and common sense. The tense confrontation was suddenly interrupted as Priestess Claire moved to step forward and speak in defense of the cornered soldiers. However, the angry Baron instantly cut her off, harshly warning the young cleric that military matters were none of her concern. He threatened to file an official complaint with the church the moment the subjugation campaign concluded if she dared to overstep her bounds again. Turning his venom back toward the Neapolit's unit, the commander promised harsh disciplinary measures after the mission, coldly warning the veterans to perform their roles flawlessly if they wanted to keep their heads. Without missing a beat, he ordered the exhausted soldiers to quickly gather the corpses and prepare to move out to establish a secure encampment. Afterwards, the battered army managed to construct a fortified circular camp within a temporarily safe area of the woods. Resting in his tent, Damien stretched his aching limbs and silently expressed relief at finding a relatively safe place to rest. However, he noticed his body felt unbelievably heavy, attributing the intense physical exhaustion to the thick demonic energy permeating the entire forest. Analyzing the heavy atmosphere, the young spearman deduced that the core source of the contamination must lie right at the heart of the forest. He realized with a growing sense of dread that the deeper they pushed inward, the worse the soldiers' physical condition would become, making a prolonged, dragged-out campaign extremely dangerous. Knowing that making the right tactical move at this moment was a matter of absolute life and death, the scene shifted to the dimly lit Central Command tent. Gathering around a large map with the other officers, Baron Wilkes traced a long arc with his finger. He laid out the upcoming strategy, instructing the military leadership that the army would approach cautiously by slowly circling in from the forest periphery rather than pushing straight for the center. Inside the dimly lit command tent, Captain Basel spoke up cautiously, conceding that the Baron's prudent approach was logical, but strongly suggesting they push straight for the center immediately. Commander Taran quickly agreed, pointing out that the longer they dragged it out, the more monsters would become infected, making the situation even more disadvantageous. The arrogant Baron dismissed their concerns, demanding if they dared take full responsibility if the demonic energy source didn't actually lie at the center. He sneered, asking if the seasoned veterans were confident enough to put their necks on the chopping block. When the two local commanders fell silent under the threat, the Baron coldly ordered them to stop meddling. He arrogantly declared that clueless people always tried to dictate strategy without understanding the crushing weight of command. Priestess Claire stepped forward, respectfully asserting that the source likely lay at the center, based on the fact that the demonic energy grew noticeably thicker the deeper they progressed. Priestess Claire quickly reinforced her words, grimly reporting that they had suffered over 100 casualties on the first day alone. Basil begged the commander to reconsider the priestess's words, warning that delay would only thin their ranks while enemy numbers multiplied. Basil added that quickly eliminating the core source first, and then dealing with the remaining peripheral monsters was the most logical plan. The Baron sneered at the idea, calling it an inefficient approach. Basil countered firmly, insisting that a direct frontal assault was the safest and most reliable method, arguing that they couldn't afford to let soldiers die uselessly in a slow, grueling, forced march. Enraged by what he viewed as insubordination, the Baron slammed his hand on the table, roaring that dying for the kingdom was a supreme sacrifice and accusing Basil of implying he mistreated his soldiers. Suddenly, Hemorin, commander of the temple forces, calmly interrupted the escalating argument. With a smooth, pleasant smile, he addressed the Baron, serenely asking if the ultimate goal of the subjugation force wasn't simply to eliminate the demonic energy source. Hemorin skillfully stroked the Baron's massive ego, soothingly stating that if they marched straight for the center and succeeded, the Baron would be widely respected as a brilliant, victorious commander. He reasoned smoothly that while anyone could succeed given enough time, accomplishing the mission swiftly would be entirely credited to the Baron's exceptional leadership. Caught off guard by the sudden heavy flattery, the Baron's anger instantly evaporated. Soothed by the temple commander's praise, Baron Wilkes stroked his chin complacently and agreed to alter the plan. He declared that since everyone was in consensus, they would march straight for the center of the forest to destroy the demonic source first. While Captain Basil and Commander Turan watched with grim, unconvinced expressions, the Baron dramatically waved his arm forward, loudly ordering the soldiers to form up and begin their direct advance into the heart of the forest. The scene briefly shifted to show the massive ranks of armored soldiers standing in strict, silent formation under the dim light of the encampment. Outside the command tent, Commander Turan addressed his subordinates, announcing leadership's sudden decision to advance directly toward the center where the contamination source lay. Damien suddenly stepped forward, interrupting to ask about the specific formation and where their unit's position would be assigned. A senior soldier immediately scolded the young spearman, harshly telling the rookie that this wasn't his place to meddle. However, Turan raised a hand to wave off the senior soldier's anger, saying it was fine. The veteran commander then revealed to the group that their unit had been assigned to lead the vanguard. Hearing that tactical positioning, Damien quickly reasoned that if they were leading the vanguard, they should organize a scouting squad since the garrison force would be marching right behind them. Turan quietly weighed the point and agreed that establishing a scouting unit would be a beneficial move. Without hesitating a second, Damien raised his hand and boldly volunteered for the scouting assignment. The senior soldier erupted in anger again, ordering Damien just to follow orders and frantically asking how an ordinary rookie dared make such a reckless request. Remaining completely calm under the senior soldier's yelling, Damien defended his request by listing specific capabilities. He pointed out that he was one of the fastest in the unit, possessed exceptional vision, was highly skilled at navigating dense forests, and held all the necessary traits of scout. Turan looked at the boy in thoughtful silence, his mind flashing back to his private conversation with Captain Basil. He remembered Basil warning that Damien was completely abnormal and revealing the shocking truth that the boy could actively use man. Persuaded by the memory of Basil's assessment, Taran finally broke the silence and officially granted Damien permission to scout. The senior soldier cried out in shocking protest to his captain, but Taran firmly held his ground, holding up one finger as he prepared to add a specific condition to his approval. Commander Taran asserted firmly that while Damien would join the scouting squad, he would absolutely not be its commander. Pointing to the side, Taran declared that the commander of the scouting unit would be Vex. A stern-faced soldier stepped forward from the crowd and sharply acknowledged the order. Taran introduced Vex to Damien, ordering the soldier to take the kid and immediately form the departing scouting squad. Vex looked at Damien in absolute disbelief. He stammered, pointing out to the commander that the boy was merely a rookie lacking real combat experience. Unfazed by the objection, Taran calmly replied that precisely for that reason, he was assigning a seasoned soldier like Vex as the actual commander of the mission. Turning back to the young spearman, Taran instructed Damien that since they would be moving out immediately, he needed to leave his long spear behind and equip a shorter, more practical short sword suited for the dense forest terrain. Damien respectfully nodded in understanding. The scene shifted to show the small, tense scouting squad cautiously picking their way through the thick, overgrown brush far ahead of the main army. Moving closely behind Vex, Damien gripped the hilt of his newly equipped short sword tightly. In his heart, he realized that the heavy, suffocating demonic aura was definitely growing much thicker the deeper they pushed inward. As he scanned the shadows between the giant tree trunks, Damien reminded himself that the most critical part of this entire subjugation mission was locating the primary monster actively generating the thick demonic contamination. He acknowledged the extreme risks of taking the vanguard position, but recognized it was the only way to quickly track down and sense the monster's dark aura. Suddenly, Vex stopped dead in his tracks, his hand flying up to signal halt. A soldier behind him quietly asked what was wrong and why he had stopped so abruptly. Damien's eyes darted anxiously around the thick foliage as he whispered that he distinctly felt some unseen presence lurking over there. Curious and slightly alarmed, Vex repeated the word, his eyes scanning the dense brush. Vex fell silent for a tense moment before drawing his sword and signaling the group to investigate cautiously. The small scouting squad slowly crept toward the specific patch of dark brush Vex pointed out. As Vex shoved the heavy leaves aside to reveal what was hiding within, his eyes widened in pure, paralyzed horror, the color draining from his face as a silent gasp escaped him. Vex cautiously pushed the dense brush aside, fully expecting to quietly scold the rookie for getting startled by shadows. Instead, he drew a sharp gasp, his eyes widening in pure shock and horror at the sight before him. In an unusually large, dark clearing just ahead, a massive, horrifying pack of infected monsters was gathering. The pack consisted of many entirely different species, all huddled densely together and radiating a thick, suffocating dark demonic aura. Lying low in the brush, a scout soldier stammered in disbelief, asking Vex if such a gathering could even occur naturally. Another teammate followed up anxiously, desperately trying to understand why many completely different species of monsters, usually hostile to each other, were suddenly congregating into such a massive horde. Gazing at the horrifying spectacle, Vex quietly admitted to himself that even he had never seen such an unnatural gathering. He then glanced back over his shoulder toward Damien in absolute awe, silently wondering how the young rookie could have sensed the presence of something like that from so far away. Still observing the horde, Vex recognized internally that all these completely disparate beasts had been heavily and deeply infected by demonic energy. As he watched the giant pack begin to slowly move in a unified direction, a cold realization struck the lead scout. Vex's eyes narrowed as he wondered where this abnormal army was heading. Tracking their path, Vex realized with a sudden, chilling dread what exactly they were doing. He cursed out loud, urgently informing his subordinates that the massive horde of infected monsters was heading straight toward the direction of their main subjugation force. Acting instantly, Vex turned to 3 of the soldiers and urgently ordered them to rush back to the main unit to report this massive, impending threat. After the soldiers quickly departed, Vex called out to Damien. He ordered the rookie to stay alert and report immediately if he sensed any other suspicious presence lurking in the dark woods. Damien confirmed the order firmly. Vex then turned back to cautiously observe the slowly moving horde. He quietly explained to the remaining scouts that from this point onward, their primary objective was to accurately determine the sheer numbers of the giant enemy force. He ordered the small team that to accomplish this, they would have to cautiously shadow right behind the terrifying pack of beasts. Damien quietly confirmed he understood this extremely dangerous plan.